TLSG here, back again with another daily Marvel Snap live stream. Today we're going to be testing and brewing with the newly released Black Panther card, and we're going to be having some fun. We had a pretty decent build. We made a couple of videos already on the YouTube account, but we're going to be using that same build. We're going to be running it, see if we can climb a few ranks to start off the season strong. And so we're going to go ahead and jump straight into a couple of games. We do have the deck list above and the cards to the side of us. And so I hope that everyone that does jump in or watches this later or is here currently has been having some fun with Black Panther since it's been released. So far, it's pretty fun to build around. I don't know that it sticks around or is in a lot of decks long term, but I think it's definitely fun to build around and brew around for now. And so we do draw into our Electro. We also have our Jubilee, we have Wong. So if we draw into a 3-cost card like a Thor, then maybe we forego doing Electro on this game. We are going to want to go wide at some point, whether that be a White Tiger, a Doctor Doom, or an Arnim Zola, because we're going to need to push power into the Sanctum Sanctorum. That's going to be one of our big win conditions. So they use Forge, they have Nova, they could be running a Black Panther build as well. I think we lean into the Electro play. We do have a pretty big Devil Dino that we can hide in Dark Dimension. We can also follow it up with, or we can either do maybe a Wong into a White Tiger, or we just go with the Morph, or go with the Devil Dino and then White Tiger on the follow-up play. So then they Forge, and then they use Nakia. So okay, well, not really sure what their end goal is. We can do Wong, we can then do White Tiger. At the last turn, we can do Odin. That's going to trigger White Tiger 6 times, which I think is probably going to be sneaky enough of a power push that I think we're fine. We don't even necessarily need the Electro. I think we're honestly fine without it. So thank you everyone that jumped in and joined us. I know this is this is outside of our normal feels okay, man. Wine time evening. Delinquents, thank you for jumping in. Scorpy Online, thank you for jumping in as well. I hope that you guys are having a great evening. I know that it's outside of the normal stream time, but with the new card, I did 2 videos around the new Black Panther card already. They're up on YouTube, and I still had some gas in the tank. I wanted to keep streaming for a while, and I didn't want to impact the algorithm on YouTube, and so I'm testing out streaming a little bit on the Twitch side of it. And then Naruto, how's it going? Thank you for jumping in and joining us. I hope that you're having a great evening so far. And then Luxy, thank you so much for following us on our Twitch account. So we can do Odin. That's going to re-trigger. I think we have a really strong win here and here. I don't think the Storm Lane, as long as they don't have a Cosmo, if they for some reason tempo drop a Cosmo on us, then that hurts quite a bit. And then we end up losing this one pretty easily. Nope, it's a Chavez. So I think between the Wong, the White Tiger, and then our hidden Odin, I think this should be an easy start to some positive Q gains. But Delinquents, Scorpio Online, and then Naruto, have you guys tested out Black Panther? How are you guys finding that you like it so far? So far, I like it. I don't know that it's something that's here or gonna stay for a long term, but I think it's fun to brew around for now at least. What do you think of the season? Do you buy it or wait? It does. I think it definitely has more potential game impact than something like your Nick Fury. I think it's much easier to build around. Miles Morales was good. He was kind of flexible and versatile, but he didn't have that impact to fully swing one of the locations. So I like Black Panther, especially as we get some of the featured locations that are planned. I don't know if you guys watched the YouTube video for the new season update from on the Marvel Snap YouTube channel. There's some of the upcoming locations, and there's like little spoilers in there. I'm not going to spoil it for anyone that wants to kind of avoid like any leaks or anything like that. But some of the locations that are coming up are going to be really good for Black Panther. And so I don't know. I enjoy it. I really enjoy the Black Panther so far. I've climbed a decent amount. I haven't played a lot. Most of my time went to editing the videos and uploading and things like that. But the little bit that I did play has felt solid so far. So my first impression is that it's much more impactful than the other ones. I'd say it's worth checking out if you like high-end combos. If you're in early pool 1 or pool 2, it doesn't have as much reach because you don't have the big enablers to re-trigger and impact multiple lanes. And so I think if that's the case, if you're in pool 1, pool 2, maybe wait a little bit unless you just like the build. In that case, I'd say go for it. Right now, use the Wong Tiger Odin combo. Yeah, the Wong Tiger Odin combo, even outside of like a big end game where you have a lot of power push, it's always strong. If you can lock down lanes with like a storm or just any kind of limitation on where they can play, and then you drop your Wong Tiger Odin, it's really, really difficult for them to compete with. So this looks like maybe they're running a Patriot deck list. And then thank you, Nice Guys, Scorpio Online, and then Mooney Cow. Thank you all for the follow on the Twitch account. So they could be running a Patriot deck. That would be one of the biggest reasons for Brood. Either that or they're leaning into the Black Panther build, which is probably more likely right now. And so they use the Forge. They get that bonus on all three of the Forge, or on the Brood and the Broodlings, and so they now may have Black Panther as well. Interesting. So we'll see if we're able to do something to kind of compete with that power. We can do Odin. We can even drop a Morph. As long as we push more than 13 power here, then we should be fine, which I don't think is going to be too difficult. A couple of triggers of White Tiger should do it. We can do a Devil Dino this turn. I think we do a Devil Dino this turn. We're going to do Devil Dino to the left. We have Mjolnir and Odin to drop on the final turn to buff our Thor. We have to be kind of cautious of their Wong though. If they end up dropping like a Black Panther, maybe we get a little bit concerned. But we do know that they're not going to be able to do like an Arnim Zola to shift it from here over to, or they could, but they're not going to be able to shift it into 2 lanes. So that is our upside. That is our like silver lining. And so now what we need to do is we need to drop what 13 power here is actually tough, isn't it? With between 1 card, 13 power, we should have dropped Devil Dino in Mojo World. That gives us the flexibility. I don't think we'll be able to take this one without a Shang-Chi to counter theirs. We could do Odin. Oh no, the anti-synergy with Electro. Yeah, that Jubilee pull was unfortunate. Well, let's go ahead and, I don't know who we're kidding. We're gonna go ahead and back out of that one. And we'll jump over into a new one. Scorpion notifications are still the same here. Are still the same here. Interesting, Brood and Wong. Yeah, so it's leaning into the Black Panther. So with Forge, if you don't hit your Black Panther, you want to have other backup targets for it. So Brood is a pretty decent one. It gets that +2 power and it carries it across. It's just sometimes you end up capping out your lane too early. So I think it's a little bit too all in for at least for what I usually end up liking. Scat the Goblin, hi, how's it going? It's going well. I hope that it's going well for you. Thank you for jumping in and joining us. I hope you're having a great night so far. Gavington, this is a retreat. Electro feels like a bad card with Thor on. Yeah, so the Jubilee pull into the Electro. Usually it's either Electro or Thor. It's not both. With both, it's very anti-synergy. King Sammy, thank you for jumping in and joining us. Oh, the O-Snap notification? Oh yeah. The O-Snap notification is the same on Twitch. I don't know. I kind of enjoy it. I enjoy hearing the O-Snap. Sometimes it does confuse me, and I think the opponent snapped whenever we get it, whenever it pops up. Thank you, Nocturne. Thank you, Kai, and thank you, Schmanik. Thank you guys for the follows. And then Scat. This looks like a weird deck. What's the strategy? So the strategy with this one, and then Inska, thank you for the follow as well. So the strategy with this one is you have a couple of play lines. Most of the time, you're not going to play or drop anything until 3. Actually, you're never going to drop anything until 3. But then you have the choice of either going into a Thor playline. So you can do something like Thor into Wong, into Black Panther all in one lane. And then on the final turn, you can do Mjolnir and Odin into that same lane. They all synergize together. They'll buff up the Thor and they'll buff up the Black Panther lane. Or we have another play line. If we go with Electro, we can ramp into a Devil Dino early or a Black Panther early. We can then hit that with an Arnim Zola on turn 5, which will push that over into the sides. We can do an Odin onto the Arnim Zola to push Odin into both lanes as well, and that will re-trigger your Black Panther as well. So it's definitely a higher roll build, but overall it feels pretty solid. And then the cobbles. Thought it's about adding the leader. I had leader in this at one point, and it depends on what you're matching into. So if you're matching into, like right now, I think leader is going to be perfect because we're going to see a lot of Black Panthers, a lot of Arnim Zolas, and I think we'll be able to get a lot of upside from that leader play. But other times, I added in Morph. Morph is kind of a tech slot. He's okay. Sometimes he's going to be good. Sometimes he's going to be not as good. So he's definitely more of a tech slot. You could switch him out for either a Gamora, a leader, a leech, if you feel like you're running into too many hard counters and you need to counter their abilities on that final turn, or on turn 5 and turn 6. And so you can switch out Morph. Morph is kind of the lowest roll for 3 for us. We really want either Electro or Thor. Morph is just kind of an RNG casino if we do draw into the bad play line. Nocturne, getting the pass on Wednesday, looking forward to trying out Black Panther. And I think that's good. It gives it a couple of days to kind of sink in. People get their feel for it, and they either really continue to lean in, or at that point, maybe they've abandoned it. And so it gives it time to kind of settle out Nocturne. But I think this one, at least compared to the Miles, it's much more directly impactful. And so I think you'll enjoy it. And so right now we're losing Death's Domain. We need to push power there somehow. We can either do a Black Panther, we can do just a Hail Mary Arnim Zola trigger into that same lane, which I'm kind of okay with. Maybe we do it into the Monster Island lane, and then we Arnim Zola. Any one of these targets should be decent. We can also do a White Tiger, but I think we're gonna roll the dice on the Black Panther. Yeah, I haven't got much use out of Miles. Yeah, he's very middle of the line. Like even when you do get to use him, it's just okay. It's usually not as impactful as a Thor or as a Black Panther, where a good drop of one of those can absolutely polarize and win you the game. Yeah, probably only used him a handful of times. He's good in like anti-synergy decks, but yeah, I don't use him as often as I use like Thor. I feel like could be core in a lot of decks. Wave is really, really impactful. Miles, Nick Fury, not as much. I'm gonna go with the random trigger of Arnim Zola. We didn't draw into Mjolnir, so we do need some help in this side, I believe. We're just gonna go with an RNG casino. Depending on what they drop, we may end up losing, we may end up winning, but since it's only for one additional cube, I'm okay taking the risk. And then Sifion and Dana, thank you guys both for following us on the Twitch account. I'm glad to have you guys here. Scorpion Online, depending on reveal, but maybe we see buff deck from TLSG. So a buff deck, so like Nakia, Forge, that sort of build. Is that what you're referring to? I feel like Nakia is tough to use. She's always clunky because she only targets the cards in the far left-hand lane. You have to make sure that you design your deck in a way. You either have to get lucky and have them in those slots, or you have to design it in a way that you can cycle through your cards and force the cards that you want over into that location. So I always feel like it's like I play suboptimally whenever I'm trying to get the best target from Nakia. And so I don't know. Yeah, but man, yeah, maybe we could do Lockjaw. Lockjaw may help it. You could buff it continually, do something like something like Okoye and Nakia, maybe a Forge in there. I mean, it could happen. I don't know how consistent we can make it. Rocky Road, thank you for jumping in and joining us. And then Sledgehammer, I am not sure what those emojis are, but I'm glad to have you here. And then Dana, did you live on YouTube? We didn't. So I'm testing something out right now. Right now, because we released 2 videos on YouTube. If we go live, the algorithm or YouTube tells the search, it stops pushing those videos as hard because it's pushing that live stream instead. And so then we see a big drop off from the structured videos. So I'm testing out streaming here, at least for a little bit, for a couple days, just to kind of monitor how the videos perform without that notification over there. And so I'm testing over here for at least for a few days. Then I'm looking at the metrics. So no, I didn't go live on YouTube. Only one. Hi TLSG, glad to catch you live. Long time no see. I'm glad that you're able to jump in. Only one. I know that it's a little bit. It's a lot of bit. I don't know. Not even just a little bit. It's a lot of bit outside of our normal playtime. So I'm glad you were able to jump in and join us. Ooh, Christy, you got death. That's a huge one. Hitting wave with that is going to be phenomenal. SFK, you said I'm having a great time with that arrow control deck. That arrow control deck is sneakily consistent. It's very, very fun to play. So I think we're going to go with an Arnim Zola. That's going to push here and here. We're going to trade hands after this turn, unless they change the Mindscape location, which they might. They might with a magic. And if they do, if we draw into Odin, that's going to be our ideal play line for that final turn. If not, we may not be able to match the power push of a Mr. Negative deck. But I think we at least see it out for the next turn and then kind of assess from there. Oh, they're sledgehammers, of course. That would make sense, Sledgehammer. It goes along with your name. It was kind of small on the screen, at least on my end. Kai, what does the TLSG stand for? So it stands for about 6 to 8 years ago. I had a YouTube channel for I had a Twitch account for all of like 3 weeks, and on there I thought it would be funny to the legendary shaved guy. I thought it would be funny to stream under the name That Live Stream Guy, and so then if you saw the stream, you were telling your friends like, hey, have you seen that live stream guy? And then they'd be like, which one? Chat shortened it to TLSG for short. And so it just kind of stuck from there. I haven't streamed on that account I only streamed a handful of times, but the abbreviation stuck. And then we kind of carried it over when we started this channel. And then Rotelio, why the morph? So this deck is really top heavy. So this is very, very top heavy. So we did the morph as a way to have an extra 3 cost drop. Not always going to be the best or the win condition for us. And it's still a tech slot. I'm working on the morph slot. The morph could be a leech. It could be a Gamora. It could be a leader if you want to lean into that high-end gameplay. So with the Mr. Negative and with the fact that they had Black Panther and Arnim Zola on the same turn, we don't have a good answer. With the Mindscape, we drew into our Thor. We're going to go ahead and back out, lose a couple of cubes, but we're going to conserve 2. We're just going to lose 2 instead of 4. The last strong Giga Chad. Honestly, whenever I started streaming, I thought about making up a random story every time somebody asked about the TLSG abbreviation, but it turned out that like the first time it was asked, I was just so excited that anyone asked, and I told the story, and then at that point the cat's out of the bag. I couldn't go back, and I'm not creative enough to think of a new one on my feet every single time. This the free-to-play account? Christy, no. So this one's our main account. So with the season reset, we rolled back to rank 70, and so we're pushing on the free-to-play account at least for a little bit, or we're pushing on the main account at least for a little bit. So we do have the complete collection. We can build whichever decks we want. So we could do the hood into Kamartaj. That will double trigger. It's also going to be great for our Black Panther if we draw into it. I kind of think we random morph there. The laundry stays grounded. The laundry does stay grounded. The cobbles. It does for sure. I kind of think we push Morph into Kamartaj. That way, if they're running a similar build, maybe we can sneak out a Black Panther from their side and get the upside there. We're gonna lock it in. We're gonna let RNG take the wheel. That is an Odin. Not exactly what we needed, but not the worst either. Because now if we use Odin in this lane, eventually, we're going to Odin the Odin, and I think it can get pretty crazy pretty quick. Yeah, Odin into Odin is always an interesting one, because then they kind of cycle off of each other for a little while. Odin on Odin action. So we have Jubilee. We can throw that into the flooded lane. But then if we pull our Odin, that feels tough. But I don't know that we drop anything else. And it feels bad to just skip here. We have to play at least one card. If not, we're not going to be able to draw. We do have Black Panther into Kamartaj, which is going to be great, but we do need a final turn resource somehow. Odin into Odin should... Oh, no. That's not what we wanted to pull either. Okay, so our Jubilee's going to pull... Okay, there's the Odin. Are we just going to clean out our deck? Yeah, we're going to clean out our deck. We don't have any more... I mean, that's all she wrote. That's all we have. We can play one more card into the Crimson Cosmos. We don't have any cards to draw after the... Oh, we have Mjolnir. Oh my gosh. Oh man. So they drop Wong into Kamartaj. They're going to have a nasty Black Panther into Odin play because we know that they have Odin in hand. Unfortunate. I don't know that there's a way that we can win this one. Until they snap, we're gonna let it play out, at least until next turn. We can do a Dr. Doom, which will send 10 power here, but it could also send 14 power. If they do, actually no. I don't think it's even worth considering. Kamartaj with Wong is just gonna be too strong. It's gonna be too strong. We're not even gonna throw anything onto the board this turn. We're gonna see what they drop. It's gonna be a big Black Panther. No, it's gonna be a big White Tiger. Yeah, the Jubilee into an Arnim Zola is always the lowest of low rolls. I hesitate anytime I have both in the same list to drop it kind of unknowingly. So now if they do an Odin, that's going to send 14 more power here, 7 more power here, but it's not enough to win this lane. I feel like they just gave us false hope. I don't think we should stay in this one. White Tiger wouldn't win it. Dr. Doom would win this one. No, it wouldn't. There's going to be 14 more power here. Never mind. We're going to go ahead and back out before we end up losing too many cubes. Let's go ahead and back out. We'll take the 1 cube loss. He didn't snap either, I know, which is kind of strange, Christy. Maybe he was just wanting to let it play out because it was going to be a big last turn play. But that's all right. We're going to back out anyways. We're going to conserve cubes where we can. And then Sledgehammer, Dune, Bordy, and it's Memtez. Thank you so much for the follows. I appreciate you guys. Bar Sinister is always kind of interesting with either Odin or maybe an Arnim Zola. We have a couple of things that we can do to make this kind of cool. How many more followers do you need before you can accept Prime subs? So actually, I signed the agreement for affiliate because I'm not dual streaming anymore. So it doesn't stop me from streaming to YouTube if I decide to go back to that path. But since I'm not dual streaming anymore, I decided to go ahead and sign the affiliate agreement. And so it's been about 48 hours, and I should have a sub button. We just don't yet. And so maybe should be soon. It should be soon. I just don't know exactly when. So it's interesting. Well, this may be a bot, but it's interesting that they didn't play the Nightcrawler into Bar Sinister. I like that play line if we have other cards that kind of support it, and it lets us really control how much power we push into Bar Sinister. Scorpion, if you sign contract, you won't be able to stream on YouTube. No, so there's a non-compete clause, and so you can't stream to both at the same time. If you're not live on Twitch, you can stream to any other platform. But you just can't stream to both, or I can't air what I stream on Twitch onto YouTube. within, it's a 48-hour clause. And so I can still stream exclusively to YouTube, but I can also stream exclusively to Twitch. I just can't do both anymore. I read through to make sure that I wasn't misinterpreting it, because I would hate to limit that, because I don't know if Twitch is the official direction that we want to go. I'm looking at the metrics, and right now the live streams and the videos compete with each other for search rating, and since we do them so close to each other, they kind of start leeching off of each other instead of helping each other kind of grow and blossom from there. So Rye Guy, thank you so much. Thank you so much for jumping in and joining us. The hype man himself. The hype man is here. I hope that you're having a great day so far, Rye Guy. So we can do. The locations are going to change after this turn. So if we do a Wong into the Starlight Citadel, it seems like it could be kind of tough. Unless we end up doing like a Dr. Doom, then that's going to trigger an unlimited number of times. White Tiger as well. I think we still go with the Wong. I don't think we lock in anything else. I think Wong is our safest kind of strategic playline here. The Cobbles, how many more follow? Oh, gotcha, we'll check back. I appreciate it, the Cobbles. But yeah, it should be sometime soon. And then Artem, I think since I'm free to play, I would just try to counter these Black Panther decks. Yeah, running a Spectrum ongoing deck list could be a pretty decent strategy. And then if not, running something like a Shang-Chi can take out one of those big Black Panther targets, and so it could disrupt quite a bit of what they're trying to do. So with Bar Sinister switching over into the middle location, whatever we drop there next is going to capstone that location. So we could do a White Tiger, and that's going to it'll lose us the Bar Sinister location, but it's going to push 21 power here and 28 power into Lemuria. I just don't know if that's a big enough power push to lean on. So I think we're going to go Devil Dino into the Starlight Citadel, and then we'll kind of see what they play. Cold Me, thank you so much for following us on Twitch. I hope that you're having a great day. I'm so glad to have you here. You got to 74 tonight, Rye Guy? That's huge, especially early on when everything's like hyper competitive. That's really, really big. So they actually don't have anything in hand. So they only have one more. Disco Shark and Sir Deadpool, thank you guys for the follows as well. So they don't have anything else in hand. They just, whatever they top decked. I think we should be okay, right? Because if we do Dr. Doom, that's going to push 15 power here. Going to push 20 power here, another 10 power here. And so I think this should be, I think this is a bot, but I think this should be an easy win. What's the best deck? The best deck for pool 1, Sir Deadpool? Is that what you were asking? And then Rye Guy, 1:20 a.m., but I got tomorrow off, so I'll be good. That's huge. You're gonna try to do the entire Infinite Climb tomorrow? I hope that you're able to make some good strides. Rye Guy, what deck were you running? Or was it your own kind of brew or special? And then Cold Me, you just came from the video. That's huge. I released 2. Did you look at the gameplay one, or was it the top 5 deck builds? And so, since I released those videos so recently, I wanted to let the YouTube algorithm push them up, and just kind of let them run. Instead of, if I went live on YouTube, it would kind of start pushing the stream instead of those videos. And I think long term, the videos are gonna kind of appeal to a different audience. And so I'm testing out streaming over here. But I'm glad you found the link to the Twitch account and that you jumped over. You came from the gameplay video. That's huge. Now we have new low score. I think they were the first game that we matched up in our video. Delinquents, Giga W. I have to say, between streaming on YouTube and on Twitch, I like the emotes much better on Twitch. It seems like the chat experience is a little bit more fleshed out. Like there's a little bit more kind of control over what you can do, different integrations that you have. And so at least that, I don't know I don't know if it works out and if this is like the official Switch that we go with, but I do like the chat features that they have. And then Disco Shark, I love your YouTube content. Have fun with the stream. Thank you so much, Disco Shark. I'm glad that you jumped in. I don't know if you're staying or if you are if you're just jumping in to say hey. But either way, I appreciate you being here. And I appreciate you stopping by and saying hey. So we could do. I think we hold, and I don't think we do anything brash here. We might do an Enchantress just to drop it on tempo, but I'm thinking we do a Black Panther in Hala on 5, into an Arnim Zola on 6. That'll push 16 power here and here. Let's Enchantress into the Shadowland. I think if we run into an issue, I think this lane is going to be fine. I think Shadowland may be the one that we might have a potential issue with. Dirty Lurker, stare. I appreciate you being here, Dirty Lurker. Whenever I watch streams, most of the time I am myself a lurker, so I completely understand. If you guys are here and you're just lurking, just hanging out, enjoying the content, I appreciate you guys just as much as our active chatters. And so yeah, you can just stare. I'm okay with it. Let's drop the Black Panther. I think everything looks in line with being able to do the Arnim Zola on turn 6. If we draw into Mjolnir, then we can drop it after the Arnim Zola. But I think either way, we have a pretty good shot at winning the Kiln location. But since they skipped here, are we worried about an Infinite? We might. And then Forzy the Great. Hey, I'm new follower. Are you new content creator? Do you make content before Marvel Snap? So it has been years since I made content. So probably 6 to 8 years ago was when I started making content, or when I made some content, but I haven't touched it since then. And so yeah, I think in those terms, I'm still relatively new. I do make YouTube videos. If you just found the stream through Twitch, I do make YouTube videos, daily Marvel Snap content that's done pretty well. If you're just finding the Twitch account, definitely check over on there after the stream, because we have a lot of great things going that way. And then Canvas Gaming, any good decks with Black Panther without Arnim Zola? Ooh, so we tie the Shadowland because of the Black Panther power. We win the middle location by enough that losing in Hala by 2 is fine. So we're able to take those 4 cubes and continue our win streak a little bit. We're gonna see how many cubes we can gain over. Electro on 4 into a turn 5 skip was pretty suspicious. But as far as any good decks for Black Panther without Arnim Zola, so I made a top 5 decks video, and I think a couple of the pool 3 ones, or at least one of the pool 3 one. So I did make one pool 3 one that didn't use Arnim Zola, and it was going to be, it's like a Thor Lockjaw rotation deck. Why Morph? That's going to be the common question of the night. So Morph is kind of a tech slot. Before I put him in, I did have, oh, you guys can't see that. Before I put him in, I did have Leech in that slot, but Leech feels a little bit too top heavy for not really wanting to drop it very often. Morph is a way for us to still have a turn 3 play. So statistically, with three costs, by the time we hit turn 3, we should almost always have one of these 3 cards to be able to play. So to add a little bit of consistency, we added in a 3-drop. I've thought about doing Storm here. I thought about doing a Gamora or even a Leader, but right now I'm testing out Morph. It's been doing okay. Most of the time that tech slot is not utilized very often, but in a couple of times Morph has come in clutch. I morphed into the opponent's death. You have a couple of times where you get those high rolls, but you don't use it that frequently. Canvas Gaming, I watch your YouTube, never watch your stream though. I'm glad you found it and you were able to jump in and join us. And then Dannery, is Black Panther worth it to buy? I like it. I think he has much more impact than the last couple of seasons. So Miles Morales was just kind of okay. He didn't feel phenomenal. He didn't feel like game breaking or game changing. But this one feels like he has the potential to absolutely break a game wide open. If he is left like uncontested and the opponent is able to do what they want with him, then he can absolutely swing games by himself. And so I think this one is pretty worth it if you're just looking at value, so like credits or gold. That's going to be the best use of, if you are spending money in the game, that's going to be the best thing that you can spend it on. And then Morph is information and can hit something good. Yeah, Morph gives us a little bit more information as well. One more why Morph question. Yeah, well, it seems like that's probably going to be the common question, because he's not always great. He's not always going to be huge. Ooh, so they flipped into their Odin early, which is good for us. We do have Black Panther that we can drop. We can potentially do an Arnim Zola, depending on where Black Panther goes, to trigger it. Maybe we do Arnim Zola to do kind of a wacky shift back and forth. We actually have an additional turn here as well, because this is just turn 4 because of the Superflow plus the Electro. So I think we're okay. Unless they have a hard counter to these cards, I think we should be all right. Yeah, and then the Odin top deck is kind of unfortunate, because you want to be able to do like a Mjolnir and an Odin to really elevate your Thor's power level. But as is, they're just going to be able to trigger it twice now, or I guess 4 times if they have a Wong, instead of like really elevating it to the extremes. So the Doctor Doom is decent. It goes wide, but it doesn't look like they're getting much power push or support here. So we could do an Arnim Zola. That's going to destroy one of these, and then Arnim Zola is going to copy into a different lane. I think for the content, I want to do it this way. I don't know that this is going... It could go really poorly. It could brick one of our lanes, but I want to try it. I think it could be fun to see. Because once it destroys one of these, if it goes here, Arnim Zola is only going to have one spot to go. They can bounce back and forth off of each other. Let's test it out. If we hit Black Panther, that's going to be good. Yeah, and then Arnim, the Shuri Lab location is going to be amazing. It is. It's going to be fantastic with this card. Actually, the copy doubles the double power. Yeah, so Black Panther, if it got hit, it would double the double power, which is massive. Hopefully this one lands over here. No, it doesn't, unfortunately. We have the lead currently in Sinister London, but with Hobgoblin, that blocks us out of dropping anything here. We do have the Odin play to re-trigger. It'll re-trigger Arnim Zola first, though, right? So I don't know if it will send it back, or if it's going to accidentally end up destroying the Hobgoblin. But it's better than being -8, I suppose. We might lose this one, because I think if it goes in play order, Arnim Zola triggers first, but it destroys here, but it has nowhere to send it back to. So we would just end up being 8 power here. I don't think that's going to be a potential win condition for us. Yeah, I don't think it's worth the extra risk. The other playline would potentially be a Morph, but yeah, no. We're gonna back out. We're gonna take the 2 cube loss, and we'll jump back into another one. That one, the Hobgoblin, was really well timed, and it really countered us being able to do a last turn big play when we got a little bit greedy in the Sinister London location. And Scorpion, once the subscriber button comes through, I should have a few custom emotes. The retreat emote is going to be one that carries over from YouTube. Not a bad variant, but a card that is very rarely used. So we get a Yellow Jacket variant from the season, from the rank rewards. I'm not mad at the variant, but just finding a use for Yellow Jacket sometimes feels like a challenge. Okay, so we have to spend more credits to claim anymore. I'll end up doing that later. Until we see your emotes. Yeah, so once I accepted the affiliate offer on Twitch about 48 hours ago, but no sub button has come through. And so we'll see. And with the sub button should come the emotes and some of those other kind of perks. And so once those come through, we'll set it up a little bit more officially. And we're still kind of testing out the waters here on Twitch. I don't know if this is where we stream long term. We stream if we stream on YouTube primarily, but I want to test out the waters. Finster Green, I'm so glad you're able to jump in and join us again. And then kind of as, do you give your opinion about viewer decks? Sometimes I do. Sometimes it's difficult, but I do try to give my feedback on it. Sometimes I'm not able to really visualize or think it through while we're live on stream. But if you want to throw the deck list into the chat, I'll absolutely take a look. And then only one. TLSG, I think you need Arrow in this deck against counters on 6. Would we be able to fit it in, though? I guess we could take out Morph and do Arrow instead. That could be a pretty sneaky play line for us. And so we can play our Black Panther. We can play Black Panther. We have Odin to re-trigger it. What we're hoping for is an Arnim Zola. Arnim Zola would be able to destroy the Black Panther, send it here and here, and then Odin we could actually just have destroyed with Arnim Zola as well to go here and here. But Finster, the games are going pretty well so far. And then Dannery, I haven't played against Q today. Q actually hasn't made it over into the stream so far, so he may be it's off of our normal stream time, and so he very well could be busy. But no, I haven't matched up against him today. We can either do Devil Dino. We could start looking at going wide, so we could do Doctor Doom into an Odin on the final turn. That way we could send, I guess, 10 power here and here. But I don't know if that's enough to win the Daily Bugle location. That's gonna be the tough sell. But I think it's probably the best playline possibility we have right now. Q is sleeping. He might be. And then Kenevez. So before I look at the list, are you... Actually, no, it looks like you're in pool 3, right? You're pretty deep in pool 3? The cobbles. For new players, do you advise using credits as soon as possible or cashing until you have enough to reach the top of the next pool? So there's been some mixed things kind of said. I personally like to, once I get close to the end of a pool, I like to hold off on upgrading until I have a couple of thousand credits. That way I can jump into the next pool with several resources to use, where I don't just have one card and maybe it's a really bad card from that pool, where I just kind of feel outmatched against the other players. And so at least for me, that's what I recommend doing. So we're going to be able to win Washington, D.C. unless they have a way to push more power, which they have the Ironheart out there. I think we're okay. We're going to lose Daily Bugle, but I think we can win Atlantis and Washington, D.C. pretty easily. So we snap a little bit late. It was, once everything kind of lines out, if you snap late, a lot of times you're only going to end up with the 1 cube. If you do truly have that better hand. And so... snapping a little bit more aggressively if we had a better playline, but on that one we didn't have a great kind of playthrough potential, and so we just kind of found the win condition later on. And then for the deck build, you have Iceman, Nightcrawler, Angela, which are great to buff up the both of those low cost are great to buff up your Angela. The Iceman works as disruption, so far so good. We have Scarlet Witch as a way to change locations that are not in our favor. Scarlet Witch I'm always a little bit hesitant on. I know some people really enjoy using Scarlet Witch. I always find that I have bad RNG with her, but odds are statistically you're going to have a good location out of it, or a good outcome. It's just for me, I usually find that the RNG makes me a little hesitant on dropping it because I can't guarantee what happens. But Scarlet Witch is a good way to control those locations. Thor and Wong, it's a great 2-piece combo. You have the White Tiger, your Jane Foster, to be able to buff up your Thor. You have White Tiger and Doctor Doom and Odin as your way to go wide. And then Odin as the way to re-trigger it. I think it looks solid. At least from looking at it here, which sometimes it's a little tough to look at like the specifics of the curve and things that might come with that. But from just reading through, I think it looks pretty solid. Yeah, Zola got yawned. Yeah, Rocky Road. Thank you. I know sometimes I miss it. I did catch that one. That Zola got Yondu'd. So we don't have that as a potential trigger to push power wide. So we're probably going to have to lean into either, actually, with District X. I don't know that. Actually, with District X, yeah, the deck got replaced. We could. Do we even play Black Widow or the Widow's Bite? Or do we just hold it? I don't know that we need to draw into any additional cards, but it always feels bad to hold it. Let's go with a Devil Dinosaur into the right-hand side. We have a Giganto to push into Xandar. And so if Devil Dino can push enough power for us, then I think we should be all right. Do you like the past variants this season? Actually, Finster Green, I feel bad. I haven't looked at them. Besides the first one, Delinquents, I know I mentioned it a second ago. I really like the emotes that are in Twitch because they're so fitting and you can use them so creatively. And so far the emotes are my favorite part about the Twitch chat, being able to have just a plethora of different kinds. I didn't lock in. Just want to know if it's better to get stuff like Ironheart and Wolfsbane than keep Thor duo. I really like Thor. He has the potential, especially when comboed with Wong, to absolutely swing a lane by himself. Because if you do Wong, and then on turn 6 you do Mjolnir plus Odin, at that point you win that lane. And so then it just comes down to winning a secondary location. And so I like the Thor over an Ironheart. Ironheart can be good, but I think having the Shang-Chi is a nice kind of counterplay to make sure that you are protected against whatever your opponent drops. So if they do an Odin here, that pushes this to 15. Ours is going to be 2 less because we're playing Giganto, so it's only going to be 13. We might lose this one. Is Giganto too much power here? Because we could go Doctor Doom as a way to push 5 here and 6 here. I think we go Doctor Doom instead. I think that's going to be a little bit safer than Giganto. Giganto should almost guarantee we win Xandar, but if they for some reason already had Odin in hand, I don't think it stands up against their power push. Twitch emotes and TLSG emotes. We're working on getting them. Once it comes through, we'll be able to make it happen. Oh, the Viper is a tough one. We still, oh no, we tie the left and right, but we lose District X just ever so slightly. Unfortunately, the Shang-Chi comes in and is a huge counter for us. So we'll take the 4 loss. We'll kind of shake it off and we'll move on. Twitch emote meta is the best. Yeah, I always like watching the big Twitch streams. So like recently I watched the League of Legends, the Worlds, which was insane, by the way. If you've ever played League of Legends and you at any point have any inkling of interest, this Worlds was phenomenal. You should watch it. But just seeing all of the emotes just flooding through was so satisfying. And so I do like the meta of the emotes on Twitch for sure. Imagine like Wong, Kamar, Taj, Onslaught, Odin with Black Panther. So Binks hit a 256 trigger of Black Panther already, and it broke the game. He has it on his Twitter, and so yeah, he's really big about pushing those huge, insane combos as quickly as possible. And so he did hit something like, I don't know if it was Onslaught or Kamartage, or I don't know if it was Onslaught Citadel or Kamartage, but he hit the 256 trigger, which was nuts. Let's go with a Thor into Asgard. I think we'll lean more into Wong into the Kamartage lane. That way, if we get a Black Panther, we can have a huge Black Panther. That's going to allow us to do Mjolnir, which will buff our Thor up to pretty insane levels. Then Troz, the finals were, yeah, they were amazing. And just the storyline behind it, it was all cohesive. It was such a good finals match. And so, yeah, if you have any interest in League, this Worlds was one to watch. Scorpion, where's Black Panther? That's what I'm thinking. He doesn't want to come out. Well, maybe we do Devil Dino. Into a Mjolnir and an Odin. I don't know. We don't have a great final turn anymore. The Invisible Woman is kind of scary because now we don't know what they're playing. They're running some kind of discard deck with Blade. I didn't see what got discarded. Oof. I think we just lock in the rest of the locations with Doombots. Why not Okoye instead of Morph? So that would help our Black Panther, but the rest of the cards don't really benefit from it too much. And so if we're really leaning into the Black Panther, and then Winzo and True, thank you so much for following us on Twitch. I think in a different kind of build setup, it definitely does work with Black Panther and kind of leaning into it. But with this one, we're going with a semi-hybrid, where we're just looking for kind of flexibility in that final turn play. And so I don't know that, I think Okoye more often than not becomes dead in our hand. Whereas sometimes Morph can be big on 3. But again, I haven't tested it, so it may be something that's worth throwing in, testing out, and seeing just seeing how it feels. And then Waspinator, I need to see a good pool 2 Black Panther deck in action. I'm too terrible to build one myself. So I made a video and I showcased 5 sample deck builds with Black Panther. One was a pool 1, one was a pool 2. I haven't tested the pool 2 build out, but from the brewing, it seems like it would be structurally sound. And it does lean into the Forge. It leans into Okoye to be able to buff up your Black Panther. It runs a Mr. Sinister as a secondary target for those bonuses. So I think it should be pretty decent. If you haven't checked the video out, you may, you watched it already? Oh, I just mean seeing one in play. Gotcha. So I might pivot at some point and try it. I don't know. I have been enjoying playing some pool 3 builds, but it does seem fun to try one out. W Asian Lotus, you finally caught a stream. I'm so glad that you were able to catch a stream, and what a big one to catch. It's the season reset, completely outside of our normal stream time, just completely odd timing all around, and you were able to jump in and join us. I'm so glad that you're here and that you found the stream. You're thinking Okoye instead of Morph, for giving more buff to buff to Black Panther, and that could be. So actually, we can cap out the raft, right? Do we want to lean all the way in? We could accidentally draw into Electro, and that kind of tanks our hand. This also tanks our ability to use an Arnhem Zola later. But I think in spirit of the raft, we're gonna cap it out. Oh, Finster, I forgot. I totally forgot to check the collection log. And so you said the Black Panther, the first variant, or the one for level 50, it looks really solid. But I haven't seen the other ones. Demon, welcome back. I'm so glad that you were able to jump back in and that you're here again. So I think we go Black Panther into an Odin on turn 6 as a potential win condition here. We have the Apocalypse to drop over into the left-hand lane. They ran 2 ongoing cards, and so I'm thinking maybe they're running a Spectrum build, and so we'll kind of keep that in mind. They have Namor over in the sewer system, but we can beat that with an Apocalypse. And then I may... Yeah, I need, after this game, I'll have to jump over, I'll have to run upstairs and get my daughter back to sleep. She is, she's kind of under the weather right now. So I'll load up the latest YouTube video before I head out. It'll be like 2 minutes, 3 minutes before I'm able to jump back in. But that way you guys have something to watch in the meantime. So we're going to go Odin into the Black Panther. We have Apocalypse, which should allow us to beat their Namor. And I think that should be enough to find a win condition. They're going to need to impact all 3 lanes here. Oh, and you should sleep too. I slept most of today, unfortunately. I slept most of the day. And so I am good for a little bit longer. Take your time. I appreciate it. And then the onslaught into the raft. This had to be a bot. We'll take the easy cubes though, and then let me queue up. Let me queue up our. We're actually gonna close out of this. We are going to jump over into today's video. I sure hope. Oh, actually, no, I can do it outside of YouTube. That way, we don't have to worry about ads, and all should be well. So we're going to do the gameplay one. If you guys have already seen it, I'm only going to showcase like maybe one game. I'm going to skip to probably game 3, and then I'll be back as soon as we get her back down. And so let me set up the scene really quickly. Oh, I have a lot of windows open. So we're looking for. Yeah, I'll go about it a different way. Sorry guys, I didn't have one set up for this. And I want to make sure that you guys have something to watch. While I step away for just a second to get my daughter back to sleep. We're just going to do the full display. We're going to do this one. We're going to do the screen. There we go. Okay, so let's jump over just a little bit. We'll start us a little ways in. Let's start with this game first. All right, next up we have Night Shadow. And the first location is Bar Sinister, which is kind of crazy. Is there anything weird we can do with Black Panther there? I mean, maybe we can, if we hit Electro here, we could do Black Panther into an Arnim Zola and then re-trigger it a whole bunch of times from Bar Sinister with an Odin to make an insanely large one. It'd be fun. I don't know that that's like the most strategic play, but it'd be fun. They go with it early Iceman. So are they running a zoo deck as well? This is the third zoo. If so, the third zoo or bounce style list that we've ran into. Just unfortunate. All of those Icemen hit our curve drastically, making our already high curve even higher. So we need to rely on drawing into a 3-drop here, which is going to be our Electro. Let's drop Electro into Westview, because if it turns out to be a negative location, that's fine. We want to be able to, but if it turns out to where owner reveals won't trigger, then we'd be kind of stuck from that Arnim Zola play line. And so we want to drop it here. That way we have the reliable Nova Roma to play into. And so they go with a Thor drop. They're going to have Mjolnir to cycle in. And so let's see. The hub's not great. It blocks our draw here. Oh, that's not what we need to see. So we're just going to play Enchantress into the hub. That's going to take away Electro's ongoing ability. So we'll be able to play more than one card, but the card draw was devastating. We needed the card draw here to be able to strategically start positioning ourselves. And unfortunately, we don't get that upside. Depending on what we think is going to happen and where we find a win condition. We have Black Panther in our hand finally. I think we just play him so that we can finally say that we've played him. We can hit it with an Arnim Zola on that final turn. It's going to push 16 power here, 16 more power here, but I don't know that that outpaces Thor depending on what they drop. So they do a Doctor Doom. So I think we have to go with the Doctor Doom into Bar Sinister. I want to do a fun play with Black Panther, but I think here it's going to be more strategic for us to fill up all of these locations as much or as best as we can. Doctor Doom is going to push 20 power into Bar Sinister. It's going to push 15 more power here, and it's going to push 10 more power into the hub. I think that's going to be more than... They snapped out of confidence, and when I snapped back, they retreated. Let's go ahead and jump over into the next one. All right, next up we have Avo category. First location is Luke's Bar, which could get interesting if we draw into maybe a Mjolnir, or for some reason we just had a lot of extra energy. We could keep playing Black Panther there, which could be kind of exciting to see. We're also going to be able to do Electro into Luke's Bar. It'll bounce it back to our hand, but we'll retain that upside of the on reveal. And so actually I think we're in a pretty decent spot. And then what we're hoping for, we don't necessarily need the extra energy. We're gonna push it out onto the board anyways, but I don't think we actually need it. Our ideal playline is going to be a Wong into a Black Panther into an Arnim Zola to pull both of those to the left and right, which I think is going to end up being very, very critical in our win condition. But we are going to drop Electro just because otherwise we're dropping Morph, and I don't know that we necessarily do that in this matchup. Ooh, and so they run an Electro. They have Domino as a way to, I guess, early curve. I'm wondering if they're running a similar deck list to what we are. We do have Thor now, but I think we go with Wong still. Wong into Black Panther seems like the play line that we're gonna want to go with, and they may be doing the same thing. Ooh, they go with Black Panther right off the bat. Interesting. Ooh, and we do draw into Arnim Zola. I want to snap back, but I also want to see this resolve. And so we're not going to snap back. We're just going to play it cool. We're going to play it calm and collected. Let's go with the Black Panther into the Arnim Zola, which is going to potentially outpower theirs. So if we hit the upside of having the trigger of the Wong getting destroyed first, because Wong is going to make Arnim Zola trigger twice. So that's going to destroy both of these cards. If we get the upside of Wong being the first one, Black Panther is now going to trigger 2 more times in both of these lanes and become a 64 power card in both of those sides, which I think is kind of interesting. If they have a Shang-Chi, they of course counter us really heavily with the Black Panther, but it's one of those that we're just gonna play and see. They have a leader which copies. Oh no, it copies the Arnim Zola, which copies the leader, which copies the Arnim Zola. Oh my gosh, this is gonna get nutty so fast. So the Arnim Zola at least caps out the negative zone. That's good. And then, oh, it does copy the Black Panther. Oh no, what is going on? Oh no, we don't get the upside. It copies the Black Panther first. So it's just going to be 32 power in the left and the right lane. We had a chance at the win condition. Unfortunately, it flip-flopped it. It did Black Panther first, and had they not played leader, we would have been fine as well. But we just don't quite have the win condition in Luke's Bar. That leader play was absolutely the leader interaction with Arnim Zola is always insane to watch. It is always a little scary, a little exciting. You never really know exactly what's happening until it finally resolves, and then all of a sudden there's 100 power on the board. All right, so next up we have Corbin, and the first location is Kunlun. We have Thor in our starting hand, and we have Black Panther. I was just going to say, if we could draw into Wong, that's beautiful. That gives us a really, really big power push potential. We have Thor in one lane as a potential win condition there. If we can draw into Mjolnir naturally on 4 or 5, or even 6, if we draw into it naturally on one of those turns, then we can drop Black Panther. Oh, and then the Wakandan Embassy into our already in hand Black Panther is going to elevate his power level even further. It just continues to get better. I'm going to drop Thor already onto the board in Mirror Dimension. We could potentially get another Wakandan Embassy here and just have an insane Black Panther. That is what we're going to hope that Mirror Dimension turns into, is the Wakandan Embassy. Oh my gosh, and they have Thor of their own. And so we will see. It could turn into Kunlun, but we're hoping for Wakandan Embassy, because either way, whether they have, oh, it is. So that is an 8 power Black Panther naturally in hand. Let's go with a Wong. We can go with Wong into Black Panther, which will trigger twice. That'll put it to 32 initially. If we do Odin, that is going to trigger 4 more times and absolutely be insanely powerful. Maybe we do Black Panther. Maybe we draw into an Arnim Zola. We can play that here and push the power to the left and right. But I do think we at least contest with their Thor in the Wakandan Embassy lane. That is what we're going to push for. Ooh, and they have a Sunspot, which is not incredibly great. We already snapped. Let's go ahead and play our Black Panther. That's going to trigger twice. It's going to initially be, because of the 2 Wakandan Embassies, that's going to be a 32 power Black Panther. If we hit it again, that's going to be what, 64, 128, 256, 256 power Black Panther. We would have to draw into Mjolnir to be able to compete with this lane as well. And so, ooh, they had a Black Bolt that made it. Oh my gosh, the dream. So this Mjolnir is now going to trigger 6 times, twice originally, 4 times when Odin triggers twice. This is going to be a massive lane. Now, if they have a Shang-Chi, we of course lose this one, but it's just too much power to turn down. It's just too much power to turn down. We're going to see what they end up dropping. We're going to have a massive Black Panther, and it's just going to continue triggering forever. Oh no, they ended up retreating. So we don't get to see the 256 power Black Panther, unfortunately, or the massive like 60 power Thor, whatever it would end up being. I guess the 42 power Thor. Either way, unfortunately, they end up retreating. Let's jump into one more, see if we can find a win condition where it goes all the way to the resolution and that we don't have the opponent retreat. I think we try to compete for Baxter Building. We have a decent lead here. We don't know for sure what they're going to drop. Okay. All right, so next up we have Saurian. We do have the Limbo location. That's going to give us an extra turn to play out our combos, and so we should be able to get a pretty large, maybe Black Panther. We don't have Odin, so we need to keep that in mind when we're looking for our potential play lines, but otherwise we're fine. Let's go ahead and snap. We have Thor into the Wong play line, and that's by itself is just massive. And then we can always potentially hit Thor with an Arnim Zola to re-trigger it in the other 2 lanes. We just have a lot of flexibility in what we can do on those final couple of turns. The Nexus is interesting. So we can go with, do we go with Thor here? I think we go with Thor into the Nexus. We go with Wong into one of the other lanes along with a Black Panther. We're going to be digging and looking for an Arnim Zola. If we can get Arnim Zola and we can push another 32 or 64 power Black Panther into the Nexus, that's going to give us a lot of upside. And so we are okay with this. I think they're running like a Death Wave or something similar. And so I don't think we have to worry too much about their potential high end power push. And so let's go with the Wong into Hellfire Club. They do snap back, interestingly enough. So I'm curious what they have. They skip here. They skip on 4. Interesting. And so let's go with the double trigger of Black Panther. We have a couple more turns to draw into both Mjolnir or Arnim Zola and Mjolnir to trigger, either trigger Thor's bonus or push these cards to the left and right and find our win conditions there. So let's go with a Devil Dino into the Nexus, I think. Maybe they have a Shang-Chi, and that's what they're confident in. I don't know. Maybe they're running a deck that has some of those hard counters, and if so, then and then the wave allows them to drop 2 cards this turn, but us only 1. Oh my gosh, this is the play. This is the play that we've been waiting on. I don't think they drop a Shang-Chi as their only play. They can drop Death, and they can drop 1 other card. So maybe a Death and a Taskmaster for 24 power push into the Nexus, therefore into all of the lanes. Arnim Zola is going to trigger our Black Panther, so at the very minimum, we're going to add a 32 power here. At the maximum, we can hit Wong first and then Black Panther for a 64 power Black Panther. Let's see if we can get the 50-50 coin flip. That's what we're gambling on. Please stay in, Saurian. We need to see the end of one of these games. So they do split their power. We get the Wong first into the Black Panther. So now if they do have the Shang-Chi, they definitely counter us in the Nexus location. Unfortunately, they wipe out pretty much all of our cards and all of our power. But we have 64 power Black Panther to the left and right. Okay, so they just do Death, and then they do Magneto, which is going to pull our Thor and our Wong, but that's not going to be able to pull our 5-cost Black Panther, which is 64 power into the Nexus lane, allowing us to have a 149 power Limbo and a 77 power Hellfire Club. We will take those 8 cubes. And with that, we are going to end the video here. I hope that you guys enjoyed this. If you did, make sure to check us out over on twitch.tv. We're testing out some streaming over there. Odds are we are either live or will be soon. And so make sure that you're followed over there so you can catch us live. But as always, this has been TLSG. Later, guys. All right, so I'm back. Thank you guys for whoever ended up saying whoever ended up staying through that. Oh my gosh, we're at 202. What happened while I was gone, guys? Oh my gosh, this is nuts. I'm guessing a raid happened. Oh my gosh, you guys are monsters. How long ago? How long ago 2 raids got here? Oh man, how long ago did the video end? What is this? Oh my gosh, Binks. So Binks and who else got the who else got the raid? Thank you guys for all the follows that are dropping. This is massive. I appreciate it. I wish I would have been here for the raid to welcome you guys in, but it looks like you guys have held pretty strong. So I appreciate it. About 5 minutes? No way. 2 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, just like a minute ago. We have so many answers coming in. Oh my gosh. Okay. And what a still frame that was as well. I noticed the still frame on the video was not ideal. Let's go, Party Parrot. Let's go. Thank you guys. Thank you, Binks. And then what was the other? Who was the other raid? Binks, I appreciate the raid, by the way. And then AFK AFK raid. Yeah, Binks fans incoming. Thank you so much for that. And then I want to thank whoever the other raid was. But either way, let's jump into some more Black Panther gameplay. Crimson Thunder. Thank you for the raid as well. It just ended. Perfect. Thank you for the raid as well, Crimson Thunder. I appreciate you guys. Let's go ahead and hit some more Black Panther gameplay. I hope the audio was good. I hope you guys enjoyed the video while I was gone. And now we should get some more decent gameplay. Actually, let's switch over into this one. Oh, there's the raid coming through with the Binks raid and then the Crimson Thunder raid. I see them both coming through now. You guys are legend. The Wong plays. The Wong plays indeed. So let's go with a Jubilee. We're okay with whatever ends up getting pulled. But let's go with the Jubilee. And thank you guys for all of the follows that are coming through. I know that it's still continuing to flow through because they all happen so quickly. Oh, and then we get Jubilee into Electra, which isn't great. Well, I guess it's okay. It's on curve, right? And then these notifications. I may need to adjust where the notifications pop up. But you said, hell yeah, I've been watching a few of your videos on YouTube, was just playing a bit for the new season and saw you were live and decided to come over. Welcome. I hope that you enjoy it. I hope that the AFK stream for the start does not scare anybody away. I try to be here as much as possible. My daughter's sick, and it took a little bit longer than I anticipated. So she is sick. She's kind of congested. She ended up throwing up, so we needed to change the sheets, clean her hair, soothe her back to sleep. So it took a little bit longer than I thought it would, but I appreciate all of the support while we were gone. It tells me we need to we need to go AFK more often. And then Waspinator, do you have an opinion on the Battle Pass as a general card yet? As a general card, I think right now it's okay. I think it's better or more game changing or game impact. I think its impact is bigger than like a Miles, which it's just a 5 power card, or Nick Fury, very random. You can't really control it. I think this one feels better. I don't know that it's gonna see an insane amount of play, but then again, I didn't think we would see a lot from Thor either, and he feels great in just about every deck that we can think to build right now. And so he has potential. Black Panther definitely has potential, and I'm sure that they strategically did that. I'm sure that they strategically wanted to make sure that he was a little bit on the stronger side, because it's such a pivotal character, and with the movie release, I think there was probably some influence there as well. The Miles Season Pass has a great variance, but underwhelming new card, and for Black Panther, meh variance, but good card. I kind of like Black Panther's variant. I haven't looked at the other ones, but as far as Black Panther's variants, I think they look pretty sleek. So we're gonna Odin into the White Tiger lane. That's gonna make sure that they can't move any of our cards with the Kingpin. So if they have an arrow, since we have initiative, ours will go first, and then they're not gonna have any space to move our cards around. The hand buff is great until Shang-Chi walks outside. Yeah, Shang-Chi definitely walks outside and says, "Here, hold my drink. I'm gonna go in." So that is the biggest counter. That and potentially like a Cosmo or something that really prohibits those big cards from going off can absolutely destroy this deck list. All right, so we'll take the 2 cubes. It looks like we did a clean sweep. Yeah, Forzy, thank you so much. So it doesn't seem like anything serious. She spiked the fever today, but she's overall in good spirits. She's in a good mood. She was running and playing. It's just that she has a really congested like cough, and so whenever she lays down and sleeps, she coughs and it gets real congested, and she it's like real mucusy, and so then she ends up throwing up. Hopefully it comes through, but I appreciate the wishes. I think everything should be good. We'll know more maybe tomorrow. If she ends up having to stay home, then and then Urko as well. Best wishes for your daughter. Thank you so much. I missed that one a second ago. Oh my gosh, defensive. Well, you came back, already did more than my dad, so big ups. You caught me off guard with that one, defensive. And then Prokaryote, your son has the same thing. Yeah, so we just recently, so my daughter's like 1.5. We just recently, within the last month, switched daycares. And so I think it is kind of like a viral thing that's going around. It's just a really gross sounding cough, but otherwise she seems to be okay. She had a little bit of a fever today, but she's in good spirits. She's always the happy camper. So I think maybe my positivity rubbed off on her, and so hopefully she can maintain that. I think that'll make growing up a lot easier if you can find the positive spin on things, because not everything is going to be great all the time. But if you can find a positive outlook, sometimes it makes the difference. Your son is 3, same source. Yeah, and so that makes sense, especially with it getting a little bit colder. A little bit later into the year, we're starting to get into flu season. It makes sense. Hopefully it's just something that comes and goes pretty quickly, though. Delinquents, that's an interesting question. I'm curious what made you want to start creating content. So, in the early days of YouTube, it was Call of Duty 4 era. I made Call of Duty commentaries. Like I was pretty young. They were bad. They were really, really bad. But I made Call of Duty commentaries, and I did that for a little while and just lost the passion for it. And then I took like a 10-year break from content creation. And I was playing Hearthstone. I played Legends of Runeterra, never felt the urge to create anything from those. And then I was playing Hearthstone. I saw Zeddy's video of is this the Hearthstone killer? And of course I clicked on it because I was like, I have to know, is this going to kill Hearthstone? And I saw Marvel Snap. I saw kind of the gameplay mechanics, and then right after that, they did the first live stream, and where Ben and his team did just kind of some live gameplay commentary, and I was hooked. So at that point, I applied for the beta. When I got in, I played, and it felt as good playing as it did watching, and so I wanted to be able to share those experiences that I was having. And so I jumped in the first couple of videos. If you ever go back on the YouTube channel to look at the originals, they were bad. They were like the sound quality was low. There were like, it was really long, big gaps in between. And so it was one of those, like, I guess it was a creation of passion. I don't know a good way to I guess say it or put it, but it was just something that I wanted to be able to share what I was playing and the fun that I was having, and so it just kind of happened at that point. And so it wasn't something that I necessarily had planned, but it kind of worked out. And then Default Dan, just have to watch for RSV. Your daughter had that a month ago, and apparently it's huge around the US right now. Yeah, RSV is something, especially with the like croupy sounding cough that she has. is definitely something we're paying attention to. If she doesn't start doing a little bit better tomorrow, if she still has a fever, then we're gonna take her into the doctors to see if they'll check her out, just to make sure that everything is clear. They have a Shang-Chi, don't forget. That is true, Rocky Road. If we do an Arnim Zola here, sorry, I got caught up chatting. If we do an Arnim Zola here, that's going to send Devil Dino here and here, but it's going to be a 12 power Dino, so that only puts us to 13 power here. So it's not even our win condition in that lane. And so I think this one is going to be a retreat. We're going to bounce out of this one. It's not worth the risk. We're going to jump out of that one. We'll rinse and repeat. And then Finster, you said you used to play Yu-Gi-Oh. I played Yu-Gi-Oh like whenever the starter decks first made their way to the US. And I played for a couple years, nothing too competitive. It was more like just around the neighborhood type of thing, but it was something that I really enjoyed, and like that kind of started my my introduction into card games. From there, it evolved into things that I could play with the people that were nearby. So I dabbled in Hearthstone, Legends of Runeterra. I never got into Magic the Gathering just because I didn't have a dedicated group. But other than that, really any card game has really drawn me in. And then Marvel Snap, being as unique as it feels, has one of those that's kind of, it drew me in, and then it just kind of locked me in at that point. Rocky Road, yes, Mr. Positive Living Streamer. That's what we try. We try to be maintain as much of a positive outlook as we can. We might go with, they did Angela, so that tells me they probably have some low cost drops. So maybe we just go with Electro instead. We may have 2 Bar Sinisters, depending on what Mirror Dimension copies into. We could also drop something in Bar Sinister and move it either into New York, or if Mirror Dimension copies New York, then we can move it out at that point as well, to try and find some pretty big or creative combos with the Bar Sinister location, since we'll be able to drop, duplicate, and then move those cards about the board. And then Gamer's Gym, how about Warlock and several Guardians to draw Black Panther and Zola? It could work. I don't know how consistent it would be. So Warlock, sometimes you have to fill your lane too full, and so then you wouldn't get as much usage out of the Zola, and so it could be one of those things that you have to invest too heavily into the Warlock lane. And then Moochie and Group Celebration, thank you both for following. Neelat, thank you for the follow as well. So it does change into New York. I kind of want to do a Wong, but that feels Wong. We're gonna go with, I don't know that there's a good answer here. We'll go with the White Tiger. White Tiger, we're hoping for maybe a Black Panther that can go into Bar Sinister, and then we can move him out. But we'll see. And then, hey, watch some of your YouTube videos. Just wanted to say thank you. It helps me a lot when you started playing. I'm so glad to hear that, because sometimes you get caught up in the grind, and you're just making all of the content, and I want to make sure that it's helpful, that it has a value, that it's being enjoyed. So I'm glad to hear that it was helpful and it helped you kind of start out, and hopefully you're enjoying the game so far. It definitely opens up and gets a lot more fun once you get into Pool 3, because the combos that you can build start getting crazier and crazier from that point. Default, I got a Black Panther deck that I just went from 66 to 75 pretty easily with. Huge default, Dan. It has the same top end as yours, but some toolbox stuff in case we don't go all in on Panther. That could be the happy middle ground. I know that I had one that had a little bit of mixture, and so that, at least from 66 to 75 is pretty big, especially early on. And so maybe it's something that I test out or try out at some point. So they have the big Black Panthers. They're not going to be able to do anything over into this lane, though. So if we do a Devil Dino, I don't know that we beat the 56 power that they have in Bar Sinister. Because if we did our Black Panther, it's going to be 8. Actually, no, it would tie it, right? It would tie their Black Panther location, unless they have something that elevates it. So if they move one out and do an Odin, at that point, they have a really, really big Bar Sinister location. So I think this is tough. With being able to move their cards over, I think our win condition becomes New York, and then... Actually, no, because they can move their cards over from New York. Oof. I think we lose this one. I don't feel good about winning this one, because we can go into the Black Panther play line. That pushes 56 here, but they're going to be able to maneuver their cards in a way that they're going to be able to disperse that power. I don't think we're going to be able to compete with them. For a 1 cube loss, let's go ahead and jump out. I don't think it's worth the extra 3 risk with how much flexibility they had and how much kind of advantage or strategic advantage they have from dropping their Black Panther early. Yeah, so there's 2 New York, so they could really push their cards in any which way, shape, or form that they wanted. And then you said, I'm a bit sad that I could not reach 70 last season. Would have liked to get the mystery variant. That's okay. I wouldn't be too disappointed if you just started with global launch. We started in the middle of the season, so you didn't have as long to grind it up. I feel like this season you're going to knock it out of the park, no problem. And then each season from there on, it just gets easier and easier. So I think you'll get it this season. Don't be too down in the dumps that you missed it last season. You'll be able to. There will be more to be able to get. Then you said I'm in pool 2 and I'm addicted. Yeah, it got its grips on us early. So I played and I was like, this is phenomenal. It felt quick and light, but really strategic at the same time. And so it just really drew me in at that point. Blue Hill, yeah, I don't like New York. It's definitely my least favorite. It becomes really hard to anticipate. So then you can get into start doubting yourself if you're trying to anticipate their anticipation, and then you're moving. And so yeah, it's New York is one of those that it's really tough whenever it does come up. So we have the Thor into the Wong play line. We also have an Arnom Zola. I think we're gonna snap. We're gonna snap early because our Thor can get pretty large with the Wong play line. And actually, let's do the Thor into Lemuria. Dudenson, thank you for the follow as well. We can do Thor here. If it pushes into the Savage Land, that's fine. We just want Wong to be in a lane by himself. I really hate Lemuria. Lemuria, really? How come? I've heard New York. I've heard Subterranea. I've heard Lechugia. But Lemuria is a new one. How come that one feels so bad to you, Finster? I'm curious. And then Brett, is there a way to get the Venom card back from last season? Right now, there's not. I don't know if they ever re-release them back in. I know anything from the beta they're going to re-release, but the card backs, I don't know for sure. They haven't said that they're going to come back, but I would imagine at some point it circles back around. So let's drop our Wong into the Bifrost location, and then it hits our Odin. So we're not going to be able to do the re-trigger of Thor, which is our high-end power potential with the Wong Thor playline. I agree with Lemuria. It just doesn't do anything to think about. That's true. The move stuff in this game requires huge brain. Yeah, Demon. And then I start doubting myself, and I'm second guessing it at every turn. It does require some big brain thinking. So we can do... We could do White Tiger, and then we can always do Arnom Zola to destroy the Wong and the White Tiger, and move them into these other lanes. It's either that or we go with a gamble with our Jubilee. I think I kind of like the White Tiger playline instead. We're going to hold Mjolnir for now and drop it kind of as a surprise last turn play. Okay, so the arrow is okay. It pulls our White Tiger out. If they have an Odin now for the Bifrost, that is kind of tough, but I guess that would push all of their power here, and we'd be able to win this one and this one. So I think we do the double trigger of Black Panther and Mjolnir. That's going to push 12 power here. That may be pushing 2 all in on the Lemuria lane. I do wish White Tiger would have been able to push out to the side. We can do Arnim Zola onto the Thor instead. We have Mjolnir here, so that's going to trigger twice, and so it's going to be a 16 power Thor here and here, just in case they invest here. I'm not sure where they're playing, honestly. But I think we're gonna go with that instead of the Black Panther Mjolnir. I think it moves our cards, and so it's going to be a little bit harder for Toasty or the opponent to anticipate. I enjoy silly Bar Sinister interactions. The Bar Sinister interactions they're insane. I really enjoy them too. Some people really enjoy them, some people really hate them, but it's one of those that it's polarizing. When it happens, you're always kind of taken aback. 2 billion power relatively easily is insane to have in the game. Okay, so the death in Lemuria, we outpower them there. We barely outpower them in the Bifrost with our 16 power Thor. So we are able to take down the extra 4 cubes, and then we'll be able to jump over. Hey, Ordinary Harry, how's it going? Did you stream today, or did you stream for the reset, or was it earlier today that I saw you were live? Either way, thank you for jumping in and joining the stream. I hope you're having a great night so far. And then Shade, every single Black Panther deck I'm seeing also runs Doom, and he's one of the few pull 3 cards you're missing. Yeah, Doom is a good kind of secondary game plan. So if you don't get your... Oh, you didn't stream yet? Well, if you do, and I'm not live anymore, I'll definitely check it out. How are you doing? We're doing good so far. We had a couple of big raids to kind of kick off our Twitch only stream. So I'm testing out the waters with Twitch versus YouTube streaming, just because it kind of stifles the structured video on YouTube. And so we're testing the waters. So far, I've liked our interactions. And then I may have missed Dying Slowly TV. London isn't too bad, but Bar Sinister is not okay. You say... Booyah, it can hide an Ebony Maw or screw your Electro. That's true. And it hurts with your wave on curve, depending on when it comes down. Lemuria can mess up some playlines for sure. But I don't think it's as difficult or as hard as like the Peak, where it just forces you into that playline and you don't have any say kind of in what happens or in that interaction. YouTube never gives you a notification for live streams. I wish they did more for showing streams that are live. Yeah, it's weird the way that they do theirs. And so like if you go in and you type in Marvel Snap, I know Binks was streaming there earlier, and his video or his stream was the very top result for Marvel Snap. And so it does a good job of kind of categorizing that way for those that organic traffic, but it doesn't do as good of a job at separating them or making it where if I just want live content, finding who's live and where. So yeah, I think it's a lot harder to discover, who's streaming what games at any particular time. So they max out this lane. They have the ongoing deck list, so I anticipate a Spectrum at some point, but they're not really going to be able to buff anything else in this lane because they're not going to be able to drop their Spectrum here. So if they drop just Spectrum, that's going to be 2, 4, 6 extra power here. That'll be 19. So if we can beat 19 in this lane, then I think we have a winning hand. I don't know that we can though. Let's do Jubilee. Let's see what she pulls into. We have Electro in hand. Ooh, no, we don't. Well, we'll lean in. We hope that it's not Arnim Zola. Arnim Zola will kind of tank our deck or our hand or our board. We have a 1 out of 6 chance of the Arnim Zola. Okay, so Morph's not bad. Ooh, Morph into Onslaught's kind of interesting. We don't... Ooh, that makes the Devil Dino massive. And so maybe we lean into the Central Park location. We do Black Panther here. On the last turn, we do Mjolnir and Devil Dino here. And I don't think we're going to be able to be beaten at that point. We'll add the 1 cube. It looks like maybe with the Morph or us knowing what they had, they ended up backing out. But we'll take the 1 cube where we can. Dolphin Corn. I think the Thor calling Mjolnir animation is my favorite. Spider-Man's are also cool. I actually like Vision's like animation, and Human Torch. Whenever you are like dragging him onto the board, his animation is fantastic. But I do like Thor. I do like Black Panther's. His Wakanda Forever call, I think, is going to be iconic. And then Star-Lord's. Star-Lord's is the one that stands out as the highest one in my mind. Where it's like simple and short. It's the Gotham, and it just kind of sticks in there. Finster Green. Snap Gentleman Rule 1. If ego location pops up, you snap and let him decide who gets the 8 cubes. That's how I play it out, Finster. Even if it looks like I'm gonna absolutely get obliterated, at that point I snap, and we just let RNG take control. The best animation, yeah, I don't think that one is even close for debate. The best animation is definitely Galactus. I think the Ghost Rider chains that they added recently is pretty sleek. But Galactus has it hands down. And speaking of Human Torch, they play a Human Torch. It is in Sanctum Sanctorum, but if they move it now, they're gonna lose that power push that they have over there.
Oh snap!
Ooh, actually, this is a rough one. We can't play in Death's Domain. We can't play in Sanctum Sanctorum. So, do we do Thor? Let it change into a Hulk. We eventually hit it with an Arnim Zola. Let's just wait a turn. We're gonna pass here. I'd rather not have it be Arnim Zola. Such a strange game. Such strange locations. Ant-Man growing and then becoming small is also amazing animation. Yeah, there's a few that they just outdid themselves for sure. And so, yeah, definitely there's some, and they're slowly adding more, and they kind of sneak their way in. So the chains with Ghost Rider, it was just like a small note in the patch, kind of glimpsed over, but I think it was incredibly satisfying. Whenever you see it, it's one of those that it's like, oh, that's cool. And then the subtle things that they've added, so like the Cosmo aura to make sure that you know that your own reveals are not going to trigger there, or the animation with Apocalypse when it's discarded, how it really draws your eye to that power level and that Apocalypse got discarded. I think is some of those small things, those small details that add up to big things. Then Cheese, you said just finished watching your Black Panther video. Love the content. First time catching you on Twitch. So I haven't been on Twitch very often. I have been streaming on YouTube, but I'm testing out the waters here on Twitch. But I am very glad that you were able to jump in and join us. I'm glad that you're enjoying the content, and I hope that you enjoyed the live stream as well. And so they have a 16 power Hulk over in Death's Domain. They just used their Doctor Strange. So we can do an Arnim Zola on this last turn. That's depending on the order that it pushes it in. And I would snap, but I think they'll retreat. Depending on the order that it pushes this interaction in, it's either a 64 power Black Panther or a 32. So if Arnim Zola triggers on Wong first, that will double trigger our Black Panther here and here for quite a bit of power, which I think would even match if they ended up doing a Heimdall to shift these cards over. I think we'd still compete with them at that point. No, so they just do a Chavez. We should have the win no matter which order it does, but we do get the lucky upside. We get the 50-50 split that it hits Wong first, and so now it'll trigger on our Black Panther, and it is going to be massive power in the left and the right. With this deck, Shayed, do you auto retreat versus Cosmo? It depends. It depends on what location and what play line we're going with, because sometimes we don't necessarily have one particular play line that we're going with. So this one, had they dropped a Cosmo here early on and we couldn't play in Death's Domain or Sanctum Sanctorum, at that point it'd be absolutely worth retreating. But in some games not so much. You can play around it from time to time. Yeah, they also changed the magic for the better. That's true. The soothing of the rainbow splits. Yeah, I do like the split animation, or the split, like, I guess, cosmetics. I think they look really, really sleek. They've outdone themselves, and everything just kind of keeps getting more and more polished as they continue to update. And so it's been so far since seeing it from beta till now has been a huge change for the better. And then Gamers Gym, how about negative plus Panther plus Zola? So we did get hit with that combo. We actually lost that combo a little bit earlier. And so it can work. But I think Mr. Negative is just inherently a little top heavy. And so then you have to hope that you draw into those big key resources later. Default Dan, the negative one. Did you beat us with that earlier? Because I got obliterated by it. We got obliterated by the negative list just a little while ago. So if that is yours, I'm both humbled and I'm impressed and humbled at the same time. I don't know if it was me or not. Oh, that's what you're playing? That's huge. That's huge, Default Dan. We can play Thor into the Mojo World location since we can't play it in the Crimson Cosmos. And Alexander, I see that you were able to jump over and join us. I appreciate it. I know that it's off hours for most of you guys. I appreciate you jumping in and just supporting and joining the stream. The support today has been huge. This has been a lot of fun. So we can go Jubilee into Crimson Cosmos. That might pull an Arnhem Zola though. It might pull an Electra or an Electro. So it'd be a 1 out of 3 shot of getting just an absolute negative downside from it. So maybe instead they snapped into their Electro. That tells me they probably have some high-end cards. Maybe we go with Morph value here. We see what we hit with Morph. I think it's worth checking out. Ooh, the Professor X into the Crimson Cosmos. Oof, that one's tough. The Infinite in return is pretty nice though. Like we lose this one pretty heavily, but at least we get 20 power out of it. We are Mr. Positive Streamer. We are for sure. And then Shayet, is there a replacement for Doom? You can still run it without Doom, it's just a little bit less consistent. And so if you have Leader, maybe check out Leader in the list. You could also do Gamora, that way you always have a good turn 5 play. But it just loses a little bit of that consistency and being able to go wide across the board. And thank you everyone for the follows that have just dropped in. I appreciate all of the support. Let's go with a Black Panther into Mojo World. If they don't have a Shang-Chi, I mean, we know that they have an Infinite, so they can skip 1/5. They can skip one this turn and then drop their Infinite next turn. And if so, then maybe we end up doing something like White Tiger as a way to push power here and keep our card advantage in Mojo World. No, so they don't skip this turn. Okay. So they have card advantage. Ooh, they have card advantage on us in Mojo World. So I think we're probably okay with a Jubilee. Ah, that could hit our Arnhem Zola though. That is so scary. It's a 1 out of 4 chance at the Arnhem Zola. We have Enchantress, which wouldn't hurt us too much. We have Electro, which should be fine. I think we outpower them. But that Arnhem Zola trigger, potential trigger, is tough. Do it, Dolphin Corn. You say do it. All right, we'll go with it. It's a 25% chance, 75% chance that we don't though. So you got to look at the glass half full. Believe in the heart of the cards. You sometimes, oh no, okay. Well, the Leader into Kunlun was interesting. Into Arnhem Zola, no. The heart of the cards betrayed me. Dolphin Cord, no, it's okay. The odds were in our favor in that interaction, so no, don't feel sorry. I could have retreated. I could have said no way, we're not going to do it. What are the chances? I feel like Jubilee has a bullet or a read on the Arnhem Zola. Oh, that one's a tough one. You're right. We win or we lose gloriously. There's no middle ground. Alexander, work hours there, so would love to watch a little bit of the stream. Yeah, jump in where you can. You don't have to be as active as when it's my work time. Oh, we have only one, which I don't know if he's still in the chat. He was our first YouTube channel member, and he's very active in the Discord and just jumping in and supporting the stream. And so he may just be snapping just to make it a little bit more interesting. Only one? No, it's not you. It's a fake one? Only one, is it really? Oof. We have imposters. In that case, we're gonna double down. Leave the X mansion empty, just in case it's Galactus. That's always interesting if it is. Yeah, if it turns out to be Galactus. I've never had that interaction go off, but the chance that it can is very much very entertaining. I've seen it happen to other people. Just I've never had it happen. So we have our Thor, which I think we lean into in Baxter Building. We have Wong. As long as we draw into Mjolnir, then we have the Wong into Odin playline. there can be only one. Only one true only one. This one's an imposter, so we have to take their 8 cubes where we can. We can't let them impersonate you like that. Only one. So it looks like we're both leaving X Mansion empty. This is a double chance at the Galactus animation. Claw's interesting for them. That's okay. Well, they definitely got the upside out of that interaction. Oof. Okay, so how do we recover from that? We can still go with the Wong play line. We're going to need to draw into probably Black Panther, though, as our win condition in the Wakandan Embassy lane. I think that would be our biggest win condition. That's a Morph. Morph did good last time.
Oh, snap.
Maybe we go Devil Dino. Next turn, we can either do just an Odin on the board, because that's going to be pretty good value. We could go Doctor Doom here. No, we can't. We can do Doctor Doom next turn as a way to push power out wide. You're not the only one. I think we do Devil Dino. If we get an Arnhem Zola, then we'll just send it on the Devil Dino, send it here and here, potentially. If we get Mjolnir, then we'll send Mjolnir here along with Odin. Otherwise, we may do a Doctor Doom to go wide. Okay, the Enchantress is interesting. I'm glad it went off before our Devil Dino showed. That would have been devastating had they hit both of those in one Enchantress drop. It would have been absolutely devastating. So the Doctor Doom here is it's a pretty good power value, but we still lose expansion pretty heavily. If they invest anything into the Wakandan Embassy lane, then we lose that one. If we win this one, then we do get a 3-power swing. I don't think it's worth staying in for 8, but since it is only the only one, we need to try and avenge only one. I think this is how we go about it. And then Arwed, thank you so much for the follow and jumping into the stream. I'm glad to have you here. I think we lose this one every time. But we're going to send it anyways. Shang-Chi is tough. Shang-Chi is definitely tough. We should not have sent it. We're trying to sabotage ourselves, apparently. We're going to go down to a Mr. Positive 7 streamer. We lose all 3 lanes. We knew that it was better to back out. Only one. I think they're probably the alpha only one. They showed their dominance. They took our 8 cubes. I tried to defend it, but I think that makes them the true only one. So maybe you're the imposter now. The Tiger sidelines could have been a play line, but that would have only been 1 trigger, right? Because they Enchantress are Wong. It would have only triggered once. Now there's only 2. We moved on from only 1. Now there's only 2. So the Sinister London location is pretty decent with our build since it's so high-end heavy. If we can drop any decent cards there, then they can absolutely take off. Oh wow! And I just refreshed the video on YouTube. It's doing exceedingly well for tonight. A lot of views going off. So it does seem like the experiment with pushing over to Twitch whenever we at least have a big video that we need to kind of let run. It seems like that's probably going to pay off. And then Anime is Life. Hi, this is a unique deck. You're right, it is very unique. It's very top end. So it has a lot of different play lines. So at first glance, it looks really bad. But there's a surprising amount of flexibility to it. So we can go the Wong play path. Oh no. Our morph sabotaged us. But it gives us a better consistency in what we draw back into. So I'm kind of okay with that. Do we go with a Thor first or a Wong first? But it's very top end heavy, but we have quite a bit of flexibility. Like I was saying, we have quite a bit of flexibility in our play path to find a win condition. I kind of want to go Wong. I don't think you can go Wong with Wong. Especially with Sinister London, he's going to double here. Then he's going to either just single double or another double whenever he copies. And so I think it's worth, yeah, Wong first, and then either go all the way in with Black Panther. Maybe we do Thor first, and then and then if we get Zola, that'd be huge too. And so let's go with Wong. They skip this turn in. Oh, this has to be a bot. It has to be a bot, right? They drop Swordmaster on turn 1. Let's lean into the Thor. I think Black Panther is going to be our win condition because triggering twice is going to put him to 16, and then he's either going to be 32 or turn into 64 in the Machine World lane. If we can draw into Mjolnir, that's just icing on the cake. We could have played Black Panther and then hoped for an Arnom Zola. Ooh, they could be running a Hela deck list actually. We could have played Black Panther and then hoped for an Odin or an Arnom Zola. Maybe that would have been the better play line. We have so many Mjolnirs. I sure hope that we find one in the deck. We don't. We find Odin instead. It's just difficult. Well, it comes down to their Hela resummon, I think here. We're gonna risk it. Yeah, the Ghost Rider could be. It could either be Ghost Rider or just could be an outright Hela. We're gonna let it play out though. It's gonna be a double Hela. Maybe the Black Panther can hold it down. Oh no, it's just Giganto. We take those. It's not what I ever would have anticipated for a double snap on the last turn, but we take those. We do. Oh, Hela got discarded. Rocky Road. I'm so glad that you pay attention. Because I completely missed it. I know that Infinite got discarded, but I didn't know Ghost Rider at that point would have been really good because it would have triggered twice. Gave 2 chances at resummoning Hela. Would have been really good. Urko, I do it all the time, staying to watch the impending defeat. Sometimes, if it's an interesting enough playline, you just have to let it. You just have to see it play out. The Cobbles out for the night. Good luck on the grind. Thank you so much for stopping by, Cobbles. Hopefully next time that we stream over here, hopefully we will have the and then Visage. If the command should work, but if for some reason it doesn't, what if I do like that? No. Okay. Visage, did exclamation YouTube work for you? No. Okay. I'm just going to copy and paste what I have for that message. But thank you so much for jumping in and joining us, the Cobbles. I appreciate you being here for as long as you have been. You've been here for quite a while, and so I appreciate you just coming and hanging out. And I hope that you had I hope that you enjoyed it. I don't really like dropping Black Panther early, especially as early as 2. That gives them a lot of information about where to counter. We are going to do it just because we're running out of time. But let's go ahead and copy the YouTube code. I'm wondering why it didn't trigger. Okay. And so I copied what it should have. I copied what the command should have given you. So Visage, I'm sorry. I'll look at that after the stream. Make sure it gets switched over. I think it's between switching between YouTube and here. I think some of the commands just didn't quite follow over. And then Ohad, there's an update coming this week. We don't know for sure. I think there's a good chance that there is, but we don't know for sure. So they have a move or an anti-move style deck list. Carnage Falcon. That's huge. I didn't know that was an interaction. And so I'm definitely still adjusting to switching over to Twitch. I think we do the 1 out of 5 chance that it's Arnhem Zola. Let's go ahead and lock in the Jubilee play. Yo, just coming out of my lurk to say I'm a big fan of the videos. Keep it up. Thank you so much, Ma. I appreciate it. And lurkers make the world go round. So never feel bad for lurking. I appreciate you popping out to say to say hi and that you appreciate the videos. That's huge. I love hearing that the videos are helpful or that you guys are enjoying them, because it's easy to get caught up in the grind and just making the videos. And I want to make sure that yes, I'm making them daily, but I want to make sure that they are high quality as well. And so hearing stuff like that is huge. So I really do appreciate it. And then the Sarah Kingpin incoming. Yeah, and so if we have the white, the White Tiger, we have initiative. So White Tiger will re-trigger, and so I think we're okay. I think we're all right. So let's do the Odin into the Black Panther, the White Tiger as well. Only Half Korean and Marky, thank you guys both for following the Twitch account. I think we're okay with just doing the Odin. Let's go ahead and drop that. Your Thor and their Lizard got discarded from Sokovia. Demon, thank you. Think I didn't even realize that Sokovia popped up. Ooh, so with the Iron Man, well, we could still potentially lose this one. If this is the real Mysterio, then we lose. If it's not the real Mysterio, then we win. Okay, real Mysterio is left. Luckily, the right-handed one was not the real one. We were able to lock it down. I'm surprised that it wasn't the Kingpin as well. The Kingpin Sarah is what I would have bet my money on. And so how does Mysterio work? So whenever you play Mysterio, he creates 3 tokens on the board. And so you can play the real Mysterio in any of the lanes as long as you can physically play it there. And they're all going to show up until the end of the game as a 2-cost 0 power. So you don't know for sure which one is where. You just have to try to kind of anticipate where the opponent dropped the real one. And then at the end of the game, it will reveal which one was real, and that one will be the one that has the power level. What's the Kingpin Sarah thing? So with a kind of semi-movement style deck list, you can do Sarah on 5. That allows you to drop both Kingpin and Arrow on that final turn. And so that way, your opponent doesn't have a turn to react to the Kingpin interaction. And so you can drop Kingpin, you can use Arrow to pull any of your opponent's cards over. And so if you have initiative going into that last turn, you're going to destroy whatever they played on that turn. It's not even going to get to flip. And so it's a pretty strong one if you can have the advantage going into that last turn. Yeah, it's sneaky. The first time it happened to me, like you're not anticipating it. You just see a Sarah, and then all of a sudden your card gets destroyed and you lose 8 cubes. And so at that point I put it in my toolbox to always look out for some like semi move style builds just in case that Sarah drop happens. Sarah seems kind of busted, to be honest. Sarah is very, very strong. She's situationally one of the best cards. She creates so much consistency with your drops that she can create some insane things. There's a deck build called Sarah Miracle, where you drop Sarah and then you can just like flood your hand onto the board on turn 6. And it's been one of the top competitive decks for several seasons now. So yeah, she's very, very strong. Did we drop the Maximus that we got from the Daily Bugle? They have quite a few cards. I think we do. We're max cards. We need to be able to draw into something else. And so I think we drop Maximus. We give them the upside of drawing into 1 additional card, because they would have drawn 1 anyways. And so they would have got up to 6. But with this, they drew 1 additional one, because they would have drawn at the beginning of the turn. So we only lost 1 extra card out of it. Usually I don't like dropping Maximus, but I would rather drop Maximus and get a draw than just hold our hand and have the max hand size. So we know that they're probably going to run a Red Skull list. The 0 list typically runs Red Skull, Typhoid Mary, Enchantress. So Devil Dino is not going to be one of the resources that we want to drop this game. We can drop our Thor we can always hope for Mjolnir within the next couple of turns. We can drop that along with Odin on 6 to push quite a bit of power into the Thor lane. Torican, you're still up? Yeah, we're up. I'm up late. My sleep schedule is all kinds of messed up right now. I streamed late last night, and then I slept during the middle of the day because I was off work. I live in Houston. The Astros won the World Series, and so a lot of businesses kind of shut down for this big parade. And so I had the day off, and so I slept most of the day, and so now I'm up. My sleep schedule's all messed up. But yeah, I'm still up, and so since I was up, I decided I might as well stream for a little while. Let's do Black Panther. We're gonna look for a potential Odin play, maybe a Mjolnir and an Odin to push power here. Maybe an Arnim Zola to trigger and move one over. Just depends on what we draw on that last one. Ethereal, just found you on YouTube and wanted to watch a Twitch stream, and glad you're still up. I'm so glad that you found the stream as well. I'm glad that you're enjoying the YouTube content and that you found us over on Twitch. This is something that we're still top competitive means I can't pilot at Carnage. This is still something that we're testing out on the Twitch side. I don't know that this is like our final home, but it is something that we're checking out and we're experimenting with for now. Just the way that YouTube pushes the live streams compared to your videos, there was a clash and there was tension between the two, and so I felt like I either had to do a stream or a video, but not both in a day, and so that's where we started testing on Twitch instead. I would feel more comfortable with this playline if we had Mjolnir. We can do Devil Dino. That's going to take away a lot of their oomph and their emphasis in this lane. But is it enough to... Would we have enough of a win? So that would be 4, 5, 6, 7. We're only going to win this lane by 2. So we would have to lose this one by no more than 2. I think we lose this game, but it's only 1 additional cube. I'm going to let it play out. The Heimdall shift is not something I anticipated. We absolutely lose this one. Oh, that knocks us down to 16. Minna absolutely took us by surprise. The Heimdall in a list that never looks like it runs Heimdall is always so funny to see, because I know it doesn't work all that often, but when it does, it's so surprising to see. Let's jump in. Let's shake that one off and jump into another one. Torican, you said you just hit 80 and you're taking a break doing the rounds. What are you piloting, Torican? Are you doing a control list? I feel like with all these big minions, kind of your control build would be pretty solid. I think that and a spectrum list is going to be kind of be king for the next couple days, or just anything that runs Shang-Chi. What about Sandman in a Panther deck? I feel like, at least in this one, I feel like that would clash with... I feel like it would clash with the Thor. Because sometimes we want to drop more than one card. And Sandman's always a little tough to play on curve on 4, just because you're losing so much power potential in that play line. So instead of Sandman, like, we could do Wong, which it kind of enables all of these kind of crazy combos that we have. Let's play Electro into the Danger Room. We have the Black Panther and then the Arnim Zola, so we can at least trigger that a couple of times. I think that's enough for me to snap. We have a pretty decent play line or play path, and I think we lean into it. Oh, I thought you were in the East Coast. My girlfriend is from Dallas. Rocky Road. No, I'm just outside of Houston. And so, very, very small world. You're playing KM Best Bayro. Bayro seems strong. I don't know. When it didn't pop, it definitely didn't pop. And so I don't know. It worked for pretty well. But if I may just not be navigating it well. For me, I felt clunky when playing it. And so maybe it's just I'm not playing it optimally. Minna, I think I just played you. I didn't even know you were a streamer. Good game. Minna, yeah, you absolutely... The Heimdall shift was a surprising Heimdall shift. It definitely took me by surprise. I was not anticipating a Heimdall at all. And so, yeah, Yeah, I mainly have YouTube content, but I stream some as well. But that was a very good game, Minna. So let's go ahead and drop our Arnim Zola. They snapped. I think they probably have a Black Panther of their own. Because the Forge, yeah, they have a Black Panther of their own. Our Black Panther is going to re-trigger again here. And then we actually have a pretty cool interaction with our Odin. So we can drop Odin into the Arnim Zola lane. That will re-trigger our Odin, or that'll re-trigger our Arnim Zola, which will move Odin here and here, which is going to re-trigger these as well. So it's a pretty big power push into the left and right. If they have a Shang-Chi, pretty much all night, if anyone is running a Shang-Chi, we lose. But I think it's the risk that we take here. Nice guy, you're right outside of Houston. So I lived in Spring for a while, where I'm still near that area, but I don't live in Spring anymore. But it's a very small world. A lot of people are from Houston. Oh, they use an Arnim Zola as well. I don't think their Arnim Zola beats our Arnim Zola in the Danger Room though. Very similar build. We just got the upside of being able to re-trigger with Odin, which gave us that slight advantage. That'll bump us back up to 24, and we're slowly chipping away at some cube gains. Gamer's Guide, you don't have Wong? That one's tough. Wong was one of my last pulls. Mystique was my very last pull, which felt really bad. But luckily, the collector's tokens should be coming soon. We know that they're at least in 2022, and unless there's any kind of unforeseen delays. But so at least you'll be able to target them pretty soon. Torikun, you said your stats are good. Just need to get more games in, which is obviously exhausting. Yeah, whenever you're having to grind a lot of games in a short period of time, especially if you're really focusing on climbing, it's a different kind of exhausting. So once you hit infinite and you're not really kind of caring as much about rank, it's like a different level of play. Like you're still playing, you're still trying to find win conditions, but it's not like every single game is as important to win. And so it definitely has a different feel. So I completely agree. Let's go with the Electro into Wakanda. We have a similar play line to last time. We can do Black Panther on 5, Arnim Zola on 6, and then maybe we draw into Odin to re-trigger again. We can't play that into Wakanda. We can't reliably do that into Shadowland, so Nidavellir is our only true option there. You just pulled a Killmonger turn 6 into a full Kazu build board. That is one of the most satisfying interactions. Like wiping out 10 one-cost cards feels so satisfying to do. And so that's huge. That's huge when it happens. It doesn't happen all that often because a lot of times as you get later on, Kazu kind of drops off a little bit. You get a little bit more strategic in how you build it. But getting it, especially in Pool 2, feels phenomenal, and you can usually get some pretty big cube games out of it. Can you replace the Killmonger Nova package on the Pool 2 deck you have up on YouTube? You can. I would say run a couple of like low-cost cards. So before the Nova interaction, or the Nova Carnage Nova package, I was going to do something like an Iceman and a Korg, just as a way to disrupt them a little bit, and you can trigger your Angela. And so that may be something that you kind of explore a little bit. We don't get an Arnim Zola this turn, or this game. Or not an Arnim Zola, an Odin. We have a pretty big lead here, a decent one here. They're going to be able to do a death, though, because they used Wave on the last turn. They ran some destruction. So I anticipate a death somewhere. We just don't know exactly where. I think we're going to go with a White Tiger.
Oh, snap.
We have a 1 out of 3 that we pull into Odin to re-trigger our Arnim Zola. And I'm okay. Oh no, not White Tiger. Jubilee. Excuse me. We're going to go Jubilee. We have a 1 out of 3 shot of pulling our Odin to re-trigger. Yeah, Rocky Road. I think we were on the same wavelength. Jubilee to try the 1 out of 3 shot for the Odin to re-trigger Arnim Zola. If we don't get it, that's okay. We just want a big 8 cube game. Losing 1 additional cube seems all right. Yeah, we're going to the Jubilee Casino for sure. There is the Odin. Now, if Arnim Zola destroys the Odin, we get the Okay, no, it destroys the Jubilee, but that completes the casino. We're gonna pull into just some randomness. We don't know exactly what. Into the Mjolnir is an interesting one because that buffs up our Thor, which may give it that extra power push to win the Wakanda lane. Very, very interesting. It does. The Mjolnir pull. Oh my gosh. The order of that pull was absolutely critical in finding that win condition there. Dado did not deserve that loss by any means. Oh, that double Jubilee calculated. That was absolutely calculated. The double Jubilee into the Thor followed by the Mjolnir. What is this game? We'll take cubes where we can. I feel a little bit bad for Dado in that scenario. Oh man, yeah, Jubilee is pulling us back for the bad Arnim Zola RNG earlier. That was huge. Gosh. It looks like I have Nightbot a little too restrictive. Right now it looks like it may have the excessive caps. I'm going to turn that off. I'm going to turn that off now. Okay, so it should be good now. It should be updated.
Oh, snap.
And then thank you Nasir Nasir. Welcome to the stream. I hope that you're having a great night. Have you played much this evening?
Oh, snap.
And then Schmidt, thank you for the follow as well. Good guy mate, thank you for the follow. You guys are incredible. That Mjolnir clutch was insane. Nasir, I'm doing my climb. It's been a rough night. What are you climbing with? Are you doing your casino? Or not your casino. Are you doing your Hella list? I feel like it'd probably be a rough night just because you're seeing so many like random decks and you're moving up against, or you're playing up against, so many different matchups that we haven't probably seen for a while. Oh, the Cosmo into the Morph is nasty. And then Holiod, what's this Hella list? So Nasir has a very unique Hella build. So a lot of times people build Hella extremely high-ended. And so they're leaning very heavily on like discarding Infinite and Magneto and all of these big power plays. Nasir's is a little bit more kind of play around. You're able to play around several different scenarios. And so if you look, I know Nasir's done a post on Reddit. I also did a video covering it on YouTube. You could search for it to get an idea for what the list would be. Erdigo, you just entered pool 3 and found the Green Goblin at the beginning. That card is so fun. I love Green Goblin, and especially since you're early on, I think you would have quite a bit of luck using Green Goblin in like a tempo slot, and you can still use your Angela. So one of the cool interactions with Green Goblin is if you have Angela on the lane, you drop Green Goblin in that lane, it buffs your Angela up, and it still sends to the other side, so it clears up that spot. And so I've found a lot of fun in the Angela Green Goblin combination. So we do have the double Arnim Zola here. We know that once Black Panther goes over here, it's not going to trigger. It's not going to re-trigger, mind you, or it's not going to re-trigger, which is okay. We're okay with that. I don't think we even necessarily need to play the Widow's Bite. We can snap back. I'm confident in the 16 power here. The 32 power here should be enough. Potential a high end of 64. But yeah, they end up not wanting to risk it. We'll take the 2 cubes, jump over into the next one. You're playing mostly the Hella Casino and a secret control list that you've been working on. Spicy. And then you say Booyah. Thank you so much for the follow as well. And then Prokaryote. Thank you both for the follows. So the secret control build I think would be decent tonight. And then Happy Shroom. Thank you for the follow as well. I think the control list would be pretty decent tonight because I assume that a lot of people are running high-ended combos, something that's running like the Wong into Black Panther just to try out the new card. And so I feel like Shang-Chi is probably getting his workout today, that he's going to have several targets all night. And then Cold Me, I'm gone for the night. Have a great rest of the... Have a good rest of your stream. I appreciate you being here for as long as you were, Cold Me. I hope that you have a great rest of your night. I hope that you sleep well. And then I hope that we catch you in a stream or the video, or a video in the near future. So let's go with Morph into Icebox. We're going to go to the Morph Casino. It could hit anything. We have a completely clear board. Psylocke is not necessarily what we want to see, especially since they're running an Electro. That tells me they have a lot of high-end cards. Unfortunately, we get the Psylocke, which allows us to have 4 energy on this turn. I think we go Electro instead. I think we still go Electro. We can go Electro on 3. On 5, we can do Wong, and then if we get our Black Panther, that's going to be huge. We have the Arnim Zola trigger, and so we'll be able to do kind of the same thing that we've done the last couple of games. Nasir, the secret control list has been a steady 2-cube winner, but it doesn't scratch the 8-cube game itch like Hell Casino. That's my biggest issue with control builds, is that they're really good at controlling and locking down the opponent's lane, but if they're controlling well enough, then the opponent knows that they've lost as soon as they lose, or as soon as they're in that positioning. And so then you don't see those 8-cube games. You don't see those 4 cubes. You chip away at 1 and 2 cubes. Every once in a while you see a 4-1, but 8 cubes is very rare because it doesn't have that surprise late game kind of power push or element to it. So let's go with the Wong. We did draw into Black Panther, so we're going to be able to do Wong, Black Panther on 5 into the Arnim Zola to be able to push our big power to the left and right. And I think we're confident in that, unless they have a way to counter it heavily. I think we're pretty confident. Ethriel, I was looking at your pool 2 Black Panther list from your YouTube video. You just entered pool 3 and do have Arnim Zola. Would you recommend to add him? I think Arnim Zola gives you a tricky way to maneuver that power. That's really hard to anticipate. Sometimes it's going to be a dead draw because you don't necessarily need to move or want to push your power around. But I think more often than not, he's pretty helpful, especially with... Oh, the Doc Ock is a tough one. I think more often than not, he is helpful. You may try him out in the build. I would take out one of the... I don't know. For that build specifically... I think you still need your Killmonger and your Nova. I'm not sure who I would take out. Ooh, and we get the downside that Arnim Zola was the first one that triggered here. Unfortunate. That turned into a very solid win to a very quick retreat. We're gonna take the 2 cubes of shame and dip out. Velvet Taper. So is the battle pass worth it? Black Panther's solid. He definitely can impact and change the potential of games very drastically. Yeah, the fact that Arnim Zola was the first and Jubilee was the last. Otherwise, we would have destroyed a card with Arnim Zola. Jubilee would have had a spot to pull in. It was a very bad, very poor ordering for us on that pool. But as far as the battle pass, I think he has the potential to really swing games in your favor. So something that Miles was lacking was that even in the best scenario, he was just 5 power. He wasn't able to really take a game under control and just impact the entire board. And so something that Thor does well is that whenever you're playing him, he's really solid. It's really easy to win that Thor lane. You just have to worry about winning that secondary lane. So I think Black Panther does that pretty well. I don't know that we see him a lot long term, at least until he has some supporting cards. There has been some data mined cards that would be good with Black Panther at helping elevate him even further. And so maybe we see some of those interacted in whenever we have a couple of these new locations are releasing. He's going to get even better. I think it's definitely worth a purchase. If you're even considering spending any money in the game, whether you like the Battle Pass card or not, it's always the best bang for your buck. You're getting, hey Raven, thank you for jumping over and joining us. I hope that you're having a great night. Did you already stream today? But I'm glad that you're able to jump over and join us. I hope that the last couple of streams that you've done, I've seen that they've been kind of popping off. And so I'm glad that you jumped in just to say hey and check out the stream. But if you're considering spending any money on the game, the Battle Pass is always the best bang for your buck. Because you're going to get more credits and gold in return than what you would get just from flat purchasing like the credits or using the gold to purchase credits. And then you get several variants, you get a couple of mystery variants. So you get the most value for your money. So I think it's definitely worth it in that regard. Whether the card is good or not, I'm gonna buy the Battle Pass every season because it's $10. It helps support it. I play this game more than I've played some that I had active subscriptions for that were more than $10. So I have no problem giving a little bit back here and there for sure. But as far as like the card strength, I think he's worthwhile. So we could Enchantress. I don't know that we necessarily want to. We can do Devil Dino. We have the potential Arnim Zola play. It's either that or we go with a Doctor Doom to push power. Oh no, we can't do that this turn. I think we do Devil Dino. We consider doing a Doctor Doom on the final turn to push it here. Maybe we do Arnim Zola to push our Devil Dino's power here and here. Because their Ebony Maw is kind of strange here. We need to I think we need to pivot our power out of the Starlight Citadel. I think with the Swordmaster, Calling Wing, and Strong Guy, I think that they just have this one locked down. I don't think we're going to be able to compete there. And then Raven, you said not technically it's 8 a.m. Oh, it's 2 a.m. for me here, so it's still middle of the night, but it's early morning for you. So yeah, I guess technically you haven't streamed today. Enchantress, Ebony Maw to it's just as the power play, Dolphin. You just have to flex a little bit every once in a while to let them know that you have the dominance. So we're going to go Arnim Zola onto these two. The biggest power push is going to be our Devil Dino, but if we can swing this location, then I think we're fine. If we snap, I think we scare them off, so we're just going to stay in for an extra 1 cube. Ooh, the Agatha is interesting. I think the combination here plus winning Baxter Building will be enough, but the Agatha is interesting in whatever build this is. It's a discard Agatha. I wonder how often that works for him. I haven't seen a discard Agatha. That's intriguing. We'll take the 2 cubes and we'll move on. But and then Dr. Dunkenstein, the card Dr. Doom. Yeah, so Dr. Doom will send Doombots. On reveal, he'll send 2 Doombots, or 1 Doombot into the left and 1 to the right, or into the other lanes. And so with a Wong lane, it'll trigger twice. Then Freaky Fred, thank you so much for following us. And I don't think I announced it, but Prozo, thank you for the follow as well. You said, hi TLSG, I've been playing the Thor Lockjaw before season reset. Saw your YouTube video about possible Black Panther decks. Just played an hour and went up 40 cubes. It's very consistent and flexible. That is phenomenal, Freaky Fred. So you have Thor and Lockjaw. So I'm guessing pool 3. Which version of the battle or of the Black Panther deck were you running? Because that's incredible. Jumping up 40 cubes is massive. And then Dr. Dunkenstein and Dexter, thank you both for the follows. Nasir, I'm going to bed. Have a great stream, TLSG. Thank you for stopping by, Nasir. I hope that you have a great night, and then I hope your grind goes well. I hope that it's a little bit more consistent for you tomorrow. Oh, the Thor Lockjaw with the Black Panther. Yeah, that one. Thor Lockjaw is huge. It's so strong, and it can push so many like plays that it really shouldn't. It has some insane reach, and so adding in the Black Panther can do some pretty cool things. And we already run the Wide Wong elements, and so it felt like a natural progression. And I haven't tested that one out, but it is one that once I'm off stream and I'm kind of testing out some of those other builds, that is one that I'm interested and I'm excited to try out. I'm glad to know that it's working kind of as it was designed, because sometimes I brew these decks and I make them just a little bit too top heavy because it's all operating on just assumption, and so I'm glad to know that one's working well. And then Dexter, you said love your content, dude. Keep it up. Thank you so much, Dexter. That's huge. I appreciate the support. I love hearing things like that because it's easy to get caught up in just doing daily videos. And I want to do daily content, but I also want to make sure that it's quality content and that is value added and not just adding into the mix. And so hearing things like that as a content creator, I love hearing things like that. Nagi, please. Thank you so much for following us on Twitch as well. So I'm so glad to have you. We've had such an insane stream so far. I've had so much fun. I wasn't sure how the transition from YouTube to Twitch was gonna hold down, but so far it's been great. So we have the Wong into Black Panther into Arnim Zola trigger again, which is insane. I think that's like the last 3 or 4 out of 5 games that we've hit it. And so Arnim Zola, if they don't retreat here, I hope they don't. If they don't retreat here, this is either going to be a 32 or a 64 power Black Panther. Now, they could potentially have a Shang-Chi. Maybe we can dodge it by pushing those over to the side, but we'll see. And then Mura, thank you so much for the follow on Twitch as well. I'm really glad to have you guys. So it looks like they're still thinking of their last play. I hope that they stick this one out because this is a really fun interaction to see happen. Because if the Arnim Zola does the 50-50 split and it hits Wong first, then that will allow the Black Panther to double trigger when he's duplicated. Otherwise, it's just going to duplicate both of them anyways, but Black Panther will only trigger once, which 32 power is still an insane amount of push into the left and right lane on that final turn. So they do end up retreating for the 1 cube. It was a smart retreat. It was a tactical retreat. It was smart, but I like to see it play out. Freaky Fred also played the Black Panther Zola combo. Lots of fun, but less consistent. So the one that we're playing now, Freaky Fred, or I guess 2 of the builds had that kind of core combo, and I could see it. It's less consistent because it's very heavy-ended, high-ended, but whenever you hit it and whenever it hits pretty hard. And so I could see that. I do want to test out the Lockjaw Thor build because those just inherently are really strong and have a lot of flexibility in. If you draw your low-end cards, you can always cycle them, or you can play your normal play paths as is if you happen to draw into those as you would want to. And then Dexter, you said quality over quantity for longevity for sure. Yeah, I agree. I agree, and I don't know. I really like doing the daily videos, but if it ever came down to like doing the daily videos cause the content quality to drop, at that point I would need to reassess, because we want to make sure that while we're putting out consistent content, we don't want one to do well and then it just be like a bad taste in the viewers or the audience or just the community, anyone that sees it. I hate hearing whenever I suggest a build and then someone tries it and it's just like, this build is trash, I lost 100 cubes. Those are always tough, and they're going to happen. Sometimes everybody is going to navigate a deck differently, but it's always hard to hear those, because I want to build a deck that is as consistent as possible so that as many people that pick it up, they can perform well with it. And so it's one of those things that I think comes with the growth. We've had an insane just surge of growth and support. And so I think, oh my gosh, the Jubilee into the Arnim Zola, every single time. She has a magnet on Arnim Zola. But I think it comes with growth. We have a lot of new players, and so I think it's just one of those things that we have to adjust to. So the Jubilee on the left pulls into Odin, which then re-triggers and pulls into Mjolnir. The one in middle pulls into White Tiger. It caps out our Danger Room location, which is absolutely fine. Oh, man. So I think we'd go Devil Dino here. That's going to be 2, 4, 6, 8 power after we drop these two. 9, 10, 11. So it's going to be more power than our Black Panther. So I think we do Devil Dino. Next turn we do both a Morph and an Electro to make sure we cap out the Mojo World location. And then I think we should have this one locked down. Just any power in Danger Room is pretty helpful, because then they have to gamble of if it's going to stick or not. then that's their fault for not retreating when they should. Sometimes it is, but I do try to make them as consistent as we can, because I want anyone that tries them out to at least feel like they're in a decent position. So we're gonna do this. We'll have card advantage here. We have the kiln locked down. Morph could change into something like a destruction tool. They have already played their Carnage and their Deathlock, so it would have to end up being something like maybe a Venom, which would hurt us. But otherwise, I think we're okay. Freaky Fred, yeah, or maybe I got bad luck with it. So you made a small change in this Electro. Why the added Morph? So the Leech seemed a little top heavy for me. And so we added in Morph as a way to have well, I guess this is a good scenario. Sometimes we need to drop multiple cards, or sometimes we don't have a turn 3 play, and Morph sometimes is going to hit that high roll. Sometimes it's going to copy their death or their big power play. And so it adds a little bit more flexibility to the list. Leech, more often than not, I was just holding him. He didn't really feel great to draw into. As a turn 5 drop, I felt that if I had any other options, I went with the other option. And so I thought about maybe doing a leader as a final turn kind of push with the list, but I went with the lower end of this spectrum instead, and we're trying out Morph. So far, he's been pretty decent. Sometimes he's come in clutch, but for the most part, I've enjoyed having him here as that kind of tech card. And so the Atelian location is tough for this build because and then CZH, thank you so much for jumping in and joining us over on the Twitch stream. I'm glad to have you here. So since we're not going to drop anything till 3, it's always a little bit tough. Thor does like it though. You're right. It gives you a much better chance of drawing into Mjolnir. And then CZ, we can't subscribe to you here, right? Not yet. So I accepted the affiliate program on Twitch. Not that I'm going to make a full transition, or I don't know. I don't know what the long term, whether I stream on YouTube or Twitch, but I know that I'm not restreaming to both anymore. And so I can be an affiliate on Twitch, and then as long as I'm not streaming there, I can stream to the other platforms, so YouTube, without breaking that contract. And so about 48 hours ago, I accepted the affiliate offer, but the subscribe button hasn't showed up. I'm not sure why. Some people said it's there in minutes. Other people said a couple of days. I don't know. Eventually you'll be able to, though. So I think we just tempo drop the Enchantress. We do have Mjolnir, but I don't want to throw it onto the board just yet. I think we tempo drop Enchantress onto the board just to have some extra power. We always have the White Tiger and a Dr. Doom to spread some power wide. Pushing power into Danger Room is going to be pretty beneficial for us. And so I think we kind of lock in on that. And then for anybody that's new, and maybe this is your first time seeing my content, the majority of my stuff is structured videos over on YouTube. And so if this is the first time seeing me, after the stream, definitely jump over and check out TLSG Snap on YouTube. You're going to find a wealth of videos and different builds and things that I think you'll enjoy seeing. And so we draw into Jubilee, but I think we still lean into the White Tiger play. We can do White Tiger on this side. So it looks like they were running an armor, so they may be running a destroyer list. And if so, I think going wide is actually beneficial for us. We can do White Tiger. If we don't draw into Odin, we can do Dr. Doom and Mjolnir. I think as a way to push some power here and then still go wide and impact other lanes. We're going to go ahead and snap off of it. Daya, sorry to drop in, but what's your personal TTV handle? Will be in the future. TTV. Oh, twitch.tv. Oh, sorry, Daya. I don't know why I went blank. So it's TLSG Snap. So it's twitch.t. Here, I'll put it in the. I'll put it in the chat. So that's the Twitch handle that we're under. I forgot about raids being a thing, and so that's the channel you're on right now. No, yeah. Oh, Daya. So Okay, I understand now. So, this is my channel. I'm not a guest on this one. I do most of my content. Sorry, I do most of my content on YouTube, and so I typically in the past have streamed on YouTube, but I found that there's a clash. There's been a clash with the algorithm whenever I upload a video on YouTube and then I stream that same day, because YouTube wants to promote the live stream, and so then it stops promoting the video, and then it just kind of fizzles out at that point. So I'm testing out streaming on Twitch for now. I don't know if that's the official switch or not, but at least right now, that's where I'm going to be. We do have a Discord if you want to stay connected there. Or I make posts on YouTube whenever I go live here, just so that you have kind of that flexibility in figuring out where you can find us. It took me a while to get to that end destination, but I'm glad we were able to finally get on the same page. I feel like I was on the index and you were already at the end of the book. So we took a 4-cube game in the process there. We're gonna jump into the next one. We're seeing some decent success. We're up 34 cubes now. In about 2 hours. Not the best cube rate, but pretty consistent. Only one. You said you achieved 256 power with Panther. Screenshot on Discord. That's beautiful. The most that I've got was going to be a 500 power. It was going to be 256 doubled, so 512. But they retreated right at the end. I was so sad because it was in Kamartage with a Wong. It was gonna be a huge Black Panther, but unfortunately we didn't get the trigger. Good content, keep it going. Thank you so much, Daya. I'm so glad that you discovered the channel and that you're enjoying it. Because I'm glad to have you here. So our early hand is pretty heavy-handed. The only 3 costs that we draw into is Morph. We're gonna play Morph into Westview. If this turns out to be negative zone and we have the sewer system Necrotia negative zone, it's the most negative game I think I will have ever played in. We're gonna play Morph as that casino. The hood is not necessarily what we want to see in that situation. So let's go with the Jubilee play. We can do Jubilee just to pull. I could pull Arnhem Zola. We don't have another good play line. I think we do Jubilee and then we just see what we pull into. Zero Brain, how's it going? I'm glad that you were able to jump in and join us. I hope you're having a great night so far. So the Jubilee, what are we going to pull into with it? Electro. So Electro on 4, it seems bad. On 3, he's great because he can curve into some of these bigger power plays. But on 5, he feels tough. We can do Dr. Doom. We're going to send them a 1-power demon though. We can do Dr. Doom to go wide. If we draw into Odin, we can re-trigger that here. It still feels tough. I think we're gonna, unless they snap, I think we're gonna at least. So they changed the location. Good. So we don't end up giving them our cards, which I think is much better for us. Still noon at your place, so it's 2:30 a.m. For me here, and so I'm glad that we caught you at least at midday. That's another reason I like doing some of these kind of offbeat or off-hour streams, because we can reach a different demographic than we normally do. That way we can accommodate for the schedules of many different people. I think we do Black Panther here, and then Daya, Puzzle, and Wilmo, and then Andro. Thank you all for the follows on Twitch. I think we do Black Panther here. We plan to do an Odin on the final turn, potentially, to push a Doombot here and here, and it helps us elevate our power pretty heavily here. I think at that point this would be a surefire lane, and it just comes down to if we can win one of the other locations. And then Fab, you said, hey dude, you are by far the best to watch out of everyone streaming this game. Have watched every day since your first video. Thank you so much, Fab. That is such a huge accomplishment, or such a huge compliment. That that it's huge. As a content creator, hearing things like that really makes it worthwhile. Putting in the extra hours to grind the new deck builds, or spend the extra time to brew decks before the card is released, to try and make sure we have something and some good content for you guys right out of the gate. I'm so glad that you're enjoying it. You enjoy the content, the vibe. I appreciate it. It really does mean a lot. So going into this last turn, we don't have a good win condition. They have Captain Marvel that can rove across the board. We have Arnim Zola, but it's going to be kind of inconsistent. It'll push a little bit of power here, some power here, unless we hit Black Panther. Black Panther could be our win condition. Doctor Doom, I think, would be a loss. I think we're going to gamble on it for just one additional cube. I think we lean in. We see if maybe we're able to make a miracle happen. So if we get more than 14 power, oh no, we get the Doctor Doom downside. That is okay. We lose this lane by 1 though. It was close. It was close in this lane. It would have been close here. Had we had 1 additional power, we would have still been able to hold Limbo down a lot closer than it should have been. Had it hit the Black Panther instead, we would have elevated our power quite a bit, and I don't think it would have been even a competition at that point. If you afford, you should subscribe to his YouTube channel, and only one. Yeah, so with us streaming to both right now, I don't know if I do have something in place that if we do switch over to Twitch, like streaming primarily, I'm gonna make it right for anyone that has an active membership on YouTube, and I'm just gonna gift everybody that has the active membership on YouTube a sub for the first month on Twitch, just to make sure that we don't slight anybody. I would hate to make a transition and someone say, hey, I just bought the membership and now I don't even get to use these emotes. And so if we do make the transition, I have that plan in place. That way we're not going to slight anybody, and everybody can have what they paid for. And so if you do end up supporting the YouTube channel and we make the switch to Twitch, have no fear. We have you covered. So I think I like playing Thor into the big house. We can then do Wong into Kamar Taj. That's going to allow our Black Panther to be huge, our Odin to be really big, and I just think it gives us a lot of flexibility. So let's go ahead and I'm going to snap. This is a good enough play line for me that I think we snap. Rocky Road, you said good night, everyone. Hope you have a great rest of your stream, TLSG. Thank you for hanging out, Rocky Road. I hope that you have a good night. I hope that you sleep well, and we'll catch you either in the next live stream or the next video. Zero, have you broke the game with Black Panther, Wong, Mystique, and Onslaught? And so, Tonto, I think by broke, I think what they mean is once you hit that max integer, then it just like shuts down the game. The game doesn't know what to do anymore. And so I haven't done it. I know that Binks did. I saw it on his live stream and on his Twitter. So I know that he's done it, but I haven't personally tried for it. So let's go ahead and do the Wong into Kamar Taj. And then Freaky Fred, will you announce Twitch streams in YouTube videos? I'm almost never on Twitch anymore, but I like watching your streams. So I'm gonna try to, if I plan to do the streams, I'm gonna try to announce them. If not, I'm gonna make I'll make a post, but I also do, if you're on Discord, I do live notifications. So anytime we launch a new video or a live stream, anybody in our community Discord or my channel's community Discord, I'll send out a notification for anyone that has opted into them. So you can do that as a potential way to make sure that you don't miss one of the lives. And then Ethereal, I just turned on your notifications so I can tune into the streams. That's so huge, Ethereal. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you're enjoying the stream. Is there a link to the Discord? Yeah, let's see if this command works. If not, I'll copy and paste it. Hey, that one works. It's just the YouTube one is broken. So that one should lead to, and then Celery Paints. Welcome to the stream. I'm not sure if you meant to send that first time chat, but I appreciate you being here. But thank you for the follow as well. And so they have a destruction deck list, but I think with this, we're gonna have so many We're gonna have so many triggers of our Black Panther. We're gonna definitely have Wakanda forever. We can now do a Mjolnir and an Odin. Hopefully they stick this one out. I want to see how big this Black Panther gets. It's gonna be pretty big. It's gonna be 8 more triggers. That's gonna be a massive Black Panther. And then we have a big Thor as well. 6 triggers on the Thor is gonna make him something like 40 power. It's gonna be massive, massive, massive. And Swan, gifting subs to YouTube members is extremely admirable. Good on you, TLSG, loving the stream and the YouTube content. Thank you so much, Swan. Yeah, and the biggest thing that I was grappling with was if I make a switch to Twitch, or if I do a separate channel on YouTube to stream from, I don't want anyone that paid for the membership to, I don't want them to feel bad. Because they paid for, that support, and I want them to be able to use it. And so, yeah, it's a hit. It's going to be, I think we have like 60 paid members right now. It'll definitely be a hit, but I think it's the right thing to do. And so we have casually 1,000 power Black Panther. That is just going to get even bigger. Oh my gosh, 8, 16, how many times? How big is he gonna go? Oh my gosh. He's still going. That's 32 and 65. 31. Oh man. This has to be close to the end, right? Broken. Rocky Road, I had to stay for this. I'm so glad that you stayed for this too, Rocky Road. It's still going. We're gonna break the game. We're gonna break it. This is it. Jeez. We're at 4 million. A casual 4 mil. No big deal. Oh man. This has to be the end, right? That is the casual 4 mil. It was close. It was a close game. 4 mil to 4. 84 years later. Oh man, we're gonna mark that one because that is a highlight reel for sure. Oh, and not even with Onslaught or Mystique or anything insane triggering that combo. Yeah, the Onslaught Mystique Wong would have made it even bigger. It goes to like the billions, but for something that we're not looking at enabling that insane of a combination, it's so insane to see. We're gonna take that and go with it. We'll take our 4 cubes. We'll bump up to 36, and we'll just keep going. We'll keep up the grind. Electric IQ, what is happening? Insanity is gonna happen. We didn't crash the game, so it's not it's not as bad as it could have been. But that was a massive one. We're gonna how do you even top that? Like at that point you're done. Like you've beaten the game. And then I missed a couple of follows. Pro, Def, Bullet, and President, and Kronos. Thank you all for the follows on our Twitch account. I appreciate the support. I'm glad to have you guys here. We're gonna go ahead and skip turn 2, and we're gonna see what they're playing. We're gonna see just how we come back from that just absolute insanity. Omega positive streamer. Yeah, we are super Omega positive. So we have the Electro play line. I don't necessarily like the Arnim Zola play with Miniaturized Lab though. So I almost think we go morph into a Wong Black Panther, because dropping Arnim Zola early is not gonna net us anything really positively. And then Isle of Silence is tough because it's not gonna allow us to do Wong. So we need to drop Wong after 4. Maybe this one we can't go Wong. We can't go Wong with this playline. It could go wrong, but I don't know that we play Wong in this playline. We're gonna go with Morph and just see what we hit. Yeah, and then if Mystique was there instead of Mjolnir, that would have been huge. Particularly love your math videos on the collection timings. I have 3 spreadsheets for Snap that I made day 1 of playing. Yep, I ended up with oh my gosh, Dead Paul. That is a huge miss on my part. Being able to play Electro here is such an advantage because it's not going to have the restriction. I missed that, Dead Paul. That's a play line. It's absolutely one we should have went with, but it's okay. Oh, actually, is it too late? Now let's go for it. Let's play Electro. It's going to trigger here. It's going to allow Jessica Jones to get her 4 power bonus, but then it's going to push him over here, which will disable our ongoing abilities, and so we'll get the best of both worlds here. Zero Brain. Yep. We're on the same wavelength. Zero. We're going to play it over into the Bifrost, shift it over. That way we get the upside from Jessica Jones, and we still get to play Electro. But celery, yeah, I had spreadsheets and I had different tabs for each of the builds that we were doing, each kind of tech in or out, and like the win rates with those different ones. And so it like starts becoming just this big growing thing. It started as one tab, and then I was like, oh, I need to track this too. And so I completely understand having that big spreadsheet that just kind of grows over time. Wouldn't it still work on the Isle of Silence because of Miniaturized Lab? Yeah, Ethereal. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, you got it. Yeah, so it wouldn't have allowed us to do Jessica Jones. So here we can do Doctor Doom, but that's not going to push anything into Miniaturized Lab. We can do Black Panther, and then on the last turn we can Arnim Zola to move it here and here. I think maybe our win condition. 16 power here is not going to be anything to kind of sniffle at. I think we go with that, and then depending on what they drop here, we'll kind of be able to assess from there. And then 7 and Need Vacation. Thank you both so much for following the Twitch account. I'm glad to have you guys here. So they go Black Panther as well. Interesting. So now if we do this, then we lose, right? Because right now they've outpowered us in the Isle of Silence by 2. So if they have an Arnim Zola and we match their Arnim Zola beat for beat, then we get outpowered. We can't beat 16 power in the Miniaturized Lab. So this is going to be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It's going to be 13 power. I think we play it out to see, but I think if they have an Arnim Zola, we just lose the toss up. And there's not any way that we can overcome an extra 16 power in the Isle of Silence either. All right, we're gonna lock in. They played 2 cards, so it's a Forge. They don't have it. They didn't have the upside. The 12 power here is going to be overshadowed by our Black Panther. I'm glad we stayed in to risk it for this one. I probably shouldn't have with 8 cubes on the line, but I'm glad that we did. That we're gonna be able to make it even more of a positive streamer. So it's gonna be 44 cubes gained so far this stream, and we're still climbing slowly but steadily, chipping away at the season reset. I typically don't push for infinite too quickly, just because once you hit infinite, it kind of that drive kind of goes away. There's not really any reason right now to push further than that, and so usually I try to kind of slow it down, play it out slowly, and just try a whole bunch of different deck builds in the middle ground. But if we jump several levels early on, I'm okay with that, especially if we're doing it on stream. If I was climbing off stream, it feels a little bit less impactful though. So we have the Wong into Black Panther. If we can get Arnim Zola, then we can have that potential play line. If we get an Electro, then we can potentially do that drop early, but we don't. So let's go with the Morph play. They play Mojo into Washington, D.C., so they could be sending a send 'em junk style deck or just a strong ongoing deck list. Usually that's where you see Mojo as a way to make sure that you can trick. Ooh, that is not not what we wanted to see. So we morph into their Mr. Sinister. The good thing is we have an Arnim Zola in our deck still. So if we draw into Arnim Zola, he's free now. But still not the interaction that we were looking for. Let's go with the Wong. Next turn we'll go Black Panther, and then we'll just kind of go from there. Zero Brain, you just push to Omega with just the move deck. Move deck, it doesn't get enough credit for how much potential it has. I think move archetype is decently strong. It just doesn't get as much praise as I think it deserves sometimes. I think it is. I think because it's typically harder to run. I can't veg out and just grind 50 games with move without like making misplays and just really having to focus on that play line. And so I think that's probably where the adoption of move comes in, because the play lines are just. Ooh, we do get the free Arnim Zola. The play lines are just they're harder. Can we snap on them? And then, Hoy, why did we not play White Tiger? So last turn we played Black Panther. White Tiger would have been 1, so we didn't have the energy on that turn. But also, if we go with this play line, actually, we have an extra turn. So we don't want to send everything all in right now, do we? So this is going to move 2 cards. It's going to move 3 cards over. So we don't want to drop anything at all, really. Maybe just an Enchantress? We can tempo Enchantress. And then we can play this play line out. But I want to save this for the final turn. It's going to scare them off. If we play all of this strength so early on, they're not going to stay. So we want to save it for that turn 7 play. Unless they change the limbo location, I think we should be fine. Kind of making this play line or this path. Move is fun, but I don't dare play it because it's super hard to pilot. Yeah, it's so easy to misplay a movement deck. And so let's go with the Arnim Zola. That's going to destroy Wong and Black Panther, hopefully in that order. Wong and then Black Panther. Then we will do Odin, which is going to re-trigger Arnim Zola. It will destroy the Odin to move over here. It will re-trigger Wong and Black Panther. So he's going to be probably, I think, minimum 64 in each lane, maximum 128, or maybe more because of the way that Wong and Odin interact. This is going to be another really big. Actually, I think it's going to be more than 128, because Odin is going to re-trigger twice. This is going to be a massive play. Hopefully he plays it out. Oh, unless he has Rogue, that would have been so dirty. Dead Paul, we would have gotten our hopes up, and then they would have absolutely demolished us. I think as is though, even if they had Iron Man, I think so we don't get the upside of the Wong into the Black Panther, but even as is, we're going to push our Wong now, and then Odin is going to send over. Odin is going to trigger twice, so it's going to re-trigger Black Panther 4 times in both lanes. We're going to take out their blue Marvel buff in the left-handed side. Finster, you jumped back in at a phenomenal time. You missed 4 million power, so this isn't quite as high roll, but it is still a very, very impressive power push here. We have the Enchantress takes out the Wong in the left-hand lane, though. Does that matter, though? I think Odin still triggers twice, even because it's been initiated, right? The Enchantress is fine. The Enchantress is absolutely fine. We have 142 on the left. We have our Mr. Negative that's going to continue to make our deck negative and then non-negative again. This is a disgusting combo. You are right. You're right, DJ. Oh my gosh. 525 power. Just a casual 500 power. That brings us up to 48 for the stream. Oh my gosh. We're making some absolute monster plays today. Yeah, so just a casual 650. Like, no big deal. Oh my gosh. And I didn't think we were going to top the 4 million, but having that split between 2 lanes is very, very impressive. The deck is, if it gets countered, it has some counters like Cosmo, and sometimes an armor can disrupt you. But otherwise, yeah, it is Wakanda forever, for sure. Oh man, we're going up against Spoons. They have the Black Panther avatar. Maybe we can show them some Black Panther. The Space Throne is actually kind of tough because we're not going to be able to send very strong cards. The Wong, wow, Sakar on turn 2 to pull the Mr. Negative is massive. And then we have the okay, yeah, we're gonna take our 1 cube lick and go. Oh man, sometimes RNG gives you 4 million power Black Panthers. Sometimes it gives them negative on 2. We're gonna dip out of this one. It's just not worth playing at that point. It's an uphill battle the whole way for that one. That one is absolutely an instant retreat. And then Finster, I made a clip. Spoons, I just you had to jump in. Oh man, so yeah, so you completely outplayed us. That your deck, it just we can't keep up. The Sakar into Mr. Negative was massive. It was an uphill battle. I'm glad you jumped in though. I'm glad to see you over here. Finster speedrunning the retreat. Absolutely speedrunning the retreat. Oh, that's a super low roll. Our Morph goes into Squirrel Girl, and it looks like they're running a Patriot deck. So we can do Thor. We can do Thor. We have Enchantress to try to counteract their Patriot, but if they drop it into nowhere, there's not really a reaction that we can do for it. You make partner or something? Mystic, no, so actually I haven't. So we have affiliate. We've had affiliate for a while. But I'm streaming over here, and so I think you're probably just jumping in. So the reason I'm streaming over here is because the way that YouTube and their algorithm works, when I release a video and then shortly after go live, I do a live stream, YouTube wants to promote the live stream instead of the video, and so the video just starts tapering off, and it doesn't rank well. And so since we just released 2 videos on YouTube, I wanted to test out streaming over here to see kind of what kind of viewership we could get, just how it impacts the numbers for the videos. And so I'm testing the waters. But no, I haven't made partner. If we continue with these numbers, we absolutely would. I made affiliate. I accepted that a couple of days ago, but the sub button hadn't come through, and so we should see some cool updates pretty soon. I don't think we even play Mjolnir. I think we hold Electro with Elysium. We don't need to get any more energy. We have all the energy we're gonna need, and so I think we hold our Mjolnir. Maybe. We can do White Tiger into a Mjolnir and an Odin on the final turn. That way it'll do double White Tigers here and here. If they have a really high-end Blue Marvel combo, though, I don't think we're going to be able to compete with them. We may have to retreat at that point, but I think it's worth staying for the one additional cube just for the look here. You find it easy enough to come here live, but don't really watch videos on demand here. I like I would with YouTube. So Mystic, I'm thinking of starting a separate channel, so like TLSG streams or VODs or something similar to that. That way I take the videos on demand from Twitch, move them over to YouTube. For anyone that likes the live kind of environment, but doesn't necessarily have the schedule or capacity to jump in live. Dr. Doom was on 5 was better there. Kronos, you're right. Dr. Doom was better in that scenario. The only advantage you get from White Tiger is that it's a little bit bigger token, but if you can't fill up those spaces, then it absolutely is. Since we don't have Enchantress, we have a 1 out of 4 chance that Jubilee would pull into it. Actually, no, we can't. We can't pull there. This is going to be a retreat. With the Blue Marvel Onslaught, it's just not a combo that without Enchantress, we're not going to be able to compete with. But Kronos, I think you're absolutely right. Dr. Doom here would have pushed more consistent power to the left and right, and then we could have always Odin'd Mjolnir and then Odin'd afterwards. But still, I don't think that we would have outpowered the Onslaught in this scenario. But still, it wasn't the best play to set us up for the most chance at success. Ethereal, talking to the viewers while making plays would make me misplay 24/7. So it's a balance. And then Tran, thank you so much for following us on Twitch. It's something that I've definitely been working on. It's a balance for sure. For a while, I would end up just chatting instead of playing. I'd end up roping a lot, and it's a balance. So I'm trying to find a good balance of interaction with focusing on gameplay. I do feel that I perform a little bit worse with most decks whenever I'm streaming, just because of the split attention. But I don't think it's enough to justify, not streaming for the most part. It's just if it's a complicated list, like a move deck list, it's a lot harder to navigate. This one is pretty straightforward once you get the grips of it or get the hang of it. And so it's not too bad for the most part. So we have Electro into a Black Panther into an Odin, but since we have District X, we're not going to be able to influence the other lanes. So I think we're going to go with a Hail Mary morph into Kiln. If we can win Kiln, if we can lock down this location, then I'm confident that we can win a Baxter building with a Black Panther and an Odin. And so I think we lean into trying to win Kiln here. Mystic, talking viewers would make me unintentionally make the right plays. I wouldn't normally play randomly. And some people it does that. Some people, they're able to kind of really hone in and focus their attentions into that game in that moment. And if they're talking through those like play lines and those different variables, sometimes you'll find something that you wouldn't have otherwise. But typically in general, I play a little bit more cautiously, a little bit slower. So even in Hearthstone, I really leaned in and thought through the play lines. And so I think streaming, because I'm like answering a chat question that's completely off base, not even about the game, I think at that point I start losing focus. But if I'm still talking through and like really leaning in and chatting back and forth about if Black Panther is a better playline here, if Odin is, or whatever that may be, I feel like at that point I have a stronger advantage. Not focusing, I'm just saying I'm worse than misplays sometimes. So we are going to snap here. We have the Black Panther following the Forge that we got from District X, which is going to be a 12 power Black Panther into an Odin trigger. And we'll see. We'll see if they stick it out. I don't know if they do. But we'll see. We're going to go ahead and end this turn, see if they retreat. No, they stick it out. Interesting. They have a pretty big Venom here. Maybe they have a Taskmaster as well. We'll see. This lane is going to be really large. So with the 12 power Black Panther, we're going to be able to get another 20 power on the board by hitting Odin here. So that's going to be able to beat whatever push they have, or it should. If they have a Shang-Chi, they absolutely take us. But that's one of those risks that we're running when we run this deck list. So let's go with the Odin here. Yeah, like the Hearthstone rope timer. It's the turns taken in game. Oh yeah, so roping. Roping means dragging the turn out. So it came from Hearthstone. Ooh, so we don't get to re-trigger. Oh, and actually we do. We get to re-trigger the Odin. Their Cosmo doesn't come down soon enough. And so we are able to lock down the sweep for the 8 cube max. But roping does come from Hearthstone. There's an animation of a rope that, as it's getting closer to the end of the turn, it starts like on fire. And so it's a turn timer, essentially. So is that 53? We're up to 53 cubes gained for the stream so far. Incredibly positive kind of upward trend that we're on. We've been finding quite a bit of luck with this deck list recently. And then Drunk Astronaut, I've just been lurking, but I enjoyed the stream. I subbed to you on YouTube. Have a good night. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you were here enjoying the stream. I hope you have a great rest of your night, and I'm glad that you enjoyed the stream and the content. I hope to see you in another one, even if you're just lurking. I hope that you're there sometime in the future. Oh, it's the fake you again, and they snapped right away. Oof. They took us for 8 cubes last time. I don't know that we can snap back. Initiative comes from most total power. Not necessarily. It comes from initially who is winning the most lanes. So if I have 1 power here and they have 100 power here, but I also am winning these 2, then I have less power, but I have initiative. And so it goes down to who's winning the most lanes, and then if there is a tie, then it goes down to that tiebreaker mechanic of most power. Ooh, so the Onslaught Citadel with Wong is pretty interesting. we're going to be able to trigger whatever we trigger several times over. I think we go with a Hail Mary morph here into Muir Island, and then we see what it looks like our playline is from there. Then Lapis Que. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm glad that you were able to jump in and that you're here to enjoy the stream. Finster, I got to go do science final study. So see ya. Have a good one. I'm so glad that you joined us again, Finster. I hope that your studies go well, and I hope to catch you again sometime soon. So let's go with Wong first. We can go with a Thor afterwards. If we draw into our Arnim Zola, that's perfect. But if not, then just the Wong. The number of Wong triggers is going to be big. It should be called fusing instead, but the rope coach memes stuck. Did it used to originally? Did they intend for it to be called fusing? And rope coach, is that the player that's notoriously known for doing really long, drawn out turns? This looks like GG. Oracle for us or for them? Life coach, yeah. So we can do Thor. I'm just worried about impacting one of the other lanes because we can always do Tiger, which is going to send Tiger tokens across the board. I think we have a pretty decent play line. Arnim Zola is going to probably be our high end cap, but we'll see. We can also, if we hit a Black Panther here and then hit an Arnim Zola, that's great. Oh my gosh, we have so many Mjolnirs. The chance of us drawing into a Mjolnir is massive now. And we do. So for the final turn, what do we want to do? Do we do a White Tiger to trigger 4 times? And then Mjolnir? Surprise dinos in this list? Can you really take advantage of it? Hey, thank you.
Thanks for being Omega Positive Smile.
Thank you so much, Ethereal Allen. The tip is absolutely massive. Thank you so much for the support. Dinos in this list, sometimes if we get Electro on 3, we only play 1 card per turn after that, so Dino can be a pretty decent power push. Our primary power push would be a Black Panther instead, but Devil Dino can hold his own. Oracle, why did you not? I thought we had 1 additional turn. Tiger and then Odin would have been the play line. Oracle. So speaking of misplays, we found one. So we would have to come down to just luck if White Tiger sticks enough power here, and we're gonna lean in. We're gonna lean in. But Oracle, you're right. You're right. We did misplay pretty heavily. The Cosmo it does take our cubes away. The only one does hard counter us again and bring us down by 4 cubes, not 2. Back to 49. You might recognize me as Timothy Cord. Okay, yep, Timothy. I recognize that name a little bit more, and so surprised to see you streaming on Twitch instead of YouTube. Yeah, so we're testing the waters. So the way that the YouTube algorithm seems to work is that whenever I release 2 videos close together, so I do a video and then follow it up with the live stream, it wants to push the live stream and promote that instead of the video. And so the video ends up tapering off and doesn't get as much reach as I think it would have otherwise. So I'm testing the waters a little bit just to kind of test out that assumption. And so I'm going to look at the numbers, see if we see a decent uptick even without the numbers from the live streams. Finally, I paused the video. Good luck, have fun. Ooh, is this the true one? So we are finally matching up against the true only one. There's only 2, but we're matching up against the true only one. And then the other only one is not the one that we have in chat right now. Gamers, what do you recommend for collector's tokens? Wong for reveal or Magic Wave for Patriot? I would say Wong is more flexible because you can do the wide Wong, you can do really high power plays with Wong. Magic is kind of, it's the only 2. But Magic is, now that she has to be played on 5, it's a little bit less consistent. Wave is a decent one, but I think I would prefer Wong. But I think it comes down to what your play style is. So let's go with the if we ramp up with the Electro, we have Black Panther, but we don't have Arnim Zola in hand. So instead, we're going to go with the Thor playline. We can do Thor into Shadowland. They have 2 cards here. It looks like they're running at least some move components. They have Thor in their list. TLSG, cool. Got a cool Panther list. Just got a 256 power on it. Plaz, that's phenomenal. We got lucky and hit a 4 million Panther not too long ago. It was absolutely the highest high roll we could have gotten. But we smashed out of 4 million. 256, if you can do that a little more consistently, is a massive one. If you're in the Discord, you can shoot it over into the deck discussions, I believe is what we have it titled right now. And then I'll absolutely check it out after the stream, see if it's something that maybe I can run, maybe I tweak a little bit. Pilgrim Joyer, welcome. I'm glad that you're able to jump in and join us. We've been live. We've been super positive so far. We had a 4 million power Black Panther with this list. Just absolutely massive gains. The grind itself has been pretty decent. It hasn't been too bad. Pretty consistent cube gains. Sometimes we get hard countered, but at that point it is what it is. And then Hope, thank you so much for following us on Twitch. I appreciate it. I'm so glad to have you here. And then Carcass, thank you so much as well for following us. So interesting. They play Wong and Black Panther into Machine World, so we get a copy of their Black Panther. I'm super confused. I know that he mentioned running Arrow in our list as a way to divert the player's power. So do we go Doctor Doom? I think he would assume that we play Black Panther though, right? And that seems like the safest play. He could have Arnim Zola here. And he has initiative, so it's going to send a 32 power here and here, or a 64 power. I think we get outpowered here because we don't have the Arnim Zola in hand. I'm a bit of a Discord noob, so I'm not sure what I'm doing. No, I'm a Discord noob as well. Good game. You locked in the last turn. I think you have us here. I'm going to go ahead and retreat out of this one. I think you have the Arnim Zola play, and I'm just going to let that one simmer. We're not going to explore that one all the way to the end. And so I'm glad that we finally matched up, though. I do think that either you had an Arrow or an Arnim Zola, and you were going to be able to sneakily outmaneuver us. Time for the Spider-Man emote. Omicris, TLSG, no YouTube live? Yeah, so I'm testing out the waters here on Twitch versus YouTube. And then Fosta's actually said something about it. So it pushes your live stream because that's the better value. Like you're live, they can interact with you, etc. Very few people go back and watch several hour stream videos on demand. Your YouTube videos that are made to be videos can be watched on anyone's lunch break or something. I guess the better way to say it is streaming is a zero-sum game. When competing with other people that are live. YouTube videos are your competing for viewers, but those videos don't have a set time to be watched like a streamer. Yeah, so I think in summary, like on YouTube, we're competing with our structured short form content with some viewers that don't necessarily like live content. And so by pushing the lives, it's pushing those to those viewers, and one, you can get viewer burnout, especially if they don't like the live content, and then two, it's promoting that over the structured video, which is what is there for kind of that more long-term view. Because like you said, once you end the video, or once you end the stream, there's a lot fewer people that continue to watch that video on demand afterwards. And then, yeah, so Omicris, or Omrist, the reason that we're live here, to kind of summarize that, is they're competing with each other. And so whenever I go live, it's pushing that instead of our videos. And so I'm testing out to see what the analytics look like if we stream on Twitch and let our videos just run on YouTube. And right now, the one that we released is kind of popping off. It's been live for 4 hours. It's at almost 8,000 views. It's absolutely doing some insane numbers right now. But it doesn't have the live to compete with it. So I don't know if that's just more so the season reset and there's more interest, or if it's because we're live here and we're not competing against ourselves. So we have the Wong into Black Panther playline. So I don't think we go with Electro. That's going to clog up our board. We could go Electro Black Panther, but that's going to force us to draw into our Arnim Zola a little bit sooner. And so I think we're gonna leave this one. I think we're gonna leave Electro in our hand for now, and then we'll see. Maybe it would have been better, but a little bit more consistent. But I like the idea of holding for one additional turn. That way we don't have to draw into Arnim Zola right away. We have an additional turn to kind of find our way into it, or our win condition into it. And then Tiger, I came from your YouTube video, so I haven't watched it all yet. And so I won't spoil anything with the YouTube video. It was the deck list performed pretty well, especially for like jumping in, playing about 10 games. I found 6 that were close games, a lot of wins, maybe a loss in there. But I'm glad that you jumped over from there and that you're checking out the stream. But definitely check out the YouTube video once we end the stream. It's definitely a good one. So they have an Onslaught. They are running a Patriot deck list, it looks like. We have an Enchantress to counteract their Onslaught bonus. So, oh no, Black Panther wasn't the playline here. Going wide was if we had a way to go wide, or just pushing some strong power. Maybe we can outpower them with the Enchantress, but without really having a push or really competing with these 2 lanes. Even if we do Enchantress, that brings them. They're still at that low power. We would have to rely on, if they do Mystique here. I don't think we can compete with that power. We can push 64 here and 64 here. And then Fab, Sunspot instead of Morph, it could potentially be a decent one. It could be a decent sub. With Sunspot, sometimes we're gonna use all of our energy. Sometimes we don't go Electro, and so he would be. And if we ended up going wide in that scenario with either a Doctor Doom or a Tiger, the Sunspot is going to be less power overall than what those Tiger tokens could have been. And so then we lose potential value just from playing it. Is the kind of thought process with that one. I think we're going to gamble here. We're going to gamble for the 1 additional cube. We're going to go Arnim Zola, hope to hit our Wong, and then our Black Panther to push 64 power to the left and right. Ooh, the Blue Marvel into the Patriot is big. And then the Squirrel is going to be, what, 9? 7. So 7 power. It's going to be a 7 power Wasp. I don't know that is enough. So the 18... 36. No, it is going to be enough to swing both locations. We get the high side of it, even though we don't get the right ordering, or we don't win the coin flip. We still have enough power to lock down the left and the right lane. So bringing us to 49 cubes, back up to a 49 cube gain. We're gonna go just a little bit longer, but I do have work in the morning, so I think maybe another 15-20 minutes. We're going to see if maybe we can get to 60 or 70 cubes. If we hit some high rolls, we're going to see how long we can go. But I think another 20 minutes, and then I'll try and start winding down for bed, because I have to be at work in 4 hours. My Snap addiction is too much. I have 4 accounts and just too much addiction. yeah, Ethereal, 4 hours. So my sleep schedule is really messed up though. So I ended up sleeping, and then Lag, thank you so much for the follow, and Kazooie, thank you as well. I ended up sleeping most of today, and so I'm not tired. Is the issue? I'm gonna lay down. I don't know if I'll even be able to go to sleep though. You have the same addiction. It just like, it's sneaky. It slowly but surely kind of grabs you and pulls you in. And so yeah, I haven't. Yeah. It's one that it's a good addiction, I think. Well, as long as it doesn't interfere with like work and your real life, then it's a good addiction. But we'll see. So far, it's been very positive. I've had a lot of positive interactions. I've met a lot of really cool people that I wouldn't have been able to. I've been able to interact with such a wide kind of community that I wouldn't have had the opportunity to do otherwise. I did the same thing the other night. I caught some bug, but instead of sleeping, I've been playing Snap in bed. Yep. It's so easy to fall into the like kind of one more justification. You're just like, I'll just play one more. I'm just gonna do one more, just one more. One more is gonna be fine. And then all of a sudden it's 3 a.m. and you have to go to work at 7. So it's very, very easy to do. So they morph into our white tiger. Their Calling Wings drops the Maximus. Their hand size is pretty low going into these last couple of turns. They only have 1 card left. So maybe we can get lucky by maybe going wide with white tiger, depending on what we draw from them. So it's the Apocalypse. So we're going to have a pretty big power push to outpower them in the Nidavellir location. I don't think White Tiger does that for us. We can do Sarah, and then that will allow us to drop 2 cards on that final turn. Maybe we can find the win condition there. We can always do Dracula as a Hail Mary, but we don't have any big cards besides the Apocalypse. And maybe we just lean in with Devil Dino. They do have Enchantress. We could potentially have Enchantress because we had it in our deck list. So if we're going to do Devil Dino, I think we do it next turn. So let's do a Sarah play into Weird World, and then we'll see from there. And then Null Pointer. Do you like the new locations from this season? So the ones that I've seen, I think they're going to add a decent amount of spice. And then Toyas, just stay up at this point. Toyas, I think that's probably what we're going to end up doing, because I'm not tired at all, but I do need to at least try. But the locations that I've seen, I think they're going to be pretty cool. There's some that I don't quite understand exactly how they're going to interact, and so it's going to be interesting to see decks that are built around that featured location. So one of them being War Machine, I think. That one's going to be an interesting one to see for sure. So we can do Devil Dino to swing and win this location. The Wong here is kind of scary. They could have our Black Panther and have the win condition here, maybe? It's not a great power push, but it's just 1 additional cube. We're going to go ahead and let this one play out. I think we lose this one. Weird World just made this game incredibly weird. So the Odin to re-trigger White Tiger is big. It was a diversion with the Wong. We're not going to be able to overcome the power here. I don't think we overcome the power here. Oh, we tie it here. But then we lose the left lane pretty heavily. So we'll take the 2 Cubalic here. And then Dermpling. I like Black Panther, but it's really telegraphed. I'll be running a tech deck while people continue to test him. I'm thinking the same thing. Once people stop testing him out and they start trying to counter it, so Shang-Chi is really gonna hard counter the Black Panther, or Cosmo is a pretty big loss condition as well. And if you can anticipate the Arnim Zola, you can drop an armor there, and then it becomes really telegraphed, like you said. So I agree. I was honestly expecting to see more Shang-Chi's tonight than we have. Thankfully we haven't seen too many big Shang-Chi plays. But you're right. It does really, sometimes you can juke with an Arm Zola, but most of the time it is a very linear play line. And so we have Onslaught Citadel. So if we can draw into our Wong, that's going to allow it to trigger so many times, especially if we have Thor into the Nexus, and then we have a Wong and our Mjolnir. That's going to be a pretty massive Onslaught Citadel lane. So let's go ahead and throw Thor into the Nexus. It's going to be one of our big win condition lanes. And so let's throw Thor over there, and then we'll see what they play or what we draw into. Ooh, so they have the variant for Okoye already. That one actually looks pretty sleek. I like that one. You said Shang-Chi is my current favorite card. You'd be surprised how many 8 cubes I've stole thanks to a turn 6 destroyal of opponent's dinos or big stuff. Yeah, it's one of those that if it's a list that it's a complete surprise. And it can steal 8 cube games by itself. Oh, that's an old variant? You have that one? Is it really? I guess I haven't seen that one. I think I liked it. I thought it was on the battle pass, but if that's one of the old ones, I like it. I haven't seen it in store just yet though. So I think we go morph and see what we end up hitting. We don't have another great turn 4 besides Enchantress, but I think this has a little bit higher roll potential. It's super rare now. Gotcha. That's why I don't see it in the store. I'm flooded with pixel variants in the store. That is not not what we wanted to see. Okay, so the brood pool was a tough one. Poor Wong. Wong didn't deserve this. He didn't need this negativity in his life. So the brood fills up and floods our onslaught citadel. One innocent looking morph just tanked our entire lane. So we're going to pivot. We're going to use Wong into negative zone. As long as we can trigger Mjolnir several times, then I think we can find enough win condition in the Nexus. They do have Venom that they've triggered. They're going to have a pretty decent sized Deadpool, I think. So maybe a Deadpool and a Taskmaster on that final turn. Maybe they're running Death, and so they're going to drop Wave here. Ooh, if they drop Wave, actually that kind of tanks our potential to do a... It tanks our potential to do a Mjolnir into an Odin. And so we'll see. Ooh, they storm the Nexus. Okay, so we have to find a win condition in 2 lanes now. And then they play Deadpool into the flooded lane. So do they have something that can go wide here? You tried with my Mr. Negative list? And I think it depends on what you're seeing. And I think it depends on kind of what you're seeing in the meta and kind of what rank you are. So like lower pool 3, you're going to see a lot wider array of cards, whereas higher end, you can start really judging what kind of deck they're running pretty early on. So sometimes you can find upside that way. But I tend to agree. Morph most of the time is pretty random, kind of lackluster. Jubilee into the Mjolnir. We still have to win this lane though. So I think we do a double Dr. Doom as a way to try to win this one and maybe this one. 100% going to happen. It could happen. We had the most insane Jubilee pool I've ever seen. It was Jubilee into Arnim Zola, into a Thor, into the Mjolnir, all in the same turn to find the win condition. It was the craziest Jubilee play I've ever seen. I think we go with this though, because we can't play cards over here, right? No, they stormed there last turn. We could. Arnim mid beats us. Arnim mid does beat us. Oh, too late. Too late, Dermpling. You were right. The Venom, we should have Jubileed. Trusted in the heart of the cards. It had 2 chances to pull. It could have done it. It could have found that potential win condition, but we just didn't quite get there. We're gonna take our 2 cubes. We beat Warnox just a little bit ago, so they get their cubes back, or at least a few of them. Oh no, sorry, feeding the baby. Oh no, you're fine, Derplings. It was a very close game. Had they not had the Arnim Zola, I think we had a pretty decent chance. So yeah, you don't need to apologize. It was just one of those reads that you had that I overlooked. And so I could have seen it as well. No need to apologize. I had to do the same thing. I don't know how long you've been in the stream, Dermpling, but I had to go take care of my daughter and feed her, help her get back to sleep. She's a little under the weather. It was a couple hours ago that I had to do that. So I completely understand the middle of the night baby feedings. Or maybe it's midday and you're just feeding them lunch. Either way, I get it. Skip every turn, Dino on 5, Zola on 6. I mean, that could be how it ends up. I think we play the Morph though. Bar Sinister is an interesting one. And then Vassal, no 1 or 2 drops. You're kind of new to this, so this is interesting to see. Yeah, this deck, especially being in pool 3, is kind of it's different than what you see most of the time. And so with this list, we either go with a really big power push by doing something like Thor into Wong into a Mjolnir and an Odin to re-trigger Mjolnir 6 times, or we go with something where we go wide, so Wong into White Tiger or Doctor Doom. And so if I found that having those 1 or 2 cost cards clogged the board a little bit more than what it was worth to have the 1 or 2 costs in. We can play the Rock into Bar Sinister. I don't think it will. Morph now, you'll get their Dino. That's what we're hoping for, Pilk. Nope, we get their Angela. Could be worse, could be better. So we can still do the flooded location, or we can't play anything. We could buff up our Rock, but I think we hold it and we do the Devil Dino. Angela is okay, but if we're going the Devil Dino into the Arnhem Zola path, I don't think it's as good. Because we have 3 cards in hand. We have 6 cards in hand. Next turn we'll have 7. This way we'll have 6 max. I don't think we even play anything into the Angela lane. We're going to go with your first call, Pilk. We're going to skip pretty much until turn 5. We're going to drop Devil Dino and then Arnhem Zola. And we're gonna believe in the heart of the cards. Yeah, I've had some morphs take on the form of rocks before. It's tough to swallow whenever it does. Same thing with like using Jubilee and it pulls into a rock. There's no worse feeling than using 4 energy to push out a 1 power 4 cost card for a rock in return. There's no worse feeling to it. So they played a Cosmo. I'm glad we didn't play our Devil Dino here. It would have tanked our Arnhem Zola strategy. So now we're going to hope that they don't have a counter here and that we can push power into these lanes. Alexander, we're still online. We are still online. Last night we did a 4-hour stream. Tonight we are at 3.5. Oh, the initiative with the Shang-Chi. Just whenever we started talking about not seeing Shang-Chi's as often as we thought we would, there is a Shang-Chi to absolutely demolish us. And then Alexander, we were up to as much as I think 53. We were low 50s. Yeah, as soon as I said that we didn't see Shang-Chi just absolutely he said here we'll have to make an appearance. You're disrespecting me. We're gonna show you just how much of an impact we can have. And then Alexander, hello again, everyone. Yeah, last night we did a 4-hour. Tonight we're at 3.5, and I'm actually feeling pretty energized. I was thinking of ending the stream soon, but I think I'm just gonna take a restroom break and then keep going because I'm not tired in the slightest. We're just gonna push through and just stay up all day, and then try to right size our schedule tomorrow night. Tomorrow will be a rough one. But then if we can get on the right sleep schedule, maybe we can make it right again. Oh, Dermpling, it's 4:30 a.m. Are you still up though, or are you just up because you were feeding the baby? Because you've been in the chat for a while. So I think we give up on this location. We don't have Shang-Chi, but we can absolutely outpower 3 or 4 Hulks with the right setup for a Black Panther. We could do Electro, but I think we're going to lean into a Thor instead. We can do Thor if we top deck into Wong. It's never Wong whenever we top deck into Wong. What time zone are you on? I'm on Central Standard Time, so it's 3:30 a.m. for me here. So I have about 3 hours before I would have to stop and get ready for work. We'll see. Oh, the mirror dimension into Hala is kind of a scary one, because they can push a decent amount of power there. I think we respect that. We go with Morph. Maybe we'll hit a high priority target. We're confident enough we're gonna lean into it. You woke up to feed the baby. Oh, your shift. Do you work early shift? But now you'll probably stay awake for another hour or so. I found the same thing. Whenever I wake up in the middle of the night to put the baby back to bed, it's hard for me to just go straight back to sleep. And then Poppy K, thank you so much for the follow. And then Kung Fu LOL, you think Black Panther is a good card? I think it's a... Oh, well, the Miles Morales is a tough one. This is a quick retreat. We snapped just to try and bluff them, but they had us outpowered. Oh, your shift is in your wife and you tag team. Gotcha. I got you. That makes sense. Me and my wife, whenever my daughter was younger and she was up all throughout the night, we tag teamed it and did shifts. But now she only wakes up a couple times, so I take that burden off of her. So I'm actually going to take a quick second. I'm just going to take maybe 30 seconds to go to the restroom, and then I'll be right back. I don't think it's even worth loading up a new video. And so I'm going to step away for just a second. I still have plenty of drink to work with, and I will be right back in just a second, guys. All right, so we're back. But Kung Fu, I don't think I answered your question. You said, do you think Black Panther is a good card? I think he's okay. I think he's very counterable. I think he's able to completely push a game in his favor. He can be strong enough that he has that presence. Similar to Thor, he can swing an entire lane just by being there. But that at the same time, he's still counterable. Shang-Chi can absolutely hit him hard. Same thing with Cosmo is a pretty hard counter. And so I think he's more flexible, or is a bigger threat than like a Miles. But he's just less consistent in that regard, because you can do big things to counter it. Ooh, I didn't think about this, but Scorpion is actually a big kind of detriment to Black Panther, because that's going to impact every single time he doubles. Similar to if we buffed him up, the Scorpion is huge value. I think he's a decent card. I think he'll get more support. As locations come up, but I think only time will tell if he has enough support. So Thor, whenever he came out, was really lackluster. It felt like you had to all in that one location, that one lane to win with Thor, and you were drawing into Mjolnir, which took up one of your draw slots. But now he's really, really strong. I feel like he's in a good spot, and so I think over time that will probably be the sentiment. But I think we'll see. And then you said, Fab, so what do you do for work? Yeah, so I'm in HR. I'm in HR. I work closely between, so I'm like a bridge between our IT department. A bridge between our IT department and our company leaders to kind of take information, make it easily digestible for the leaders. And so whenever a new system is launched, I take that data and those metrics and those reports, and I manipulate it in a way that the leaders can easily glance at it and know exactly what they need to know from it. But fortunately, I work from home, so I'm able to kind of flex my schedule around some to do like lunch live streams and things like that, which is a huge benefit. So we can do Mjolnir. I think we do Mjolnir into a Doctor Doom. I anticipate that they do an Enchantress here that take away any negative buffs from here. This is going to trigger twice, which is going to be 12 power. So it's going to push us up to 17. That's going to push us up to 27, right? With the Doctor Doom. So 27 here. If they do an Enchantress, they actually win this location. Oh, but we win this one if they invest just the Enchantress here, because we have the 10 power swing here. And we win this one with our power. I think we're okay. Yeah, so if they do the Enchantress in the Nexus, I think the win deficit is close enough that we win these two lanes by going wide with a Doctor Doom. Lockjaw Black Panther is pretty strong. You got to 73rd rank with it. That's huge. Ooh, the Taskmaster was not one that I was anticipating. So between Mjolnir, I think we actually win the Nexus location by 1, right? It was going to be 27. If my math was right. Yeah, so 17. We now have the 2 Doctor Doom tokens. That's going to be 27. So we're going to sneak away a 4-cube win. That was not the play line I was predicting or anticipating, but we'll take the win where we can. And then Loopy, you said, what does pool 3 mean? So right now the collection or the number of cards that we have in the game are split up into different groupings. So pool 1 is a set of cards, and you can unlock it between a certain collection level. And then pool 2 is just a second grouping of cards, and then pool 3 is that third grouping, but it's more advanced combos and cards. And so it's just a later in the game type of build or collection. And so Alexander, so the Lockjaw Black Panther, does it? I feel like Black Panther would be hard to cycle, or does? And actually, I say that, but I had on my top 5 deck recommendations. Are you using the one from the video, Alexander, or did you build your own Lockjaw Black Panther? Because I had one that was very similar that I recommended in the top 5. Sarah into Forge into Black Panther. Okay, so yours is definitely different. You should go in a real casino today. With how much luck we've been having, like we're on a hot streak so far today. It might be our night. We might just need to. I'm not going to go in a casino, but it might be our night. So let's see. So we're not going to lean into. We're not going to lean into the Gamma Labs. We typically can't hold our own there. And so maybe we could do Thor here. We have Black Panther that we're going to be able to use in the Gamma Lab location because their Hulks are going to get pushed out into the Danger Room. So I think we do Thor here. Black Panther is going to be a potential win condition here. We can always Arnhem Zola it. And so I think that's our tentative play line for right now anyways. Is Black Panther good in pool 1 and pool 2? I don't think he really finds his stride until pool 3. So without having Wong to double trigger him, it feels like you have to put in a lot of work to make him effective. And so I haven't tried it, but that's my initial impression, is that you would have to really work. You would really have to work hard to make him worthwhile in pool 1 and pool 2. I am going to test out a few of the builds that I recommended just whenever we have some downtime after the stream, just to see how that works. Ooh, we get the We get the morph into a death, which is a massive, massive value for our Thor. Do we go Black Panther, or do we go? We could go Daredevil, not Daredevil. We could go Devil Dinosaur. That's going to be a 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It's going to be a 13 power Devil Dino. I think that's going to be more powerful in general than our Black Panther. Unless we had something to double trigger it when it moved over, our Arnim Zola is not going to be great there. So I think we go Devil Dino into Gamma Lab. Pretty much the list is like mine, but you have Wasp, Okoye, Forge for the cycle. That's always nice to have that cycle potential to do like the free cycles. That can do an insane last turn play. But yeah, Arnim Zola is crazy for Black Panther. If you can get it to trigger, absolutely massive amounts of value. So we could do Jubilee. We have in our list still, we have Odin, we have Wong, which wouldn't be great. We have Electro. I think it's more worthwhile just to do a Doctor Doom to push some flat power across. Black Panther plus Zola plus Devil is greater than Devil Dino plus Zola. Yeah, that's true. But we wouldn't be able to have the win condition in Danger Room because the Black Panther would end up being 16, and so we wouldn't have the win condition here. Is why I shied away from doing the Black Panther instead of the Devil Dino, because I think our win condition has to be here and here. The 36, I don't think we can touch. Oh, it's just a generic thought. Oh, gotcha, Alexander. Okay, yeah, we don't outpower the Infinite. I guess I wasn't paying attention. They skipped last turn. We should have been able to see the Infinite coming down. We just don't quite get it. Just don't quite get it there. The Wakanda package plus Forge could be okay. That's a lot of build around. Yeah, Dermpling. And so then it's a lot of build around. You almost need to run something like a Mr. Sinister to make like those build rounds, so like the Forge, worthwhile. But it's still tough, because then even if you get your Mr. Sinister, the Forge bonus can sometimes be lackluster. Black Panther, same thing. Chat, why did you not warn him? That's okay. That's all right. I should have seen the skip. I should have seen the skip happen. The Infinite playline was a good one and definitely outpowered us. Had we played anything much stronger than 5 power though, we probably could have Silence Electro this time. Thank you, Fab. But had we played anything more than the 5 power, I think we absolutely could have had a chance there, even against the Infinite. Thank you, Loki and Angie. Thank you both for the follows on the Twitch account. I appreciate it. I'm glad to have you here. I hope that you guys are having a great day, night, evening, whatever time zone you're in. So let's do the Electro and Isle of Silence. That gives us the upside without the downside, and then we can kind of adjust from there depending on what we draw into. Carnage Falcon, thank you so much for the follow as well. Low-key Logic. I'm so glad that you're here. How's it going? Thank you for joining the chat. I know that was a lot of uhs in a row. I apologize, but I'm glad to have you here. I hope that you're having a great night, and I'm grateful to see you here. So we can do the Scorpion does hurt Black Panther's power potential quite a bit. So with the Electro, we can do a 5-drop this turn. I almost wonder if we maybe do a Devil Dino into Muir Island. We can always do a Morph as well, depending on what else it looks like they're running. If we can get some card advantage there, maybe we can get some upside on them in Muir Island. We can also always hide potentially a Black Panther, a White Tiger. Some of our potential in-game play lines, we can hide behind the Dark Dimension. So Black Panther is only going to be 6 power. If we do Arnim Zola, that brings him up to 12, which is not a huge power push into Muir Island or Isle of Silence. but we can't Arnhem Zola the Devil Dino because Isle of Silence is gonna take it over. I think we're gonna lean into the Black Panther. It would feel better if he was 16 power. The Scorpion definitely hurts. It kind of snowballs every single time you start to duplicate it. I don't know that we match their power. We don't have a good play line. We don't have a good play set up. So 16, I guess 12 more power here. This is going to be 6, and then it's going to be 12. I don't think that matches if this is the real Mysterio, because that puts us to 28. Right now they're at 20. Maybe we can get lucky. We'll let this one play out. It's only for one additional cube, but I think we are. I think we're outgunned here. So with the Shang-Chi, we are definitely outgunned. 12 power is not going to do it, even after everything reveals, unfortunately. Ooh, and the Nova comes down. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't snap off of that one. They had a really strong finisher with the Shang-Chi and the Killmonger. Maybe they thought that we would have retreated had we seen the play line play out. And actually, this is okay. The 10 power is a little bit more substantial. I thought it was just the 4 power, and I thought it was going to be a pretty low lane for them to have as one of their winning lanes. So we lose a few cubes here. Let's do a few more and see how they go. We were on a pretty good upward trend. Now we kind of stalled out for a little bit. I think we maxed out at 53 cubes for the day, and back down to 41. So we're still extremely positive for the time being. Mister, how's it going? I'm glad that you jumped in and joined us. I'm glad to have you here. So it's another destruction style list. They have Bucky Barnes, Alexander. What is better, Black Panther or Vision for your lockjaw rotation? That one's a tough one, Alexander. Vision gives you some flexibility, but Black Panther is new. He's fresh. He's exciting, and so I don't know. Black Panther has a higher reach. Vision is more flexible, and at 7 power, it's hard to swallow a 7 power like cap for Vision for the most part for most people. So I don't know. I'd be interested to see your I guess see which one you feel like runs better in your lockjaw rotation list. We're gonna duplicate Thor with Sinister London. That's gonna give us 2 Mjolnirs, which that alone can be our win condition. If we have Wong and then Mjolnir, I think this one is a bot, maybe. Potentially. We can do Wong, we can do a Mjolnir. That's going to duplicate, it's going to trigger Mjolnir twice here. It's going to duplicate, potentially it triggers it 2 more times. And then I think we cool down off of that. If they don't retreat off of that, then I think we let it simmer. Their Carnage could actually go over into Tinker's Workshop if they didn't get the upside there. So that tells me it probably is a bot. Otherwise, that's a really risky play, because Carnage could have eaten their far left lane and taken out that 13 power and dropped them pretty substantially. So we have the double trigger of Mjolnir coming down. If it duplicates over to the left, then it will do a double trigger again. Oh no, it goes to the right, which is okay. If we draw into Odin and we play Odin into Sinister London, actually Sinister London is going to rotate here. And so I guess Odin would be a gamble. We'd probably just... I think we're going to play... no, just in case they have Destroyer. We're not going to play Morph. We're going to play Mjolnir. If they have a Shang-Chi, then they just absolutely destroy us. But that's one of the biggest weaknesses of this list, is that it really lies on... similar to like a Venom. And then Vassal. Are there bot enemy players? There are. It's lesser so now that we have seen global release, but there are still bots that are in the game, and that you see occasionally, especially in non-peak times. So kind of off hours, you see them quite a bit. Why not White Tiger? So White Tiger would end up capping out the rest of our board. So if we did White Tiger, it'd send the double White Tiger token, and then it would duplicate from Sinister London, send another White Tiger token, and we wouldn't be able to play anything on this final turn. What was my thought process with it? So we could do, I mean, we could do White Tiger now. That pushes 14 power over here. We could do Dr. Doom. That's going to push 15 power over here. And this, they've already locked in a loss, and so this has to be a bot. We are going to go with the Dr. Doom play though. Wouldn't it be worth it to run Okoye? Makes them 20 power instead of 16 when double triggered. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, it would become 20 power, but I don't think it's worthwhile to run him, because that would be the only interaction from our list that would benefit. And dropping him on the turn before Black Panther gets a little clunky. And so if we do our Wong into the Black Panther, which is typically that play line that we go with, finding a spot to drop, well, I guess you're talking about Okoye, not Forge, sorry. But Okoye, a lot of times if we drop Electro, so the times that we drop Electro, we're only going to drop 3 cards. And so Okoye only gives an extra 3 power potential. It could give us some upside, but I like Morph as a kind of random component because we don't drop him very often, but when we do, sometimes it can have that high side. But with that being said, Morph is our tech slot. Absolutely check out Okoye, try it in there. I think for most games, Okoye would feel a little bit more lackluster than what it would be worth, but I think it is worth maybe exploring a little bit. Oh, I didn't put those cubes. That brings us back up to 45. Let's jump into the next one. Vassal. As a new player, I struggle to understand like 90% of what's going on the board. I'm sorry, Vassal. If there's anything that you have a question about, absolutely ask. So if I didn't explain something, then yeah, just ask. I'm more than happy to explain it. And then Freaky Fred, good night, TLSG. You're going for lunch. Was a very nice stream. Black Panther is fun. Yeah, Black Panther is crazy. I hope that you have a great rest of your day and enjoy your lunch. And then hopefully I catch you on a stream sometime in the future or in one of the videos as well. And so I'm glad that you were here and hung out for a while. Ethereal, it'll make sense once you get more exposure to the cards. Yeah. And you said TLSG is probably one of the best streamers / YouTubers in terms of explaining the cards. I try to, because I try to be accommodating, because I know that jumping into a pool 3 build can be very overwhelming. And so I don't ever mind explaining if you have a question, Vassal, with anything. Who's the Black Wong is very good. Oh, Black Panther into Wong? Yeah, Black Panther into Wong is really, really good. I think we go Electro here. We are going to pull into a card into Grand Central on after 5. And then with Odin, yeah, he gets insanely big. Huzi, with this list, we hit a 4 million. We hit a 4 million Black Panther earlier. It was absolutely insane. It was a very high roll, but the power potential that he can bring is insane. How has Morph been so far? Seems like a pretty wild choice. He feels okay so far. We've hit a couple of deaths where he pulled into the opponent's death card. We had a couple of kind of mid rolls, like Angela, things that were less impactful. But usually if we throw him down on 3, we didn't draw into our ideal play line anyways. And so he's kind of that last Hail Mary as a way to get back into the game rather than being completely out of it. We can now do our Arnhem Zola, which they have the armor. If they let our Arnhem Zola trigger, then we can do Odin to re-trigger the Arnhem Zola. That's going to send it here and here, and it's going to unless Odin pulls in with Grand Central here. But I think this is our best potential playline. Let's go ahead and snap into it. Let's see what their counter is. They'll be able to see this play before making theirs. So maybe they have another armor. Maybe they have a Mystique to copy the armor. But otherwise, I think we're safe in the Arnhem Zola play. And then Huzi, yeah, Huzi, I was confused by your chat, but I was able to decipher it. At least the first part. I was confused. I was confused about the Black Panther part of it. Oh, it won't go into miniaturized lab though, Saviok. You're right, because we ramped up. Oh, we're choking. So the only thing it'll do is send the Black Panther from here to there. Not great. Not great. Not great at all. When they pull into an Infinite, we pull into our Devil Dino. That was one of those things that I should have caught, but I didn't. A Saviok. So Ethereal, speaking of Black Panther, do you guys have plans to watch Wakanda Forever? I will. I think I'll check it out. I don't know that I do it. I watch it in theaters. Usually, it's hard to schedule time away from Adeline or my daughter, and so I'll usually watch it when it comes to Disney Plus. So I recently watched Thor: Love and Thunder, and I thought it was a little bit better than the hate that it got. It got a lot of negativity. And I thought it was okay. I thought some of the writing parts were like it was trying to force humor, and it got to a point where it was too much. But overall, I think like the overall arc of the movie, I think was fine. I enjoyed it. I'm gonna go ahead and retreat out of this one. The miniaturized lab like blunder was absolutely detrimental there. We're gonna go down to 43. There's a link to the deck. I don't have a direct link to the deck, I don't think. I can grab it from my Discord, I think, though. Oh no, I didn't build one for it. The deck code is in the YouTube video. I just don't have it on hand right now, and it's really clunky if I copy and paste it here, because it's so long. Their deck codes. And then Alexander, gladly second dinner doesn't put really strong cards behind season pass wall. They're fun but not overpowered. Yeah, and some of the time they get stronger over time. So like the Thor situation. But usually they don't start out of the gate just incredibly game breaking. I think this one is probably the closest we have, which I'm actually glad that Black Panther is a little bit on the stronger side. I just think as a Black Panther card, with that character, I think we need a decently strong card that I don't know that does the character justice. So we can do either Morph or Electro. I think we go with our Wong playline here, and so I think we just go with a Morph. I think we're gonna go with a random Morph into the vault, and from there we'll play Wong over in Dark Dimension. We can then either do a White Tiger and an Odin on 6. We'll just kind of play it by ear. They do have an Enchantress, so if they tempo drop it into Dark Dimension, that could hurt us a little bit. But otherwise, I think having it snuck behind the Dark Dimension will help us out. And then Ethereal, or I guess Durmpling, you said same. I love Thor. It was definitely corny at times, but I thought it was a good movie overall. Yeah. I think there were those parts that just felt like they were trying to force humor, and it just kind of came off, awkward or corny, a lot more so than the other ones. Like sometimes when it's you just kind of have those in there sporadically, it's I don't know, it feels more organic and it's easier to digest. But that one just felt like it was doing it a lot. But yeah, the overall arc of it, I really enjoyed. Ethereal, you said my girlfriend and I felt that as a standalone movie, Thor: Love and Thunder was great, but when you compare it to the other Marvel movies, it falls short. I could see that to an extent, but then again, like with the Endgame saga, with the Infinity Stones, I thought all of those individually were good, but it wasn't until it kind of came into like everything kind of came into the end of that phase where we were really starting to see all of those different play lines kind of feed into each other. And so I don't know. I still have hope. I still have hope for it. But I tend to agree. If you compare it just as a standalone movie, some of the other ones kind of draw you and grip you a little bit more. But yeah, Ragnarok was really good. I really enjoyed Ragnarok. It's kind of what you sign up for when you have him direct a movie. Yeah. I guess you're right. Yeah, the Avengers movies until like the last one, whenever it was really building into this really big monumental like arc, until that point they felt okay. But not until then did you see people say, I need to know the order that these were released. I need to watch all of them in order. And like people buying like an entire box set of all of these movies. And so I'm hoping that something like that happens here, where all of these different things that are just kind of okay by themselves start building and showing into this like really monumental thing. I know that they have the plans for the arc. I just hope that it has and captures that feeling that in-game did, because I think that was one of a kind. That was one of the best theatrical experiences I've had, just because it was like everybody was so bought in to this movie and this storyline that it I don't know, it was indescribable. Yep, still remember watching the Infinity War and Endgame in the movies. Yeah, it was absolutely a wild experience. Like all of the fans and everybody like cheering whenever a good thing happened, or like just the I don't know. It was an experience. I don't know how better to explain it other than it was one of a kind. So let's go ahead and play Thor. I think we play it just maybe into Dream Dimension. Dream Dimension is going to hurt our potential to do a Wong into a Black Panther into maybe an Odin. But we can still potentially do Wong into, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. We don't have any other, I guess, great standalone cards. Maybe we start setting up for an Odin play here. I think it depends on what we draw into. Devil Dino, we're not going to be able to play on 5 either. That one's a tough one. I think we still lean into the Wong. We want an Odin plus Mjolnir on that final turn to elevate Thor's power level, even if we don't have a huge power push in Ware Island. And then Carnage. I think the new arc is supposed to get going in Ant-Man. I think, yeah, they're introducing Kang, which is going to be like the big bad of that phase or that series, I believe. And so I think we'll start seeing some of those things kind of brought in. Huzi, you said you can see how the MCU is getting more and more Disney-fied with every movie and series. I think the series have always been kind of like that. Like up until recently, I didn't watch very many of the actual standalone series. It may be the wrong thing to say, but I enjoyed DC's shows. But I didn't enjoy their movies. I always enjoyed Marvel's movies, but not so much their shows. That's not what we need. Oh my gosh. There goes our lanes. Arnim Zola is going to trigger twice here. Yeah, Ethriel, and I especially playing a Marvel game, and being so deep into like Marvel lore now, it feels bad to say, but yeah, up until recently, I liked the Flash. I think they pushed it a little bit too far. I think it's gotten to a point where it's just insane things happen. But yeah, I really enjoyed the first few seasons of Flash. Ethriel, I feel like we're on the same wavelength here. So yeah, after a few seasons, it did start kind of getting where it's just crazy. But I think, and I don't know how to, I think it was the 3rd season, but I don't remember the big villain's name, but it was one that it almost made me cry. And then after that, it's kind of stopped losing its potency. But I think it was probably the 3rd. The TV series Loki was silly, but mad fun. Yeah, I liked the Loki series. I didn't care as much for Wakanda or WandaVision. It took so long to draw into like what it was about. I watched it all the way through. I'm glad I did, but I didn't. It didn't draw me in as immediately. Loki was good. I really enjoyed Loki. And then I recently watched What If. Yeah, What If with Uadu, and that one I didn't really care as much for the art style immediately, but the storyline in it was so good. It ended in such a great way that I think we'll see that kind of feed into some of the future movies. It was such a great ending to it. Savitar, that one, yep. Savitar was the one. That one was the one that just, there was a point where like I was so emotionally involved in it, and I think they captured that really, really well. And then after that, yeah, it started kind of going downhill little by little. And I actually watched all the way up until the mirror. I don't know the name of the villain, but it was like the mirror dimension. At that point, I watched. It was the COVID season. It seemed like it ended early because of COVID, and I never picked it back up after that. But I did. I had invested so many seasons that I just kind of continued watching. But yeah, after Savitar, it was definitely a little bit less engaging. So the peak actually helps our Black Panther here. It makes it a 4-cost 5 power. We have a cheap Devil Dino now. Our Thor is more expensive, but everything else kind of does decently. Odin is a little bit less powerful, but I think that's okay. The Crisis event was pretty cool. Not very often do I haven't kept up with Arrow. I haven't kept up with Agents of the Shield. I haven't kept up with Supergirl. But I went through and I looked through for those specific episodes to watch the like kind of that crossover, and I thought it was really well done as well. So I think we play our Devil Dino into Muir Island here. We have a cheap Devil Dino. Los Diablos Space could potentially destroy Muir Island after this turn, but I think we lean into it just in case it doesn't. This is a lot later than you usually are awake. Yeah, it's definitely, my sleep schedule is all messed up. My sleep schedule is way off base, so I'm just gonna stay up until work. I go to work in about 2 hours, so I'm gonna end the stream maybe in another 30 minutes to kind of get something to eat, wind down a little bit before going into work mode. But yeah, it's much later than I normally stream. I messed up my sleep schedule pretty badly, so I'm gonna try and make it right by just staying up throughout the day. So it's gonna be a rough day, but I'm glad you were able to jump in and join us. And then Ryan, you said now that Iron Man and Cap is out of the MCU, I wonder if it's possible for them to do an X-Men versus Avengers. Maybe at some point. I haven't heard anything about it, but I know that the new Deadpool coming out is going to be pretty big. They've started venturing into some different crossovers that I think open up a lot of possibilities. And then Vassal, how long would it take to get to pool 3? Yeah, I think about 1.5 months if you don't buy anything. If you complete your weekly missions every week, then you can get there pretty quickly. It doesn't take too long. And then if you do spend gold on credit refreshes, you can speed that up a little bit faster. And so I think to get to pool 3, probably around a month, which you can force that into going faster. So they're gonna be able to see the play that we do this turn. Our Black Panther does double. We can always do an Odin there on the final turn. I think we either do a Morph Lottery or we go with a Thor. We'll have a 1 out of 5 chance of drawing into Angelo. Hey, how's it going? We'll have a 1 out of 5 chance of drawing into our Mjolnir on this final turn. And then we could always do Mjolnir into Odin here to try and find that win condition. You want them to do Cable Justice? Yeah, Cable was, so I haven't seen a lot of the comics or like read into many of the comics, and so Deadpool was my first introduction into Cable. And so as far as the character arc or development, yeah, they definitely could have done, I think, more to help it out. So they cap out this location. I think they can move their Nightcrawler. We can do a Doctor Doom, though. That'll send 5 power here. We have the 4 power here. So we actually want to play Doctor Doom over into the right-hand side. That'll bring us up to 8 in this location. If they have something that buffs their 1 power cards, maybe they find the upside on us. But I think otherwise it's a pretty safe win. I think this is probably a bot as well. So we'll take the 1 cubers. We'll take those. We'll take the slow chip aways at climbing. We're at 75. We've had some ups, some downs, but for a Black Panther list, when most of the time he's not like high-end competitive, I think that's okay. I think that's a pretty decent game so far. And I think more importantly, it's been a fun climb. It hasn't felt incredibly grindy. We saw 4 million power. So if you weren't here, you'll be able to look that up on the video on demand, or I'm sure I'm going to do a clip of it at some point to throw onto YouTube or just to have somewhere. But yeah, we made a 4 million power, 4 million power Black Panther, which was absolutely insane. So we're going to skip this turn. We don't have a turn 3 card right now. Statistically, we should draw into one, but sometimes it doesn't always play out that way. We did draw into our Electro. We're going to have 5 energy next turn. We could play into our Devil Dino. We could then hit it with an Arnim Zola potentially. I think we're just going to go Electro into Atlantis right now. Vassal, I'm always impressed by how you always manage to get the Dino. I'm running in a Devil Dino in pool 1, and I swear I draw this guy once every 5 games. There are some games that I swear they just find the low side of your deck. Like they just don't want to come out, because I completely understand. I've been there. Whenever I ran, I think it was a Sandman, I felt like he was always in the bottom 3 of my deck. Like I never drew him, I never saw him. So yeah, it can feel like that sometimes. Just wait it out. You'll get there. So if we do an Arnim Zola, that will put us at about 14 power here. That's going to beat their 13 power. Let's go ahead and snap back. We're going to I think we immediately go with the Arnim Zola. I don't think we let this one sit and simmer. We're going to be able to move this over. That way we can take this lane. We can always go wide with a Doctor Doom on the final turn to give us a little bit of extra power push as well. Oh, I didn't realize that that Thanos was played by the same guy that played Cable. That's kind of cool. Dr. Clutch, I have almost 2,000 gold. Really cool Gamora variant in the shop. It's not worth it. It's not worth it, is it? Better way to spend gold is refill missions. It depends, Dr. Clutch. So for me, I spent money on daily refreshes. I wanted to get as many cards as quickly as possible. But if you're okay acquiring cards just a little bit slower, and you see a variant that you really, really like, I don't think that's a bad usage of gold. You won't level as fast, but I think that's absolutely fine. Ooh, so they go with a Doctor Doom as well, which our Doctor Doom is able to hold out the power advantage by 1 in the flooded location. We hold down Atlantis as well for a nice 8 cube match. We haven't had one of those in a while, so that one feels nice coming in. Yeah, one power differential for an 8 cube is very satisfying. It's a very satisfying way to win, very unsatisfying way to lose. Are you tired of the infinite grind? Because I am. So I typically don't play too much well, I don't think I can ever say I don't play too much. I don't grind specifically to get infinite most of the time. So usually I do it slowly throughout the entire season, and I just do my daily deck builds like I normally would. And so for me, it's never felt like a true grind, at least at this point. I think if I, jumped into the season and I was like, I want to hit infinite as fast as possible, or I want to hit 500, or I think at that point it becomes less fun. And I think the grind set, or the grind mindset would set in at that point. And so I don't know. I like the little bit of a climb each season. The one that it felt incredibly tough to do was when Mr. Was negative serotonin. Whenever we had about 2 months between a patch, that one was rough. That one was a rough grind. I had to finally just switch over into running negative serotonin so that I could push out the last few cubes. But otherwise, we've reached it with just kind of hodgepodge decks here and there. They're running a Lockjaw, so it could have high-end cards. I think we gamble. Let's go with a Morph. We could go Jubilee, but that could pull into an Odin and waste that trigger. It could waste some resources that we might need otherwise. And so I think we're going to gamble with the Morph here. Odin's not bad. Ooh, into Danger Room? They played Wong into Danger Room. That's bold. That is bold of Spoons. So we do draw into our Mule. We do draw into our Mjolnir. So we're gonna. We have to play it this turn because we're gonna swap hands after this one. So do we think with their Wong? I think we need to play our Black Panther as well, right? We're gonna send them an Arnold Zola as well. I'm gonna play Black Panther and Odin into Washington, D.C. Because we have not drawn into our Odin, we have a potential, a 1 out of 5, to top deck it on the next turn. If we can top deck it, we're going to have Odin re-trigger Odin to re-trigger the Black Panthers and the Mjolnirs. And I think at that point, we'll have a pretty substantial lane push. If we don't end up pulling it, I think it becomes... Actually, no, if they don't drop Odin here. No, because we morphed into their Odin. And so we know that we're going to have Odin out of the Mindscape rotation. And I don't fully know how the Odin on Odin interaction works. Because Odin's going to trigger twice, but that triggers Odin's on reveal. Is it just 4 triggers? Does anyone that's in here know how this one works out? I think it would trigger each of those on reveals 4 more times. And that's the Psylocke variant is sleek. I really like this art style. And then like the background to it, I think it all, the split that they have on it, all fantastic. Try it. We're gonna do it for science. We're not gonna snap because we don't know how this is gonna happen. The Arnhem Zola is big. Oh, Arnhem Zola into Wong. Oh, White Tiger. That's our Arnhem Zola. Never mind. I think we win though, right? No, yeah, White Tiger goes over into the right. So even if this only triggers a handful of times, I think we just win this one. We'll see. We'll see how big it gets. I'm curious. So we'll count the triggers. So that triggers Odin twice. So Black Panther once. Black Panther started at 8. We'll be able to easily track it from there. So that one's gonna be 2. Really? It only triggered twice. It's kind of disappointing. The second, Alexander, the second Odin is not revealed yet. Yeah, but whenever we played Odin, it should have re-triggered Odin to trigger these, right? And then it itself should have triggered these, even if they didn't bounce off of each other. Oh no, just twice though, because it's only one time. Okay, no, that makes sense. Spoons, I just wanted to see my tigers. It's a pretty impressive tiger collection. You also have some really nice variant splits. So like the Inkified Ironheart, the Psylocke, we were appreciating the Psylocke's art. But the the tiger tokens were impressive. I figured that you probably wouldn't stay if we snapped, and so we left it as is. But yeah, so since the Odins are not feeding off of each other, each one triggers once. So the Odin re-triggers Odin, so that's 1, and then the 2. So that makes sense. That's not how I would have anticipated it to go down, but it does make sense whenever you think it out. And then Piero, Black Panther is pool 2 or 3. So Black Panther is only right now. Black Panther is only available from the season pass, which is, if you're in US, it's $10. And then you unlock the card. You unlock a lot of credits and gold and extra variants along the way. But right now it's only available there. But 2 months from now, it will be added into, if history dictates what happens in the future, it'll be added into pool 3. We don't know if that changes once they add in pool 4, but it should be added into pool 3 in 2 months. That way you can pull it randomly. Mystic for Hire. I've been told it's hard coded, which sucks. Maybe Odin has a limit. Mystic for Hire. So what was hard coded? The Odin trigger. That would make sense if it did. Otherwise, it could end up being an infinite loop where Odin triggers Odin. And I think they've done their best effort at making sure that they didn't have any just completely open, endless loops. And then so, oh hi, thank you so much for following us on the Twitch account. I appreciate it. I hope that I'm glad to have you here, and I hope that you're having a great day so far. So we have Elysium. Let's go ahead and play our Thor out early. We have the pretty big power potential from Black Panther here. So I think we kind of see this one out for a little while. And we've been on such a streak. Bar Sinister is decent. Oh hi, hi TLSG. I'm doing good. I love your YouTube videos. Just wanted to say thanks for all the content. Thank you so much. Oh hi. I'm glad that you found the live stream, and I'm glad that you're enjoying the content on YouTube as well. I always love hearing stuff like that, because it's easy to get caught up in, like, I need to make this content. I need to do this. And I want to make sure that it's, value added, that it's not just clogging up people's feeds. And so I love hearing stuff like that. I'm so glad that you're enjoying it. Ooh, we do Jubilee into a Wong, which could have been an Arnim Zola. It could have been really bad, but it worked out for us this time. Ooh. We have the potential play line of doing Black Panther into the Arnim Zola lane, or Black Panther and then Arnim Zola. That'll either, it might pull Jubilee, it might pull Wong, it might pull Black Panther. We don't know. It's gonna pull 2 of those 3, and so I think it'll be, ooh, the Cosmo is a strong one. I now understand why they snapped and why they were so confident in their snap. So is there a way for us to now overcome that power? They're not able to boost their Black Panther any further, so I still think we have a potential win condition. Just not in Elysium. So we could do Devil Dino. We could aim to do an Arnim Zola on the following turn. If not, if they didn't have Cosmo here, we could do a pretty fun interaction with Arnim Zola here, which would continue triggering on itself and moving these cards around. It'd be kind of fun to see. I wish Cosmo wasn't here. Let's go with the Devil Dino. There's a close to endless loop with Gambit using Wong, Onslaught, Mystique, Gambit. Yeah, I think it's a 256 trigger. It takes like 10 minutes. It is so incredibly long. I don't run Exodia combos for that reason, because it just takes so long to sit through, and I feel bad for locking anybody into the game for that long, and then 2, I get bored. And so yeah, with the Gambit or anything that uses the Wong, Onslaught, Mystique, will trigger for about 10 minutes, which is insanely it's an insane loop. Yeah, I've waited for the animation a couple times as well. So we can go with an Arnim Zola. I think we lose. I think we lose to a potential... maybe a Mjolnir into an Odin. And the White Tiger is not going to be enough. It'd be 14 power here. It wouldn't be enough to win here. We can lock them into a... it's a pretty long interaction. It's not endless, but it's pretty long. Nah, I don't think that's worth the extra 4 cubes. We're gonna go ahead and take the 4 cube loss. We don't have a win condition. The Odin into the Bar Sinister lane just triggers an insane amount of times. It takes several minutes. It's not the full 10 minutes, but it is quite a while. Oh, the Ironheart and Hazmat Exodia animations are faster. Are they really? How much faster? And maybe I leaned more towards Gambit. I know that Ironheart still takes an insanely long time. Hazmat I haven't ran as often. I definitely favored Gambit or Ironheart if I didn't have the Gambit in hand whenever I set up the Exodia combo. So Subterranean, we're going to start drawing into rocks. Oh, our Morph is going to be less impactful. We have a less chance to draw into our Mjolnir. Kind of tough. Ethereal, I can't wait to run Gambit decks whenever I unlock him. Yeah, so I actually added in a Gambit into my Lockjaw rotation deck, and I love it because it gives you that little bit of a power push at the end that if you drop it into your Wong lane, it's going to trigger 2 times. And that can be enough to destroy some key targets. If you flip into it, sometimes it takes out that last turn surprise, big power minion that you just needed to handle. I don't know. I've enjoyed the combo so far. I think we're gonna go Morph and then Rock here. Next turn we can do Devil Dino. Since we can't cap it out this turn, I don't think we go with a Jubilee because we could pull into an Arnim Zola, which then ends up taking power out of our Raft location. So I think we're just going to lean in and do the Devil Dino here on turn 5, and then on turn 6 we'll hopefully get a pretty high impact one. Ooh, Dracula's nice. Dracula's not a bad one for us to have hit there. Let's go with Devil Dino into the Raft location. We'll see. We'll see what we pull into from the Raft. If it's an Infinite, we're not going to be able to play it, but otherwise we should be able to make use of whatever it ends up being. And Ethereal, I know you said you can't wait to run Gambit. I'm excited to be able to run Galactus and Thor decks whenever those are released. I think those are going to be so satisfying. So Jubilee is a no-go for sure. Jubilee being very likely to draw into rocks. I don't think that is ever our play. We can do White Tiger to add a 7-power Tiger token here, depending on what these cards are. We can then also drop our Chavez and a rock onto the board. Do we think that, I don't know, that's going to be 16 power. I think 16 power in the Dark Dimension is decent. If they do an Apocalypse, because it hasn't been discarded yet, they have one more Swarm unless they dropped it into the Dark Dimension. It comes down to which one we think they're going to push more power in. It's if they push 7 power here versus if they're going to push more than 16 here. Let's lock in the left-handed side. I think it's too easy for them to push that much power into the Subterranean lane. You said Galactus decks sound awesome. I think Thor is going to be tough to build around. I don't know how impactful it's going to be, but I think it's going to be fun to see. Oh yeah, they had Dracula, right? Oh, they play Dracula in mid. Great. And then the Rock. So we do win the left lane and the right lane. But Thanos, I don't know. I think locations are going to be a really big factor in a good Thanos deck. And anything that clogs the board. So Debris, I think, is going to be teched in a lot more often when we start seeing Thanos builds, just because how much he has to play those cards onto the board. If he runs out of space, then he loses a lot of reach. And so I am curious how they ended up being played. I think Quinjet's going to be great for the Thanos deck to make the stones free. And I think I don't know. I think we see some pretty innovative and creative combos whenever he does finally release. So Wakandan Embassy comes out. It doesn't hit Black Panther, but I think that's okay. We still have the Electro. Hitting Odin is a really good one as well. And so let's go ahead and skip. Right now, we plan on doing Electro unless it looks like we have a better play line. Electro into the Isle of Silence is insanely value added because then you get the boost without the downside. Bar Sinister seems to be our kryptonite for this deck list. We can always do Thor there, I guess. Thor, that shuffles a lot of Mjolnirs. Once we get enough cards in our hand that we don't necessarily need the draw. So if we draw into our Black Panther, we also have Odin. I think at that point we can just lean in with Thor. And I think we just win off of that. So that's what we're tentatively hoping for. So they do Electro as well. So they go their ramp. And so we'll see. Rivo, thank you so much for the follow on the Twitch account. I appreciate it. I hope that you're having a great day, and I'm glad that you're here. So we can do a White Tiger into a Doctor Doom into an Odin. That's going to be a little bit safer of a consistent power push. It's not as exciting as a Thor into a Black Panther into an Odin, but based on the cards that we have right now, I think that's what we're going to go with. Ooh, 1, the Doc Ock variant is incredibly sleek. 2, ouch. That's a tough one. That's going to be 40 power in Bar Sinister. We do get White Tiger. We morph into their White Tiger, which will re-trigger. That one's a tough one. It pulls our Odin in, so we are only going to be able to trigger Thor once. Actually, it's a 48 power lane. Ooh, that one's real tough. Yeah, I'm wondering if you can run like a Carnage and Deathlock with the stones as well. But I don't know. I think that becomes too clogged too quickly, and I think it's going to be tough. I think it's going to be a tough deck to build around. So let's go with a Doctor Doom, and then we'll see what we pull into for the last turn. I don't know how much reach they have. We have a decent lead on them in Wakandan Embassy and Isle of Silence. But I don't know that it's enough because we outright just lose Bar Sinister every time. So their Jubilee pulls into Doctor Doom, which goes wide as well. That one's a tough one. And then Enchantress is not incredibly impactful. For the 2 cube, I think we risk it. So I think they probably do an Odin here. Oh, but Odin would re-trigger Jubilee to pull into something random. So it's going to be 16 minimum. We're going to do Retreat later. They did the emote that said they're losing. I think they're full of it. So we're going to do Retreat later. See if they lock in a play. But all they have to do is have one decently powered play into one of these locations. And I could see them easily having it. Yeah, so they at least locked in a turn. They didn't retreat. So maybe they truly thought they were losing, but we just didn't have a strong power play for the finisher. If we had a Devil Dino, I think that may have been a win condition, but we just didn't quite get there. Let's jump into a couple more. Maybe we end at a 5-hour stream, so that gives us another 17 minutes. That gives me a little downtime to get ready for work and to prep a couple of things. I have another video that I want to go out tomorrow night on Reset for the featured location, and so I'd still need to prep that a little bit. But that gives me a little bit of time to work on that before we jump over into actually working. The peak into Arnim Zola is huge. It's not great for our Thor or our Odin, but for Arnim Zola, that's big. Yeah, the 0 mana Arnim Zola is always a nice one to see. It is always welcome. You always have to worry if they have like an Iron Man or something that benefits from it more. But I think we lean in and we just hope that they don't have it. We're gonna play our game how we would play it anyways, and we just kind of adjust from there. The Onslaught Citadel. Words are becoming tough. Onslaught Citadel is gonna be great for our Devil Dino. We can always do Devil Dino and Enchantress in the same... Okay. Well, that's one way to shut us down. That's a tough one. We now have to win both of these lanes, and that becomes... Drumpling. Oh, yeah. After Onslaught, it just all ran together, and it became mushy at that point. So, let's... Do we go with White Tiger? We don't need to do an Arnim Zola play on the Devil Dino, so we can do White Tiger. We can then do Arnim Zola as our first trigger here. That would send a 7-power token over this way. I think that's probably what we're going to go with. It looks like maybe they're running a Destroyer. So with having Warpath, that's a huge power card. So 16 power here may be our condition to win. And so 7 is going to be 10 plus the 3 from Thor. I don't know if we get there, but I think we'll be close. Let's go ahead and see what they play. The Cosmo counter. Oh no. Well, I don't think we ever recover from that. Oh man. So we would have to find a win condition here and here. There's just no way. The Devil Dino would have to be played here. That could be an easy win. But the Arnim Zola would trigger in this lane, and we need every power that we can get. That's only going to push us to 9 as well. So let's go ahead and give them a GG, and then we're going to bounce out. That's yeah, this is my fear. Yeah, sometimes you run into your fear. But the fact that that was such a strong play, we're not going to risk a potential 8 cubes. We only risk 2, which in the grand scheme of things is not that bad for how badly we got beaten. It could have been 8 cubes. It could have been 4. 2 we can come back from. 8's harder to swallow. Hey, it's Alexander. And so I'm not sure if Alexander's still in the chat. I know that they're bouncing back and forth between the stream and work. But Alexander is one of our mods in the Discord and in the chats. And so hopefully it should be a good match. I know that they were talking about a Lockjaw rotation Black Panther deck, so maybe we'll see a little bit of that in action. And then Rivo, you said, hi dude, I used your Pull 2 Dino deck to climb from 40 to 70 in a couple days, just before the season finished. That is huge. So you were able to get that mystery variant before the season reset, which is massive. I'm so glad that the deck list worked out well for you, because sometimes it doesn't work as well for everybody. I try to make them consistent, but not everyone, is either able to navigate it well, or it just doesn't work out for everyone the same way. And so I'm glad that it worked out for you. And then Ajan, actually, this is a deck that I actually. So we ran this on our YouTube video for today. Oh, how's this deck testing? Oh my gosh, I can't even read anymore. The deck's doing pretty well. We're up 50 cubes for the day. It's been some ups and downs. We've had some insanely strong swings. So at one point we had a 4 million power Black Panther. Just, of course, it was a high roll game, but just has some insane high roll potential. But overall, it feels decently consistent for how heavy it is. You would think that it would run a lot clunkier than it actually ends up running. Let's go with a Wong into the Triskelion. We have the potential to draw into Mjolnir. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of random cards from District X. We can't see the Lockjaw anymore. Oh, this game became so randomized. Gotcha. Yeah, the Lockjaw is not gonna come out in this one. So we can do Wong, we dropped Wong. We can do Jubilee, but that's gonna cap out the Triskelion location, and I don't necessarily like the way that feels. We have a lot of movement pieces from either District X or the Triskelion, but no way to actually enable them. So So I think we drop Yellow Jacket and Jubilee into the Isle of Silence. We're just going to pull something random out of our deck. The odds of us drawing into a Mjolnir by the end of the game is pretty poor because of how many extra cards get added with District X. That would be a really great Jubilee pull if this was not the Isle of Silence. I got excited for a second. But Claw's not going to be able to push his 6 power over to the side because ongoing abilities are disabled. We don't have a hard counter to actually we don't have a hard counter to anything. We don't have any good Honorville triggers. I think this is just an L. Yeah, I think this is a big loss. The Devil Dino's pretty good, and they got it from District X too, which is massive. So we can do something like this to try and push power into the Triskelion lane if we don't think they're going to invest anything there. Maybe we push just a tiny bit more power into the Isle of Silence. And we'll see. Maybe they have a weak hand as well. Most likely we're going to lose this one, but it's just one additional cube. And then the Ultron as well. Oh my gosh, to put the like final finisher on us. We tie the Isle of Silence location. We lose the left-hand lane very, very substantially. We win the right lane by just 1. That is a fantastic District X. They got an incredible amount of upside. Alexander seems to always take us down in cubes whenever we match together. Let's go ahead and grab a couple more. Maybe we can find our way back up in cubes. Maybe we can end on Drake. Yeah, that one was a tough one. Alexander, that District X luck was phenomenal. I can't even be mad about that District X luck. Like that was all worthy. So good game, Alexander. Like the District X is always so wild. Yeah, it definitely was the strangest. Devil Dino into Ultron was a big turn 5 and turn 6 finisher. And then Fab. By the way, your Zoo deck, you climbed from 25 to 50 in one day. Last turn power pushes meant many 8 cube gains. Plus our playstyle explanation was awesome. Thank you. I'm so glad that it worked for you. I find that one's pretty consistent. So I really like running that Zoo style deck list, or the second version that I made. Once you get into pool 2 or you start matching against Killmongers, plus your play style explanation. I feel like once you get into pool 2, Killmonger's too much of a liability. But until that point, I feel like it's really, really strong. You can hold all of your cards and then you just surprise them with how much power you play. And you get that strategic conditioning of being able to pick where you want to drop your power in the most efficient way possible. You wish you had Killmonger. He keeps eluding you. I hope that you're able to pull him today. I hope that the next card, the next cash or reserve that you pull ends up being Killmonger. That would be huge. And then Kushaya, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you being here. I'm glad to have you. Drake, the good thing about the weekly reset is so now that when you're completing your daily missions, you're working towards that 25 daily mission goal to complete your weekly, and those are a pretty big surge. And then the same thing with the season refreshes. Even if you don't buy the season pass, there's several tiers of the free credits. So I think you should get a decent surge here pretty soon, hopefully. So we can do Black Panther into Odin. That's going to be a 16 power here. Ooh, that's only going to be 8 power in Nowhere. At that point, I don't know that that's worthwhile. Instead, let's do Doctor Doom into an Odin. I think that's going to... Ooh, Doctor Doom into an Arnim Zola, maybe? I don't know. We'll see where they push power. Yeah, and then Black Panther is fun. If you can make him like really, really large, he's so much fun. I've had a lot of fun playing with him. We ended up getting a 4 million power Black Panther, which was insane. Such a weird, wild ride. But yeah, I think he's incredibly fun to play around. I don't know how consistent he'll be in the long term, but at least for now, absolutely one of the most fun cards to play with. So doing the Odin is going to re-trigger Doctor Doom, but it only pushes 5 power here. So we would have to be relying on winning with 5 extra power in nowhere. I don't think that does it. We could do an Odin, which would destroy Doctor Doom here. It's going to hedge and reduce our power in the Bifrost. It's going to send a Doctor Doom or maybe a Doombot or a Devil Dino, but I think it offers a little bit more flexibility if we get the upside. We're gonna gamble on Odin here. Yeah, I think we roll for the Arnold for the Devil Dino. I think even Doctor Doom is decent, but we'll see, because Doctor Doom would replace the spot that he loses by playing himself in. Okay. Oh wait, no, what am I doing? Oh no, I have Odin there. Oh my gosh. It's time to go to bed. I meant the Arnim Zola. You guys know I meant the Arnim Zola. What a terrible misplay. Let's see if we can redeem ourselves. Almost time for you to go to work. Yeah, it's almost time for me to go as well. So it's 5 a.m. here. Typically I start getting everything prepped for kind of daycare and getting everybody around a little bit before work. So that'd be in about 45 minutes. And so I'll probably end here in maybe another 5 minutes, a couple more games. And then we'll do another stream soon. This was incredibly fun. I've been liking these longer form streams. Like an hour seems like I jump in, and then by the time I know it, it's over. And so I've definitely been liking the longer form streams and being able to do them on Twitch without worrying about how it impacts the video that we released as well. So let's go with a morph play into Tinker's Workshop. We're just gonna Hail Mary it. We don't have anything on the board, so even if it's the worst morph in the world, if it's something that destroys our board, it's fine. Odin is not bad. That is like the 3rd or 4th time we've gotten Odin out of our morph today. So decent value for a 2 cost. Let's go with a Thor into Elysium. We're gonna start maybe building out our Black Panther. And we'll see. Yeah, and then he discarded his Odin. So he may be running a Hela deck list. A Domino and a Hela deck list seems strange, though. We'll take it, though. We will absolutely take those. Do we go with a Black Panther or a Devil Dino? I think I'm going to go Black Panther into Tinker's Workshop. If we end up getting an Odin of our own, we can re-trigger it a couple of times. Supreme Leader and Mazami, thank you both so much for the follows. I appreciate having you guys here. We're going to go Black Panther into the Tinker's Workshop for now. Alexander, got to go. Thank you for the stream and a game. I'm not Q, but it was fun nonetheless. You absolutely destroyed us, Alexander. You don't have to play humble. You absolutely just destroyed us. The District X game was incredibly fun. I will catch you a little bit later, Alexander. I hope you have a great rest of your evening. I'm glad you were able to jump in and enjoy it where you could. We can do a Wong into a Doctor Doom on the final turn. I don't know what they're pushing. I don't know where we're gonna need that power, but I think Wong is gonna more consistently be a win condition. So if we draw into Mjolnir, it helps us bring this into as a win condition lane versus something else. The Arnim Zola is not what we were thinking. So we can have the double trigger of Doctor Doom, which goes 10 and 10. And then Alex Boss and God of Roar. Thank you both so much for subscribing, or I guess for following. Reverted back into YouTube. I almost feel like we gamble on the Black Panther here. Oh, it's for 3 extra cubes. What are we thinking? We're going to take the 1 cube loss. It's not a good enough win condition for us. We're going to take 1 cube loss versus risking 3 additional for a small chance that even if we got the upside, that would even win. We're going to go ahead and retreat out of that one. We're going to jump back in. We're still in like past infinite mindset where we stay a little bit longer than we should, and so we need to be a little bit more strategic in our battles and where we place them till the very end. So we're gonna go ahead and skip the first couple of turns. We should most of the time, more often than not, draw a 3-cost card here. And then Nong, thank you so much for following us on Twitch as well. I'm glad to have you here. Let's go with the Electro into Muir Island. X Mansion is always going to be an RNG casino. We'll see what we end up. We'll see what we end up pulling. So their their Lady Sif discards their death. They have to be running a Hela deck list. And with the right setup, we can absolutely outpower Hela. It just has to be the right setup. So Morbius doesn't help us too much here. Dr. Doom isn't perfect either. I think we go Devil Dino. We can always do Arnhem Zola to push the Devil Dino here and here, and then we can Odin the Arnhem Zola on the final turn. The Hulk in Muir Island is pretty big from the Jubilee. I still think we push for it. Let's go with the Arnhem Zola into Muir Island. The more cards that they have there, the less they can resummon. And so I think we're going to lean into trying to push our power here and here. Camwise, thank you so much for the follow as well. I'm glad to have you here. I hope that your night and your day, evening, whatever time zone you're in, I hope that it's going well. And I hope that you're enjoying the content. So let's go with Arnhem Zola. That's going to move it over into the mid and the far right. We can do Odin into the Arnhem Zola lane. That will allow this to re-trigger. We'll see. We'll see if it's enough. So this brings us down to 2, so it's 19. This brings us up to 27. Oh, they win this one by 1, even if they don't discard any more cards. Ugh. We're gonna duck out of this one again. Again, we didn't draw into the key components. We're in a little bit of a slump. A little bit of a slump. We lost two in a row to Orflow. Let's give it just a second. See if we can persuade the game to not match us into him. And then we'll jump back into another one. Ajan, yeah, that one was another dead draw. We weren't having too much luck with Orflow. Maybe we'll have more luck with 9 here. So Oscorp Tower, if we draw into our Electro, is always one of my favorite combinations. Just drop Electro into Oscorp Tower and send them that negative upside, and you keep the positive upside. And then, is this your favorite Panther list? I don't know. I think I may like the Lockjaw Thor rotation one a little bit more. I haven't tested it out, but I think that one's going to be a little bit more consistent. You're going to be able to find your win condition more often with that one, I'd imagine. Coming in when we need him. We have Electro. We're going to drop that into Oscorp Tower. They're only going to be able to drop 1 card per turn after this, and we're going to have the upside of having it in hand, or having the extra energy. So I think this one allows for some higher high rolls. There are some times you'll get into slumps where you run into decks that you just can't outpower. I think with the Lockjaw rotation that I had in the video, in the top 5 video, I think that one's going to be a little bit more consistent and still be able to lean into the Black Panther usage pretty well. And so they use Juggernaut into Los Diablo Space. Oh, okay. Oscorp Tower should take effect before Los Diablo Space destroys a location, which is great. And then It's and Mamph, thank you both so much for the follows. I appreciate having you guys here. So we can do Black Panther this turn, or do we lean into doing something that goes wide? We could do White Tiger, and then we can do Dr. Doom, because we know they're only going to be able to play 1 card per turn. It becomes hard for them to compete with a wide power presence. So I think we might do that. I think we might do White Tiger into a Dr. Doom into an Odin. Doing a big Black Panther is kind of flashier and a little bit more fun, but I think this is going to be a little bit more consistent. And so we'll go Dr. Doom, and then we're going to be able to fill up most of the board with that final turn Odin play. And if we're able to get the upside here, this will be our last one. So we're just a little over 5 hours for just kind of a middle of the night stream that we just impromptu, we just decided to do in impromptu. So now when we drop Odin, that's not going to re-trigger Oof. That's not going to re-trigger, the arrow was pretty big. It's not going to re-trigger it's either our White Tiger or our Doctor Doom, which means that we're not going to have enough power in Los Diablos base to find a win condition. We could pivot away and go Devil Dino here and hope that we had the win condition, because that'd be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That's going to be 13. So we'd have a 5 power lead on them in Los Diablos space. They're going to have to, well, they can only drop 1 card, right? I think that's fine. Since they can only drop 1 card, unless they have something that goes wide, this should help us win, because we're currently winning here, we're winning here, and then we're going to be winning here. And so unless they have something that can impact more than 1 lane, they can only drop 1 card because of Electro. I think we're okay here. Shafty Draft. I started playing this 20 minutes ago. Pretty sure I've mastered it. Which one, Shafty? The game in general? When it rains, it pours. The game. So are you in pool? Are you in pool 1 right now? Or are you? So you like just downloaded and started? I'm glad that you're jumping in and enjoying the game. That leader was massive, though. Oh man, they just don't want to stop playing. I'm gonna play until we get a decent win. That one was tough. That one. Yeah, that leader twice in one day. It's tough. Betless running Angela and leader was massive. But Shafty Draft, I'm so glad that you're mastering the game, and that I guess more so that you're enjoying it. And have you watched much content on it, or did you just kind of pick it up and kind of jump in kind of blind with it? So we get Wakanda Embassy, but it's before we draw into our Black Panther. We can do Wong on the next turn into the Black Panther. We can hope that we draw into our Arnim Zola as a pretty decent win condition. Pretty blind. Your friend told you to try it. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Ooh, and they had the upside of having their Black Panther in hand whenever Wakanda Embassy came down, which is unfortunate. I think we still go with the Arnim Zola play, but I think they do beat us. Oh, the Enchantress is the... Oh my gosh. We are getting demolished. It is the nail in the coffin. Oh no. Is there a pool 1 Panther list? So I brewed one, AJM, in my video from today, the top 5 deck recommendations for Black Panther. I brewed one. It's very similar to like an Odin on reveal, but you have Black Panther that's in there that you can trigger a couple of times, either once or twice with Odin, and it runs a forge. It subs in a forge to get some extra upside there. I think we just retreat at this point. There's no recovering. So a Doctor Doom here, they can only drop 1 card. I guess if they did if they did an Arnim Zola, we're gonna do Doctor Doom. If they did Arnim Zola and it hit Enchantress, we would win this lane, but we would lose this one. We're going to test it. We're going to test the water, see what they have as their last turn play. The Arnim Zola, okay, no matter what it hits, Enchantress or not. We lose this one by 1. Ryuzaki, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. We've fallen from 50, almost 60 cubes. We may have even hit 60 cubes at one point. Down to 50, down to 40, down to 38. It's a downward spiral. It's a downward spiral, guys. You said you've played a lot of card games, so Pokemon, Hearthstone, Eternal, Hex, Magic for about 25 years, and so that does definitely feeds into it. It's the strategic elements are more difficult over time as like the pools expand, things like that. But I think that those core concepts and being able to make those reads and figure out where and how to best play the cards that you have. I think those absolutely transfer over. And I think it continues to get its grips as you continue playing Shafty. And so I'd be curious to see how you feel in a couple of days, a couple of weeks, and kind of where your collection is and things like that. Because for me, the first couple of games, it sank its teeth in. At that point, I was hooked. I just wanted to keep playing it, and I just wanted to play it more and more. And at that point, we just ended up we didn't stop. We just kept leaning in and playing. So Oscorp Tower, we're gonna avoid that one because we don't have our Electro. We're gonna play Thor. That's gonna shuffle these cards back into our list. Unfortunately, we have a pretty decent 5 into 6 play line, but we can still maybe find a win condition depending on what we draw back into. Ajan, I think it's more so that I'm getting tired. We were up a positive 60 cubes, and maybe it's not as consistent as some other decks. So maybe there is some truth in it. Maybe I'm just trying to hold on to it a little bit too much. But I think it's a decent list overall. I think we're just in a drought. I remember TLSG, bad mic, no camera videos, that Nova Carnage Chavez video. Dermpling, you've been here for a long time. That is dedication, my friend. Yeah, Electro, a turn late to the party for Oscorp Tower. We use Morph, it copies their leader, or it morphs into their leader, which copies their debris. They have some form of destruction for sure. I think we go Wong into a Mjolnir just in case they cap this one out. And then maybe we go Odin for that final turn. But this one's a tough one. But Dermpling, it's hard for me to go back and look at those videos. I'm glad that everyone offered like their support and their help along the way. Their help along the way has helped the channel grow into what it is. And so I'm very fortunate to have had as much support as I had on that road. Do we go with Odin to re-trigger the leader? Because we could do Odin here. That's going to re-trigger this one. But we might lose this lane because 8 and then 5 is only 13. If they play anything into Hell's Kitchen, we lose this location. I think Odin is going to be maybe a safer play line for us to re-trigger leader. We know that they have a leader of their own. Ooh, but if they have a leader of their own, and we play Odin here, but if they played their leader here, because if we hit them with an Odin here, that's going to trigger their Carnage and destroy this lane. I think we're going to lock in the Odin on the far right side. But Fab, you look tired playing Odin as Zola, etc. The list is fine. Odin, where we wanted to play Zola, was a pretty big deficit. But then some of the matches, I don't know that there's been anything structurally wrong with how we played. Sometimes you do get bad draws, but I think the list overall is pretty decently consistent. Maybe not tier 1, but it's a fun way to experiment with the Black Panther card. Tomorrow I'm going to test out the Lockjaw Black Panther rotation just to see kind of what it's all about. No, we lose that one, right? Oh, it's a tie. Okay. The maths between 13 and 5 was too much for me to figure out that was 8. So we get the best possible scenario in this one. This one was a tough matchup. We get a tie, and so we're going to take our tie. We're going to do one more. We need to find... we don't need to. I want to find a win. I want to find a win before we end. Yeah, that tie is definitely better than losing. So we're going up against them again. So we know that they're running a debris junk style deck. They have leader. So those are things that we can kind of look out for this time around. But Shafty, you said also the Elder Scrolls card game was pretty fun. I never played the Elder Scrolls card game. I actually didn't know that there was one that was out. Did it ever get very big? So Kiln is a decent one. We have Thor that we can push there. That's going to gain some power over time. If we can draw into Wong, it's going to be beautiful. Because then we could do Thor, Wong on 4, Black Panther on 5. Kamar Taj is massive. But I still think we play Thor into the kiln location. Black Panther is going to be massive. If we get Black Panther plus an Arnim Zola, that'll be massive. But since we don't have Arnim Zola in hand, I think we kind of hedge our odds. We play into kiln for now. And then if we draw into Arnim, that's just icing on the cake. It was pretty niche. I gotcha. Hey, the Legend of Gurk. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope that your stream went. I hope that your stream went well. And we matched up once while you were streaming, right? I hope that your stream went well and that you had a great night. Were you trying out a Black Panther build? Yeah, there's Arnold, but now we don't have the we don't have the space really to use him. I guess we could the Black Panther into an Arnim Zola. As long as they don't send us any more junk, we should be okay. Yeah, he came when called. The debris was something that it was nice that they had in hand with the way that Kamar Taj works. I don't think we ever drop more than one card though, so no, we don't want to do Electro because this slot right here is going to be pretty impactful. So we want to make sure that if we do Arnim Zola, it can only do the Black Panther into that slot. Yeah, we matched. It was the match where you Zola left, but right was mini. And you still graciously hit us up with a raid. Yeah, we've been live for about 5 hours, so we're losing a little bit of our edge. We're starting to get sleepy. Normally, I've been sleeping all night, and so yeah, that was not a highlight for us for sure. Maybe next time we match, we'll have a bit closer of a match. You said it went pretty well, gained exactly 50 cubes. So I've been anywhere between about 60 and now we're at a low point of 38. And so, ooh, does this list that they have run Cosmo? If so, that counters our Kamar Taj entirely. Then we would have to rely on a Dr. Doom here. And so we'll see. He said, I'm being bored and grinding to infinite before I do anything remotely adventurous. That's the safest way to do it. The reaction was, yeah, I don't think I'm going to be in the video. Greetings from the Gurk raid. Smyrny, thank you so much for jumping over. I'm so glad that you're here. I hope that you enjoy it. It may be brief. I'm getting pretty sleepy, but I'm so glad that you're here and that you were able to find us. Their leader copies the debris before ours triggers. Oh no. Oh no. Well, sometimes it does be like that. We are going to win, but in the weirdest way possible. We tie Kamar Taj, we tie Kiln, and we end up winning the Tinker's Workshop by quite a bit. Oh man, these last few games they've been rough. It's been a rough road. Just the strangest interactions that we've had. Our highlight for the night so far, the highlight for the night so far was we had a 4 million power Black Panther. In a list that I didn't think was going to be anywhere near pushing that much power. I think I marked it in the stream, so I think I'm gonna go back and either make a clip of it or shoot it over to YouTube. But that was massive. It was definitely the highest of high rolls that we could have gotten for that game. Shafty, so you're saying I should build an all rock deck. I like debris decks. They struggle from not being able to push very much power, but I like them in the way that they are very disruptive to the opponent. And so I think they're incredibly fun to play. Stuck around for that win. Gotta go take care. Brother. Look forward to the next video. Upload the 4 million Panther. Yeah, even if it's a short, we may end up doing just a short on YouTube with it, but I think we'll absolutely bring it up onto the YouTube. I think that is worth having some eyes on. Oh, Shafty. No, so I don't know that it's a full archetype. You're being sarcastic. So debris is it sends them rocks. It sends them junk. So there's one, and it doesn't really have a catchy name. It's like send them junk, send them crap. I call it a junk deck. where you're just flooding their board. So you have things like Green Goblin that will send over into the opponent's lane. You have a Viper, which will send one of the cards in your lane over into the opponent's side. You have a lot of kind of cool interactions that way. It just has a low power push or a low power ceiling for the most part. So it's hard to find your wins. You can disrupt very, very drastically with that list, but finding the overall win condition becomes a little tricky. Ethereal, you're going to end up in some of the new Marvel Snap compilation videos. That'd be phenomenal. In any kind of like videos like that, I think would be cool to see. I think we go Black Panther here. We might do Doctor Doom to go wide. They could be running a Professor X, a Destroyer style deck list, and they may Professor X the Doctor or the Danger Room location. But I don't know that it's worth risking. We don't have initiative, so even if we did something like a White Tiger to try and push power over there, if they do a Professor X, it's going to lock in first. And so we're just going to lean in with what we were going to do anyways. And then Drake, someone else made a Black Panther so big the game broke. I think you may be talking about Binks. So Binks is another creator that's been doing content since the beta, and he hit I think it was a 256 trigger. He has it on his Twitter account, but it crashed the game. He's always really good for kind of looking for those play lines and those potential combinations. And so yeah, Binks is a legend at doing stuff like that. Okay, so the Hobgoblin into Wakanda. If we draw into an Arnold Zola, that makes this trigger a lot trickier because we don't know what's going to go here, and Odin would be kind of risky as well. I think we have enough of a power push in the sewer system. I think we lose Wakanda though, so it would come down to if we can win Danger Room, and we're going to have 10 power over in Danger Room. And so the Hobgoblin still tells me this could be a Destroyer list. So if they do Destroyer here, then we outpower them with the Doctor Doom. If they do it here, it's a risk because it could get destroyed from the Danger Room location. But maybe they Professor X because they have initiative here. We're gonna lock this in. I think we see one. Oh no, we see quite a few cards. Not what I was thinking at all. The Cosmo does counter our last turn play of going wide. And so had we played Doctor Doom here or here, we would have been fine. We would have found the win condition, but they absolutely outplayed us. The Cosmo was great. It was a great read, and they were able to take the cubes as a result. Oh well. Sometimes you win them, sometimes you lose them. Let's go ahead and try and find another win, and then I think we're gonna wrap up, and then we can actually send you guys on a raid. Something I haven't been able to do on YouTube was when we end a stream going on a raid. So last night when I did my stream, I actually just ended, and I forgot that raid like the raid environment is pretty much it's pretty big on Twitch, and so I'm kind of excited to see that go down. And then Drake, yeah, the Space Dog and Shang-Chi's are the bane of this list. They're absolutely the bane of this list. We can go Thor into Savage Land. We have a potential Wong play line into like a Wong, a Black Panther, maybe an Odin plus the Mjolnir. Dermpling, I missed that. What happened on turn 6? Oh yeah. Thank you, Ethereal. I guess I had already moved on and moved out. He Cosmo'd the Wong lane, and they had initiative, so our own reveal didn't initiate. So I think we go Wong. You can't go Wong dropping Wong. You can do Wong. You can do White Tiger potentially on 5. Maybe we just do a Devil Dino instead. But I think White Tiger is going to be a little bit more consistent power push into these other 2 lanes. That is unless we draw into Black Panther. If we draw into Black Panther, I think we lean into that play line. Derpling, yeah, that was my thoughts exactly on seeing the Cosmo come down was oh no. Like at that point, what are you gonna do? We can do the White Tiger. That's going to send 2 Tiger tokens here, which is going to be a pretty good, I think push into the Gia. If we draw into Mjolnir, we can do Mjolnir plus Odin. That's going to trigger this 6 times. And I think we'd be competitive in Savage Land. They don't know that we don't have Mjolnir. And so I think looking at those... Okay, well, I guess the Professor X doesn't help them that much. They probably have a Destroyer. They probably have a Destroyer that comes down. It just depends on where, right? Because we could do Devil Dino to send 2 more Tiger tokens here. But if they drop their Destroyer, which is what I'm assuming Destroyer, here, this is going to be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It's going to be 13 power. That actually ties us in this location. So then we still end up losing. Because they win this one by a large enough margin. If we do Jubilee... It's gonna, and it pulls into Mjolnir, 25% chance. That's 12 power here. That's 15 power in the Savage Land. I don't see a win condition. I think we back out of this one. I would like to stay for this one, but I don't think we have it. We're gonna jump out of this one, unfortunately. We're just on a slow descent. Let's find one more decent win, or one more absolutely obliterating loss, and then we'll go into a raid. I need to start getting ready for work because we stayed up all night playing Marvel Snap, like level-headed adults with responsibilities end up doing. Charles, always that one more. So at one point, at about 3 hours into the stream, I actually started the one more train, and I was going to end after about 20 minutes, and eventually I just gave up and said we're just gonna keep playing. But yeah, that happened about 3 hours in. We were doing the one more copium. So we have Electro for 3. Miniaturized lab. We need to make sure to not make the same mistake that we did by shifting an Arnim Zola to push power into the miniaturized lab that we can't push power into. We could do Thor. I don't know that we don't have cards that really support a ramp. So I think we're gonna do Thor instead of the Electro. It was a great stream, so it was worth it. I've had a lot of fun. I'm glad that we did this extended stream. I like these and the feel of these a little bit better. I'll probably be regretting it a little bit later for sure. I recall when you said you planned on lying down. Yeah, that was a copium that didn't end up coming to fruition. I enjoy these longer streams. The lunch live streams are really short. Oh, I forgot to end the stream or the turn. The lunch streams are pretty short lived. And so I like being able to do these kind of longer ones. It gives me a lot more time to gain cubes, lose cubes, just overall have a pretty good time. Jotunheim we could drop Jubilee into, but I don't think we. But if we do Jubilee here, we could pull into Arnim Zola, which also feels really, really bad. Let's go with Morph. We're gonna see maybe we pull into something big. We're gonna go to the Morph Casino. Maybe it's a Captain Marvel? No, a Magneto. Magneto's pretty decent. We will take the Magneto play. That pulls their Deathlock out of Jotunheim, though, unfortunately. But it does pull into a big power push in the Avengers compound. So now I think maybe we do... I think we do Devil Dino. Oh, no, we have to play into the Avengers compound. Well, in that case, do we just lean in? We could do Devil Dino here. Next turn, we can do... Their Yondu destroyed our Black Panther. So we could look at doing a Doctor Doom here and here. Maybe we'd go with a Jubilee play. I like having the big power push of Devil Dino, though. Let's go with... it could be Arnim Zola. It's a 1 out of 4 shot. We're going to go with Enchantress. We're going to go Enchantress to push a little bit of power still. And then we'll be able to do Devil Dino on that final turn probably in Jotunheim. Or maybe Doctor Doom is just better. They can drop one card. Depending on what it is, well, how many cards have been destroyed? That one doesn't feel like a satisfying way to win. We'll do one more. So no cards have been destroyed, so it couldn't be a potential death play line. Was what I was starting to think there right before they retreated. Let's jump into another one. Yeah, you end up playing 37 last ones because of how fast it feels. Yeah, you do. You do, and then for long you've been 2 extra hours after you thought you were going to end. So it happens very, very quickly. Same thing with the lunch live streams. I'll be like 30 minutes in. I'm like, we have plenty of time, and then I look and it's been an hour and 20 minutes. You better get a strong coffee today. Yeah, that is the plan. We're gonna have double strength coffee today. We're gonna skip turn 2. Should draw into a turn 3. Thor's a good one. We're okay drawing into Thor. We can play him into Monster Metropolis. I like doing something like a Devil Dino on 5 into negative zone into an Arnim Zola. Into an Arnim Zola to push it into Sanctum Sanctorum and Monster Metropolis. So we'll lean into that potential play line. If we get a solid win here, this will be the stream ender. They have Ironheart that they drop onto just sleep at work, like George did on Seinfeld. I'm too nervous to do that. I feel like as soon as I went to sleep, I'd get one of those unscheduled calls, and they'd be like, "Why haven't I been able to get a hold of you for 6 hours?" And it'd be one of those that they have access to my schedule or my Outlook schedule, so they'd be like, "I know you, I know you didn't have any meetings today. So what have you been doing?" I feel like it would be one of those. We can do Jubilee here. Is there any bad cards that we can pull? We have Arnim Zola, which would be one of the bad cards. Morph could potentially hurt us. But otherwise, I think we're okay. We could pull into Wong, which isn't great. But I think we do. And then we do have Black Panther because and we'll drop that one. That'll trigger twice with the Arnim Zola. So it'll be 16 power here and here. Don't sleep if you're a driver. That is some very, very wise advice. Definitely don't do that. That is incredibly dangerous. The Electro actually kind of hurts our synergy with Thor. Hopefully we won't need it. I'm hoping that they don't do a Professor X here. If they do Professor X here, it gets a little tough. But we'll go with Black Panther for now. He's going to double his power. That should hit 8 before the negative zone impact, because that doesn't affect the cards. It's just the overall power level. And then we'll plan on the Arnim Zola on the final turn so that we can re-trigger it here and here. What does Black Panther even do? So Black Panther is the new card that they released. On reveal, did they morph into our Mjolnir? If so, that's massive. But Black Panther has the on reveal. You double this card's power. And so if you are able to trigger it several times, he's going to continually get bigger and bigger and bigger. Or if you buff him up before you drop him, he's going to retain that upside of those buffs as well. And so really strong on reveal card. If it gets too big, it's a really easy like Cosmo target or Shang-Chi target that you have to look out for at that point. So we're going to go with the Arnim Zola. If they have a Shang-Chi that they play here, then they just absolutely beat us because they don't have initiative. But that would be anticipating the shift with our Arnim Zola. So we're going to move him over here. This 8-cuber may be the game ender if we don't get leadered or something absolutely massive. Okay, so they have a Doctor Doom, which most games is going to be a solid finisher. But the Arnim Zola was able to push 16 power Black Panther in mid and a 19-1 in Monster Metropolis to end the stream at 45. At 45 positive cubes, which is not bad. We had a lot of ups and downs. But Charles, very well played. Actually, I don't. Thank you. Thank you. So we are going to go ahead and raid another streamer. For anyone that was here from the last raid, I appreciate you I appreciate you sticking around. First and foremost, and if you haven't dropped a follow, make sure to drop a follow because I'm going to be doing some more live streams here. Most of our content is on YouTube. But drop a follow if you enjoyed the content so that you can see a few more streams. And so do you guys typically, as far as raids go, Do you guys typically like to jump into kind of some smaller streamers? Or do we do some towards the top? So we want to look for some that are English. Actually, let's go ahead and send over into Ordinary Harry. He's a pretty good guy. I think you guys will be in good hands over there. And so nice to hit up some smaller ones. So he's currently at 100 viewers, so around the same size as what we are. So I think that's pretty close. It's not at the top end. But thank you everyone that joined us for the stream. It has been an incredible 5.5 hours. I hope to catch you guys either in the next video or the next live stream. And I hope that you guys have a great rest of your night. We are going to go ahead and send you guys over to Ordinary Harry. And let's go ahead and start the raid. Make sure to give them a warm welcome when you get there. Okay, so we are all tied up. Take care, guys. I have had an incredible night. I hope that you guys have a great rest of your day.